Why do some customers still choose smaller grocery stores? This presentation answers that question by exploring how Daytopia Grocery can compete, not by becoming bigger, but by becoming smarter. Good afternoon, everyone, mentors and my fellow Daytopians. We are Team Daytopia, and on the team is myself, Evidence for Lawrence, Joy Adewoyin, Barnabas Oyolola, and Peace Shobiye. We'll be taking you through a business case study review of Daytopia Grocery competing with giants. Daytopia Grocery is a regional retail store that sells local and organic products, and this store operates in the retail industry, specifically within the grocery and food retailing sector. The retail store is located in Nigeria, operating across all southwestern states. The business differentiates itself by offering natural, authentic, and high-quality products and thrives in the industry through strong community ties, loyal customer base, and strong relationship with local suppliers. Over the years, Daytopia Grocery has valued authenticity, community engagement, and consumer experience rather than price competition. About the retail industry, large national retailers like Green Heritage Organics invest in same-day delivery to reduce delivery time and cost. Also in this industry, vertical partnerships with suppliers and partnerships with delivery platforms are now common through strategic equity and revenue sharing deals. Retailers now exploit the option of private labels to capture price-sensitive shoppers and improve margins. Also, large national retailers now adopt omnichannel retailing, especially to serve the dominant grocery buying age group of 25 years to 44 years. Retailers now have structured their product assortment to align with age-based preferences. For example, 18 to 24 years are now provided ready-to-eat meals and digital promotions. 24 to 44 years are offered bulk purchases and loyalty-based discounts. As a result of all of this happening in the industry, there are gaps to be exploited. Large national retailers like Green Heritage Organics stand to match deep community supplier ties and real-time supplies of Daytopia Grocery. Many private label products are mass-produced, and different retailers sell near identical products under different store names, which make the product increasingly lose authenticity and local identity. So Daytopia can develop hyperlocal private labels tied to specific communities or farms using transparent labeling. So how does this sound? Daytopia or Father Rice, sourced from Ogun State farmers. I'm sure you could feel the idea of local identity. Many retailers focus private labels on low-cost alternatives and meet growing demand for premium organic products. High-income and value-conscious customers are willing to pay more for quality, so Daytopia should introduce premium label tiers. Many large retailers introduce private labels after trends are established. Daytopia can now exploit agile, small batch innovations. Also, many private labels claim sustainability without proof or clear certification. Daytopia can exploit this gap with verifiable sustainability by acting it out, like not making packages using plastic bags, but paper bags or wooden containers. That is, adopting zero plastic waste agenda. Also, in-store descriptions on each product can be done, showing the process of growing these products. In the next few minutes, we will walk you through Daytopia competitive position, strategic options available, and our final recommendations for sustainable success.
Taking cognizance of the McKinsey's approach to problem solving, called ADR framework, which is the analysis, diagnosis, and resolution, I will be taking you through the Daytopia grocery analysis. We evaluated the business using SWOT, Answer Product Matrix, and Porter's 5 Forces model. While carrying out a survey, we could deduce that Daytopia is strong due to its strong community ties, loyal customers, and close relationships. It's weak because it faces thin margin and small economies of scale. Daytopia Grocery can explore options like ethnic and cultural food expansion to differentiate itself by creating food items that cater to Nigeria's diverse ethnic groups and communities to build strong emotional loyalty. Through education, our grocery will tell the stories of the origin, benefits, and cooking method of every cultural food. The threats we face are the lower prices and online delivery, which our competitors like Green Heritage Organics, who has 15% of the market share, are able to explore. Answer Product Matrix is the strategic tool we use to plan our growth. One of the best ways we can better serve our existing customers and increase foot traffic is by organizing community events where we get to sell at discounted prices on market day. According to research, Farm Junction, a grocery store at Opik in Bega, does this quarterly to better serve the audience. For market development, we would enter into a new market with our current product where we would be targeting health-conscious people who want to go green. You might be wondering, how would we achieve this? We are aware that health-conscious people value knowledge over the hype, so we would share short tips in store and online. For example, why all grains matter and simple plant-based swaps for Nigerian meals. Also, because health-conscious shoppers hate confusion, we would create a clearly labeled section for organic, plant-based, low sugar, whole foods, and eco-friendly. We would also use simple shelf tags like no preservatives, plant-based, and locally sourced. We would also partner with restaurants, hotels, and cater to corporate offices to supply organic products. For example, Daytopia Grocery would partner with catering services to better serve corporate offices like KPMG, who provide lunch for its employees. To make customer experiences more personalized, we would adopt hyper-local private labeling under the product development section. Next slide. In the retail industry where Daytopia Grocery operates, we use the Potter's Five Forces model to understand this industry. The competition rivalry is high because the likes of Green Heritage Organics Delight have large economies of scale and also sell at lower prices. To enter the industry, the threat is high because the threat is moderate because it's capital intensive for large stores, but entry is easy for lower stores. Bargaining power of buyers. Buyers have a low switching cost, so their bargaining power is high. For the bargaining power of suppliers, they have low switching costs, which makes their power moderate. Also, customers have many alternatives because they can get their basic foods from the open market, online platforms, street vendors. Imisi, can you walk us through the next stage?
Thank you, Joy. Having identified the available options for Daytopia Grocery, we have analyzed the risks and benefits of each option to guide our final recommendations. Our focus remains on how Daytopia can leverage its unique position to compete against national giants. Firstly, product differentiation can be risky because it often leads to higher operating costs and a limited market size. Sourcing unique organic items is more expensive than buying in bulk, and this premium price point may also appeal to a specific segment of shoppers. On the upside, differentiation leads to improved margins because customers are willing to pay more for value they can't find elsewhere, protecting Daytopia from price wars. Ultimately, this builds a strong brand identity and competitive advantage. By offering local exclusive products, Daytopia creates a unique market position that national chains simply can't replicate at scale. Also, customer experience has a risk of consistency. Delivering a high-quality personal experience requires rigorous staff training, and any slip in service can damage brand credibility. Similarly, it is difficult to measure the direct return on investment of this intangible investment. However, a superior experience creates an emotional connection and high switching costs. When a store feels personal and meaningful, customers stay for the relationship rather than the price. Much like Wegmans, which is in the United States, Daytopia can use knowledgeable service to create a competitive moat that cannot be easily automated by online competitors. For the niche markets, it can be risky because it often leads to overspecialization, which might limit the customer base. However, by focusing on local and organic products, Daytopia enjoys reduced price sensitivity. Customers valuing quality and sustainability are willing to pay a 10 to 15% premium, allowing the store to protect its margins and avoid destructive price wars with national chains. For example, Whole Foods justifies premium pricing through sourcing transparency. For strategic partnerships, it has the risk of unstable supply. If a local baker's equipment fails, Daytopia has no backup warehouse. Yet, the benefit is exclusivity and trust. By partnering with local artisans, Daytopia offers products that national giants simply cannot replicate at scale. This co-creation with local suppliers builds deep community trust and ensures that the scent, flavor, and quality of the products remain a unique selling point. Finally, expanding the digital presence carries a risk of high fulfillment cost. Third-party delivery apps can take up to a 30% cut, which can quickly erode thin grocery margins. However, the benefit is an extended reach and data collection. A digital platform allows Daytopia to serve customers who cannot physically visit the store and provides data to create personalized offers, further strengthening customer loyalty. Next, we look at unexplored opportunities by focusing on the weaknesses of industry giants, specifically their sterile experience, rigid supply chains, and frequent pricing errors. First, Daytopia can replace traditional stockers with specialized curators. While giants rely on low-cost labor, offering expert product knowledge is a luxury service that provides the personal experience and is impossible for large chains to scale. Secondly, we can trade generic variety for ethnic and seasonal variety. Daytopia's small size is a strategic advantage, allowing for a dynamic supply chain that adapts to the neighborhood's culture and the seasons much faster than a rigid national distributor. And finally, we can close the price accuracy gap by implementing weekly scanner audits. In an era where giants have lost customer trust due to understaffing and pricing errors, uncompromising reliability becomes a powerful tool for building instant customer loyalty. Now, our final recommendations will be explored by Barnabas.
Thank you, Missy. How then do we stay competitive amidst the giants? The Topia grocery does not necessarily need to beat the giants at their own game. It only needs to play a smarter game, the one built on its key strengths, just like David with his slings. Our final recommendation is not about choosing just one strategy. It's about sequencing the right strategies in the right order in order to produce us with the maximum impact and with minimum or less risks. First is differentiation. We have to build on what Daytopia Grocery already does best, and that is its local and organic positioning. We need to make local sourcing highly visible, telling the stories of farmers and producers, showing customers exactly where and what their food comes from and how it is being processed, and introducing exclusive private label organic products. Why does this come first? Because of differentiation, this immediately gives Daytopia the edge against national chains, reducing price sensitivity and creating a clear identity for our customers to understand and better trust us. You all will agree with me that before a customer can trust a firm or a company, it has to fall in love with them. And that is what Daytopia Grocery stands for. Second is enhancing our customers' experience. We need to turn our shoppers to loyal advocates. Differentiation attracts customers, yes, but the experience which comes after keeps them waiting. Once Daytopia stands out, the next step is to make every visit memorable for our customers. And how do we make this happen? First is training our staffs to become product experts and advisors. It is important to, according to the CEO of Albert Heijn, Marit van Egmond, he mentioned that it is very important to hire friendly and helpful staffs, but it does not just stop there. We need to keep customers increasingly expectant of the experience, no matter where they are shopping, while maintaining all important personal touch. We move to offering personalized service, creating in-store experience such as tasting and cooking demos, and even launching loyalty programs to reward our loyal customers and reward relationships and not just them spending with us. And the goal is very simple: to make our customers feel at home, feel known, valued, and connected. And when this happens, our customers come back with returns and even recommend other customers to our shops. At this stage, you would all agree with me that Daytopia store stops being just a grocery store, but becomes a community hub for all. We focus on our key niche markets, and this helps us to clearly focus and define what we exist for, helping health-conscious consumers, ethical environment-aware shoppers, and customers willing to pay for for quality, freshness, and even the trust they have in us. So we move on to partnerships and digital tools to amplify our strengths. Yes, the digital tools can support our strategy and not just define it. Using social media to tell our story and engage our customers better, collaborating with local businesses, which will create a lasting digital presence, and make our brand message clear and concise, and even develop our customers' relationship. Yeah. And finally, Daytopia does not need to be the biggest grocery store. It only needs to be the most trusted, the most meaningful, and most loved by its customers. By this, the key conditions for success: maintaining the consistency across all these initiatives, communicating our values clearly to our customers, and managing our costs effectively, and ensuring our customers' feedback and adapting continuously and consciously to what our customers expect from us. Finally, when giants compete on price, Daytopia does not need to bother because it's competing majorly on purpose, so we can confidently chill with the big boys. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Well, first of all, I want to say well done. And this is because it was a really good presentation. The first part is the slides. Obviously, I love the slides. You guys continue to bring in the quality every week. And so I'm super proud of you. The first thing is I love the examples that you gave. You're not just explaining, but you're giving examples as well. I love the analysis, the SWOT, the portfolio forces, which is great to really understand how that industry works. This is case study is really one that a lot of companies struggle with. I mean, all of you should even be working at consulting firms, to be honest, because of the way you've dissected and analyzed it. Because um, this is what a lot of companies struggle with, because a lot of times when you start a small company, you just see one big giant, coming into that space and trying to just crush you with lower prices. But then the small company is wondering, what exactly should we do? Should we also reduce our prices? Should we? How do we compete? Because a lot of our customers are not. And the way the grocery industry is, it is mainly the buyers have the highest they have the advantage, because they a lot of time they just want a cheaper version of whatever it is. So if I'm buying apples, for instance, or if I'm buying groceries, I want to save money, especially with this inflation. And you've been able to address that part because, for instance, we have the Sainsbury's, we have Tesco, we have Lidl in the UK. However, Sainsbury's, they have something they call taste the difference. It's kind of like their motto, taste the difference. So yes, Lidl is cheaper, but at Sainsbury's, yeah, you taste the difference. So they are emphasizing that there is a difference in what they are doing. And also with the partnership that they have with local farmers, they put it there that this is from this country, so, and you explained all that part. So I'm really impressed with this. I mean, well done to you guys, honestly. Yeah, Dr. Lejumoke.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to add to what you have said. So fantastic presentation. So I myself, as a public health specialist and a researcher, one of the things we look out for when people make their presentations like this is the use of theories and model, which is something that you have done. And you didn't just use it, you use it effectively and efficiently as well. I liked, maybe because I'm an health personnel, I liked the product labeling. I feel like that sold your case study to me. That alone sold your case study to me. I also like the fact that you guys did a lot of research. You knew what you were talking about. I like the fact that you are not particularly focused on competing with giants. And this is what Feastables has done. I don't know if you guys know Feastables. what Feastables has done was that they didn't intend to compete with the big chocolate brands. They wanted theirs to be unique and theirs to be different. Even at some point when they were struggling, it wasn't again about competing with the giants, but it was about let's fix what the problem with our own brand is. And that's why Feastables till today is one of those chocolates that people would go for, and they will go for it because not because it's competing with Cadbury's and the others, but it's because customers that purchase Feastables know what they are going for. They are going for the it's called ethically sourced. That's what they call it. So they go for that because they like the fact that it's not being gotten out of cheap labor, out of the backs of young children in Africa. And which is their selling point, which is good. And I liked that you were able to depict that in your presentation, that you are going to, target this, and that's what you're going to focus on, which is very good. Well done, guys. You did it. Yeah, well done.
Well done to you guys. And also you focused on the strengths. You built on the strength of the Daytopia grocery. So, I mean, well done. However, one thing I noticed as well, okay, Doctor. So one thing I noticed as well, try as much as possible. A lot of times I could sense that you were reading it, and it's because the way I'm able to sense it is because when you make some mistakes, it's a mistake that comes from reading something, not a mistake that comes from you saying it from just speaking, right? Maybe putting words together or something. Those are mistakes that come from you reading out something. So try as much as possible. Do not read it. You can go back to refer to what you've noted down, but try as much as possible. Act like it's a natural presentation, and you can go back to your notes, but don't just read. Okay. Yes, Mentor Adetayo.
All right, thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Well done. Everything said by the other mentors, even the one said by Mentor Giwa in the chat, are valid, and I don't have to repeat that. I just want to add that there's a bit of you guys should be careful when you're using your model. You're crossing a path between the Ansoff matrix and the Potter's five forces, and you're kind of confusing yourself in that part. So you mentioned the Potter's five forces. You didn't mention of the generic forces, but I think you used it, if I'm not mistaken. But you didn't make mention of the Ansoff matrix, and you were talking about product differentiation. You're talking about product development, market development, and all that. And that is Ansoff matrix. So you need to be careful when you cross between model and be sure you stick to the one or communicate to the one you're using. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mentor Adetayo. Well done. Well done to the team. So, quickly, the next team, Apex, are you guys ready? I want to make sure that we keep to time this time around. So, Apex, are you ready?
Yes, I'll be sharing our slides now.
All right, thank you. And then the time will start once you share the slides.
Think about how most of us buy our groceries today. We go to the market for fresh produce and other items, looking for the best prices. Most of the time, we buy from the sellers that we know and trust. Now, this pattern is not unique to Nigeria alone. People everywhere make similar choices, balancing price, convenience, and trust in those who provide their food. If we want the lowest prices, we go to the big national chains. If we want speed and convenience, we open an app and have them delivered to our doorstep. So where does that leave a regional grocery like Daytopia? It operates in the tension between speed, scale, and the deep human side of shopping, a balance that is not easy to maintain. To navigate this challenge, Daytopia's leadership has tasked Apex Consulting, a group of thought-driven analysts, to identify untapped advantages, quantify their potential, and provide strategic options that preserve the company's identity while enabling sustainable growth. I am Adewale Deborah, the team lead, and with me are Adebanjo Samuel, Adebola Deborah, and Adebayo Finfolua. Before we begin, one quick clarification. This case does not specify Daytopia Grocery's geographical location. So in line with the best practice of case studies, we deliberately avoided inferring a country or market, and we grounded our recommendations strictly in the facts that were provided. Let's begin with a brief overview of the case study. Daytopia Grocery is a regional chain focused on local and organic products. It operates in a market that is dominated by large national chains and fast-growing online delivery platforms. Despite this, Daytopia has strong community ties, loyal customers, and close relationship with the local suppliers. This overview gives us a sense of the environment in which the company operates and the factors that are shaping its performance. From these facts, the challenge becomes clear. Daytopia is squeezed between low-cost giants and fast convenience digital platforms. Who compete directly on price or speed. At the same time, the company has powerful assets that are currently under-leveraged, which are loyal customers, trusted suppliers, and the strong community connections. The leadership of the company's mandate, therefore, is to determine how to position the company for sustainable success, whether through differentiation, enhancing customer experience, targeting niche markets, or leveraging partnership and digital tools. This is the strategic challenge we will explore in the rest of our analysis. So to help us understand the industry forces shaping this environment, I will now hand over to Finfolua, our industry and market analyst.
To properly understand Daytopia's situation, we first need to look at the industry it operates in, a grocery retail, which is a highly competitive and low-margin industry where scale and efficiency matter significantly. To assess this environment more clearly, let's examine the key economic forces shaping competition in the grocery retail industry using Porter's 5 forces. Firstly, rivalry in the industry is extremely high. Daytopia is competing against large national grocery chains that have extensive store networks, strong supply chains, and aggressive pricing strategies. Beyond this intense rivalry, customers themselves hold significant power in the market because they are highly price sensitive and face almost no switching cost. And even a slight price increase can drive them to a different store or platform. For rival, different store or platform. Another critical challenge in this industry is the extremely thin profit margin, typically between 1 and 3%, which means that even small pricing errors or cost increase can quickly erase profit. And for companies without scale, sustained price competition becomes financially dangerous. Taking together these forces leads to a clear conclusion that mid-sized grocers that attempt to compete on price are structurally disadvantaged. So the challenge Daytopia faces is therefore not poor execution, but unfavorable industry economics. Now, if competing on price is structurally unsustainable, the next question should become, what does Daytopia have that large competitors do not? One of Daytopia's strongest assets is deep community trust, and the company has built long-standing relationship within the communities it serves, and customers perceive Daytopia as familiar, reliable, and genuinely invested in their well-being. Also, Daytopia serves a base of loyal, value-driven customers who are not motivated purely by price, but care about health, sustainability, and ethical sourcing, and which makes them choose Daytopia because it aligns with those values. Another critical asset is Daytopia's close relationship with local suppliers. By sourcing from local producers, Daytopia offers freshness, authenticity, and transparency, which strengthens the local economy and reinforces customer trust. Together, these factors contribute to Daytopia's authentic local identity. Unlike large corporate chains, Daytopia is perceived as community-rooted and personal rather than transactional. The key insight here is that these strengths are identity assets and not cost advantages. They do not make Daytopia cheaper, but they make it meaningful, and meaning matters in markets where products themselves are largely similar. This leads us to an important strategic insight. In highly commoditized markets like grocery retail, where competing functional attributes such as price and efficiency often leads to a race to the bottom. In contrast, emotional and identity-based differentiation tends to outperform purely functional competition because customers become less price sensitive and more loyal when they feel trust, belonging, or shared values. Now, this requires reframing the competitive battlefield because large grocery chains are built to compete on efficiency, logistics, and scale, which is where they are strongest. Daytopia, however, must compete on meaning, trust, belonging, and community connections, which are dimensions where large players struggle to appear authentic. By aligning its strategy with this identity-based strength, Daytopia can escape direct price competition and position itself in a space where its size becomes an advantage rather than a weakness. Having established a Daytopia's industry context and unique assets, I will hand over to Samuel, our strategy consultant, who will now translate this insight into actionable strategic options. Thank you.
Thank you. Having understood the industry dynamics and Daytopia's unique assets, I'll now guide us from diagnosis to into strategy, translating insights into actionable options. Why should Daytopia exist? Its purpose is to strengthen community health through trusted local food systems. This purpose guides every decision. If we start with why, the how and what naturally follow. Customers don't just buy products, they buy meaning, trust, and connection. Daytopia's purpose is a real competitive asset. Large chains can copy prices or delivers, but they cannot replicate Daytopia's relationships, local credibility, or the sense of belonging it offers. How do we deliver that why? We deliver it by curating local suppliers and sharing the stories behind each product, designing warm, personal, and relatable in-store environments with leveraging selective digital tools to amplify human trust. For example, storytelling, loyalty programs, and app-based interactions without ceding our identity to large platforms. What do we sell? A local and organic grocery centered on health, trust, and convenience, delivered in a way that feels personal and meaningful. Next is the strategic options we considered. We evaluated several strategic paths through which we learned that leadership could emphasize price and efficiency, but this requires scale and risk margin destruction, making it unsustainable. Going fully digital or chasing platform scale is another option. Yet, it risks diluting Daytopia's identity and competing directly with Amazon or Instacart while demanding high capital investments. Another one is enhancing customer experience and local differentiation, which will leverage Daytopia's unique assets, including community trust, supplier relationships, creating loyalty and defensible pricing power. Finally, exploring selective partnerships and digital capabilities. These features, they allow the business to expand, strengthen connections, and improve operational efficiency without losing its local identity. And this approach is validated by real-world evidence. Our recommendation is that Daytopia should pursue a strategy centered on selective partnerships and digital capabilities to remain competitive. By partnering with local suppliers, Daytopia can reinforce existing community ties, ensure better product accessibility, and deliver value to loyal customers. Meanwhile, leveraging digital tools such as app-based loyalty programs, storytelling, and personalized engagements can enhance the customer experience, strengthen retention, and amplify Daytopia's identity without replacing the human connection that defines the brand. This approach lays the foundation for sustainable growth and sets the stage for the financial impact we will now explore. To demonstrate how these strategic choices translate into tangible outcomes, I will now hand over to Adewale Deborah, the lead consultant, who will walk us through the financial logic and real-world evidence.
Thank you, Samuel. To demonstrate why our recommendation for Daytopia is strategically sound, we looked at a comparable business, Argos Farm Store, a regional grocery chain in Michigan, operating multiple locally focused locations. Like Daytopia, it prioritized community loyalty and experience-driven differentiation. Argos faced similar pressures, such as competition from national chains, online delivery platforms, and limited scale. Now, rather than competing on price, Argos leaned into purpose-led differentiation, curating local supplier partnership, and deeply engaging in its community. The result? Argos became irreplaceable to its local market, and it built a loyalty that the national giants cannot replicate. We chose Argos because its context and strategic approach, they closely mirror Daytopia Grocery's situation, providing a credible blueprint for success. Now, let's look at how their performance evolved after implementing a strategy similar to what we recommend for Daytopia. Before this strategic emphasis, Agos operated as a single location with a modest early revenue. For example, after several years in operation, its total sales were around $2.3 million in 2018. Then it expanded its model by opening an additional store location in the following years, adding online ordering and subscription offering during the COVID-19 pandemic, and increasing local supplier partnerships. Its financial results grew significantly. By 2023, the total revenue had reached approximately $6.5 million, and in 2024, it generated nearly $7 million in gross sales. This progression shows that Agos did not just survive. It thrived by deepening community value rather than trying to compete on price alone. This is exactly the kind of outcome that we expect Daytopia to realize by following the purpose-led differentiation strategy that we recommend. To translate this strategy into concrete actions, Deborah, the implementation analyst, will now guide us through the next steps.
Now that we've shown that the financial logic works, it's important to acknowledge something critical. In grocery, where net margins are as tight as 1 to 3%, even the best strategy fails if execution breaks down. As you can see on this slide, we focused on the three most realistic execution risks, and more importantly, how regional grocers are already managing them successfully. Risk 1, losing price-sensitive customers. Sweetlist 2025's consumer survey shows 68% of US shoppers still struggle to afford groceries, a consistent pressure for 4 years amid inflation. The solution isn't abandoning value, it's steering intelligently. Publix demonstrates this. In 2025, the blended premium positioning with accessible private label lines and still achieved 5.2% sales growth despite affordability pressures. Risk 2, slower expansion compared to national chains. A purpose-led strategy can require growing carefully rather than rapidly. Sprouts Farmers Market mitigated this risk in 2025 by piloting first, opening 37 new stores only after testing locations, exceeding growth targets while staying efficient and aligned with local demand. Third risk, execution complexity. Integrating digital storytelling with community engagement adds conditional coordination strain. The mitigation here is alignment around a clear purpose. Kroger's 2025 responsible business strategy shows this in practice, teaching employees how to focus on sustainability and food saving. This ensured purpose wasn't just on paper. As a result, 85% of waste was redirected, and employees became more involved and motivated. Taken together, these risks are real, but the evidence shows that they are fully manageable with disciplined execution. Now to our implementation roadmap. Our implementation roadmap that spans 18 months shows how the strategy is executed, reflecting how regional grocers outperformed in 2025, even under value-driven market conditions. Phase 1 focuses on alignment and training. The goal is to embed the why, which is community health through trusted local food across the teams. Activities include internal workshops, supplier audits, and establishing baseline performance metrics. Kroger demonstrates operationalizing purpose through zero waste certifications, department-specific training modules, and AI-supported onboarding. Phase 2 involves piloting and learning. Experiential retail and digital storytelling are tested in 2 to 3 stores to reduce risk and capital strain. Phase 3 focuses on selective scale. Only proven pilots are expanded to 10 plus aligned communities. Performance is measured through retention, loyalty engagement, targeting a 20 to 30% uplift in customer retention based on Clarkston Consulting and Nelson IQ benchmarks. Overall, this phased approach shows how regional grocers in 2025 balance innovation with cost discipline under omni-channel and budget constraints. Now, why competitors cannot copy this? National players excel at scale, but scale alone doesn't create loyalty. What these giants can copy are pricing tactics, delivery speed, and broad assortment, but they can't copy a number of things. First, authentic local trust. Nearly 80% of shoppers trust neighborhood grocers more than national chains for fair personalized deals. Next, community identity. Local stories and events foster emotional loyalty the national formats will struggle to replicate. Then, local supplier depth. Exclusive regional partnerships create differentiation that doesn't scale easily. This authenticity protects premiums in a market where 87% of shoppers adjust for costs but still value sustainability and locality. So, I'll close with a simple but important insight. Daytopia will not win by trying to become a smaller version of a giant. Competing head to head on scale, price, or logistics is exactly where these national chains are strongest. Instead, Daytopia wins by becoming a clearer, more focused version of itself. Our analysis, assumptions, and claims are well referenced on each slide and on this last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Team Apex. Okay, I think that the judges have got a lot. The mentors rather, they've got a lot on their hands to it. It was a good one. I personally liked your transitioning within the team, and you have got lovely slides as well. Although again, this is just me. I think the delivery could be stronger. I don't know. And it's the same thing that Dr. Yusuf made comments on from the first team. Some of you guys, when presenting, it was a bit obvious that you were reading it out from somewhere. I get it because there's a lot to cover, there's a lot to talk about. Again, it's just very good if we don't make it that obvious that we are reading it from somewhere. I can see that at some point you made you highlighted on the use of a conceptual framework. I think my only comment would be when reflecting or using a conceptual framework, it's important to understand the limitations of a conceptual framework. You know that we have a conceptual framework and we have a theoretical framework or a theoretical model, and there's a difference between the two. So it's important you understand the difference between the two so that you understand the limitations. Conceptual framework are just put together based on maybe statistical significance. Sometimes it's a combination of concept from an existing model, which means that these concepts are not grounded in theory. So it's important to have that at the back of your mind when, reflecting on them or using them for your work. Aside that, it was a good presentation from me. Any other mentor has any feedback to give to the team Apex? Yes.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Aditai.
I just want to commend them for a good job. I really like their slide, like you have said. Yeah. And I just think the energy was dropping from the first presenter to the second and all that. I don't know, probably it's me, but I felt that the energy dropped a bit. You have so much to give with your slide and everything, but the energy could not be sustained throughout the 14 slide presentation. So you guys could do better in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, the same thing. I felt their delivery was not as I don't know why. Okay. Mentor, read one.
Thanks, Dr. Jimmy. So again, the other mentors have said the slides were very good. The presentation too was of course very good as well. Maybe the energy level could be better, but the first presenter started well, and I thought others were going to pick it up from where she stopped. But anyway, so in terms of the contents were very good content, some lovely slides. I like the layout of the presentation was very good. The only other thing I just wanted to mention is when you were talking about your options, you had pricing and efficiency, and then you also had product differentiation. So when you spoke about differentiation, I would have loved to hear more about how you wanted them to differentiate themselves. I know the other thing we're talking about introducing healthcare products and trying to enhance customer service within the store. But for you guys, I didn't really hear it. Um, how exactly you wanted them to differentiate from the other big players. Maybe I didn't hear it, but I thought you could have done more with talking about the differentiation strategy. And for the pricing that was on that slide, so I was trying to understand what you wanted to achieve. Because if you're talking about differentiation, are you talking about differentiating and then having low pricing for their products again? I wasn't really clear, but um, so just my 2 cents. Every other thing I didn't have an issue with, but I just wanted to get more clarity regarding how you wanted them to differentiate and what contrast you were trying to make with the pricing that you had on the slide.
Thank you very much. Dr. Yusuf.
Yes, so with regards to what the mentor Ridwan said, the part I really loved and that I was looking forward to as well, obviously, was the implementation, the timed implementation. I think the scheduled implementation for 18 months or something. I love the idea, but I was really hoping that it was going to be if you can with what mentor grade one said as well, that I couldn't really see it. Can someone, I know there's no time, but can someone just quickly present that 18-month plan to let us see what the differentiation you're actually proposing? Because that part really interested me. I love the fact that you thought about putting timeline to it, but I did not really get what I wanted to get from it. So is there someone in the team that can just quickly present that part? 2 minutes, quickly just tell us briefly how you want to, within those 18 months, how you want to, what you are proposing to differentiate them. Is there someone in the team that can quickly share the slides and do it? Or have they disappeared?
So who's talking from the team? It's fine if you don't understand the question. You can say you don't understand the question. If you are unable to defend it as well, it's okay for you to say you're unable to defend it.
Sorry, please, can you kindly repeat the question?
Okay, so just talk about your differentiation strategy. How do you intend to differentiate? That's all. Samuel, did you get the question?
Samuel.
Maybe it's network issue.
Yes, we get the question. We're on it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You're on it.
It's just basically repeating what you've.
Yeah. And it makes me start thinking of when people throw around and use concepts.
Basically, for our implementation strategy, said in the first phase that goes from the first month to the third month, that we are going to look into local local supplier creation framework, that we're going to define our quality standards, we're going to define our sustainability expectations and our story criteria, because one of the things that Daytopia is like, one of their Daytopia's strong suits is their closeness to home, basically. So the story criteria is very important. Then there is the Daytopia's trusted shelf labeling. So for the differentiation, there is we have in-store tags for curated local products and simple icons for that show that they are local, trusted community, and then they are like partners with the community, basic community partners. Then for phase 2, it's from the third month to the 9th month. And here we have test differentiation. Like, we'll now test the differentiations in real stores before scaling, basically. Here, Daytopia.
Okay.
All right.
All right. That's
Okay, I
fine,
hope
Deborah, because
we've
we
answered. I think Mr. Giwa has gotten it from that first part.
yeah. So yeah, well done, guys. Yeah, well done. Because we don't have time. But the only thing I would say is that when you use things in your work, and this is beyond Daytopia. When you use anything in your work or when you're asked to do anything, understand the basic terminologies that you're using, understand how to answer questions around those things that you have used in your work. This shouldn't take time. It shouldn't be something that you guys have to go and think about within the team. Somebody should have been prepared to answer those questions. Yeah. So yeah, but well done. Thank you very, very, very much, guys. I'm going to move to the next. All right. So can I have the mentors please drop their comments and their grades into the chat room? All right. Next, we're going to Team Grit and Redeemers. Do we have Team Grit here? Team Grit. Yeah, Barnabas, thank you. You did a good job. You guys did well. Well done, guys. The two teams did a good job. Team Grit, are we guys here? Yeah, Joshua, we can hear you. Joshua. No. Joshua, we can't hear you. Okay. Team Redeemers, are you guys here? Redeemers. Do we have Team Redeemers here? What's going on? Team Redeemers, are you guys here?
Well, that's strange. Joshua is on the call, but is muted.
Joshua.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Joshua.
Joshua, we can't hear you. Yes, it's very low. I know you are talking, but it's very low. Maybe it's a network, I don't know. Why Joshua fixes the issue with his device? Is Team Redeemers here?
I think Team Redeemers should be here.
Who is the team leader? Let me see.
Yes, ma, we are, but we are waiting for my teammates to join, ma.
You're waiting for them to join. I'll move you guys to the next round though, because
yes,
we need to move. We need to move. See, it's Team Momentum here.
Okay, ma.
Do we have Momentum here?
Yes, we are available, ma.
Excellent. Okay, so Team Momentum, let's have. Do we have Team Zenith here as well? Team Zenith. Can somebody from Team Zenith just wave at me? Zenith, Team Zenith. Team Zenith, are you here?
You guys should be here 30 minutes before your time.
Exactly. So I'm wondering. Is Team Zenith here?
I think someone just joined. Michael, what are you waiting for? I think two people just joined. Are they your team members? I think two people just joined.
Yes, ma.
Okay, that's Tim.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, Adekunle. Okay, so wait, before we go to Team Zenith, Michael, do you have everyone here?
Yes, we currently have everyone here.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you good to start?
Is that Team Zenith?
No.
Yes, sir. No, this is Team Redeemers.
No,
Okay,
this is
Team
Team
Redeemers.
Redeemers, yeah.
Okay, great. So
All
you
right.
guys are ready.
You're good to go, yeah?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hopefully, we'll hear Joshua by the time you guys finish.
All right, sir.
Yeah, you can go. You can go on now.
You can start sharing your screen now, your slides, or projecting your slides. Michael, do you guys still need some time? Okay, Michael is off. Team Zenith, do we have Team Zenith here now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Momentum, do we have Team Momentum here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Momentum, let's start with you. Go, start. You can project your slides, Team Momentum.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please confirm if you can see my slide, ma'am.
Yeah, I can see, but make sure that it's on full screen mode. Excellent. Yeah.
Okay, what about now, ma'am?
It's good now. Very good.
Okay. Okay. Okay, start. 35%. I repeat, 35%. That is the exact price of integrity in today's volatile global market. For Daytopia apparel, that 35% surge in raw material cost is not just the line items in balance sheets. It is an existential threat to the very soul of this brand. It is a timeline between business staying in a true mission and falling into trap of financial insolvency. So today I ask, is sustainability a core value that defines company, or it's merely a luxury that discard when margin gets tight? If we choose profit today at the expense of our planet, what is the cost of brands souls tomorrow? Good day, our esteemed mentors, fellow strategy. We are Team Momentum. I am Adekunle Kuni, the lead strategist. And to solve the problem like this, I have here with me my fellow strategist, Jumoke Akonde, and Oluwapo Egbetade, Shoruke Rokiv. And today, we are not just presenting a financial recovery plan, we are presenting a blueprint on how ethical brand can navigate sustainability quiz without losing their identity. To understand our strategy, we must first understand the Daytopia ecosystem, that is the overview. We are looking at the brand that built a consumer trust among the economically conscious millennials. In today's world, sustainability is no longer option. According to the ZIPCO Education Report 2025, 72% of the consumer are actively aware of sustainability issues. And it is not just awareness, they are willing to spend on average 9.7% more on products that are sustainably produced or even sourced, which is being reported by PwC. That practically shows Daytopia is not just selling clothes. It is a selling called the value-aligned business model, where buyers and even the customer buys into brand mission as much as product. Every product is built on provenance, which is the brand ethics and even the trust are priceless. It must trust that firm's foundation on Daytopia identity and are also focused on the long-term growth. However, we must focus and also face the code strategy reality, which actually shows the volatility of the global chain, which run out on Daytopia business. But here is our roadmap, where we focus on the margin trap. The companies currently operate on margin significantly below the industry standard. That means there is no fat stream, and also there is no buffer absorbed cost on the 35% shock. In this situation, then how do we even think, or how do we protect a mission-driven brand when the cost of being goods becomes significantly or financially impossible?
Thank you, Adekunle. To answer that question, you must look beyond the balance sheet and look into the art of ethics profitability paradox. The 35% cap in raw material costs has not just reduced Daytopia apparel profit, it has effectively evaporated Daytopia's remaining margin. In an industry where sustainable brands already operate on razor-thin margins, a surge of this magnitude is not merely a cost increase, it is an existential threat. We call this the sustainability squeeze. How do you maintain a triple bottom line, balancing people, planet, and profits, whereby the profit pillar is collapsing under the weight of the other two? Daytopia is now trapped between two devastating outcomes: ethics against profits. If we choose ethics alone, ignoring the financial reality, the company faces immediate insolvency and cash collapse. We lose our ability to do good simply because we cease to exist. However, if we choose profit alone, relaxing our sustainability criteria to cut costs, we commit brand suicide through greenwashing. We would be betraying a loyal customer base that views our price tag as a moral contract. My mentors, my fellow strategists, ladies and gentlemen, this is more than a supply chain disruption. It is a test of brand resilience. We are at a pivot point where a single wrong decision will alienate our core market forever. The question we must then answer is this: can Daytopia afford to be ethical, or can they afford not to be? The answer to that question isn't found in a textbook. It is being fought over right now in Daytopia's boardroom. This dilemma has created a strategic fracture within Daytopia's leadership. The tension we see on this slide isn't just about the numbers. It is a fundamental disagreement on the very path forward. Firstly, the marketing team is guiding the brand equity. They argue that any shift in material quality is a breach of contract with loyal customers who value ethics and transparency above all else. Secondly, the finance team is sounding the alarm of financial solvency. Their warning is blunt: a brand that ceases to exist due to unsustainable losses cannot be ethical. Lastly, the operations team is searching for operational resilience. They identified alternative suppliers to lower costs. This comes with a high price, the risks of the greenwashing label, and the relaxation of our core sustainability criteria. The Daytopia leadership team now sits in the middle, tasked with balancing these conflicting pressures to ensure long-term business survival. So if I may ask, how then do we resolve this tug of war?
Thank you, Jumoke. To find the answer, we Team Momentum didn't just look for a middle ground. We stress-tested 3 different pathways currently on table to see which one actually holds up under pressure. We have actually evaluated three primary pathways to address this crisis, each presenting a fundamental trade-off between brand integrity and financial survival. Option 1, price agility. Yeah, we consider a 20% price increase. This approach protects Daytopia ethical standard and stabilize margin by passing some of the cost pressure to customers. However, it comes with risk. Daytopia core market is price sensitive, right? And this move could actually reduce short-term demand if not carefully positioned. Option 2, material pivots. This strategy involves switching to what we call sustainable light materials to reduce cost of goods sold and improve short-term cash flow. While financially attractive, this option creates a reputational time bomb. Any passive dilution of sustainable standard will risk accusation of greenwashing, And for a mission-driven brand, that damage may be irreversible. Option 3, cost absorption. Finally, we consider maintaining current prices and absorbing the cost increase internally. This preserves customer loyalty today and protect the brand ethical image. But the downside is severe. Prolonged cash flow strain and a very real risk of financial collapse if supply chain pressures persist. Mentors and fellow strategists, these aren't just choices, they are calculated risks. To determine the optimal math, we didn't guess, we scored them. To find our recommendation, we applied a weighted scorecard across 5 critical success factors: financial impact, ethical alignment, brand trust, cash flow sustainability, and long-term viability. The results are telling. Option 1, price agility, emerged with the highest score of 12, outperforming option 2 at 9 and option 3 at 10. Our key insight is clear. Strategies that protect ethical integrity doesn't weaken the brand. They strengthen it over time. While cost cutting may offer short-term relief, if erode trust and once trust is lost, it is rarely recovered. For Daytopia Apparel, it clearly shows the most sustainable decision is not a choice between ethics or profit. It is the realization that ethical consistency is the only engine for financial recovery. We cannot afford a short-term fix that leads to long-term irrelevance.
To arrive at a solution that is both ethical and financially resilient, we studied two companies at the opposite ends of market spectrum, Unilever and Patagonia, and despite their differences in scales, they converge on one critical truth, and here is the truth. First, let's talk about Patagonia, a well-known American outdoor apparel and gear company, famous for its high-quality, sustainable products and strong environmental activism. When it comes to rules, Patagonia doesn't blink. They maintain 100% sustainable materials. Instead of hiding price increases, Patagonia chose radical transparency. They framed high price not as a burden, but as a reflection of shared values. Through campaigns like "Don't Buy This Jacket" that was famous in America in 2011, Patagonia strengthened brand loyalty and turned conscious consumption into a competitive advantage. Secondly, we have Unilever, which shows that how to embed sustainability into efficiency. Rather than treating ethics as a recurring cost, Unilever invested upfront in sustainable sourcing, renewable energy, and operational efficiency. Over time, this investment reduced waste, lower energy costs, and deliver measurable financial savings. They prove that sustainable living brand actually grow twice as fast as others. The combined takeaway of Daytopia is very powerful. Ethics should not be treated as a permanent cost burden, nor as a marketing slogan. They must be operationalized into efficiency gain, while being protected by transparency, value-driven pricing. Where customers believe in a mission and operation reinforce the promise, ethics and profitability stop competing, they start compounding. So what does this mean for Daytopia? When we strip away the noise and the implication is clear. This is a clear choice between survival and values. It is a choice between short notice and long-term strength. To confirm the effectiveness of the hybrid policy we are proposing, if you check the first part, the financial impact, we are realistic. In short term, Daytopia will realize margin compression, a practice of price sensitive as market aligns. This is the cost of integrity. But the long-term impact is transformative. By holding the line of sustainability, Daytopia earn pricing power, no discount. The brand transition from being price compared to value choosing. This driving high customers, life values, strong intentions, and more predictable and loyalty revenue streams. On the ethical part, the outcome is even clearer. Daytopia preserves its core identity, 100% recycled materials, and fair labor without compromise. This alignment with stakeholders' expectations threatens brand credibility and insulates the company from reputable damages. In essence, choosing integrity today doesn't weaken Daytopia, it future-proofs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anoluwapo. To explain the financial impact of our recommendation clearly, we created a simple scenario-based model using the index figures. This actually helps us to direct and even make decision trade-offs rather than absolute numbers. First, we assume Daytopia begins with revenue of 100 units and operating cost of 90 units, which gives a profit of 10 units. This shows that Daytopia is making profit, but operating on a tiny margins. Next is the disruption. That is, the case tells us the raw material cost increased by 35%. Where we apply this Daytopia cost structure, the operating cost rise sharply to 122 units. At this stage, if Daytopia does nothing, the business becomes financially strained. Then our strategy response, we're talking about Daytopia introduces a 20% price increase. However, because customers are price sensitive, which assume that only 15% of this increase is actually realized. This brings revenue to 115 units. This assumption is conservative and also realistic. So to the short-term result, even after the price increase, costs still exceed revenue. This creates a short-term loss of 7 units and a tight but a manageable cash flow position. This confirms that our strategy does not eliminate pains immediately. The question is why this makes sense. The key point is that this loss is intentional and even temporal. By maintaining this ethical standard and brand trust, Daytopia protects the customer base and even the position itself for recovery. Over time, this shifts company outlook from the weak to positive as loyalty, even repeat purchase price, and the brand strength grows. Finally, the ethical impact throughout this scenario. The sustainability standards are not just compromised. The labor practices are protected, the brand trust is even strengthened, and the ESG reputation improves. In summary, our model shows that Daytopia is choosing a short-term financial pressure in exchange for long-term stability, ethical consistency, and sustainability profitability.
A robust strategies must account for a friction of reality. Sustainability without risk management is idealism. And obviously, idealism doesn't win markets. We've identified and mitigated 4 critical risks. First, financial risks. To manage short-term margin pressure from rising costs, Daytopia will implement a transparent phase price increase paired with real-time cash flow monitoring. This approach protects liquidity while allowing market to adjust without shock. Secondly, operational risk. We are actively diversifying our supply base, partnering only with the vendor that meets Daytopia's strict sustainability and fair labor standards. Thirdly, market risk. To address price sensitivity, we will shift from selling product to selling purpose. Through customer education and targeted loyalty programs, we reward our most committed consumers and reinforce the value behind the price tag. And finally, reputable risk. In an era of greenwashing skepticism, silence is dangerous. We will communicate our ethical initiative clearly and consistently, turning transparency into trust and trust into competitive advantage. Together, this mitigation ensures that Daytopia strategy is not principled, but also resilient, equitable, and built for long-term success. And more so, to resolve this sustainability quiz, Team Momentum proposed a 4-pillar execution to secure Daytopia's future. First, we maintain food sustainability standard. We refuse to compromise on the recycled materials or fair labor, as these are the non-negotiable of our ethical integration and customer trust. Secondly, we implement a transparent and selective price increase by aligning a roughly 20% hikes with market sensitivity. And thirdly, we optimize operational efficiency. We will transit to sustainable suppliers alternative to lower costs without relaxing our cost criteria. And lastly, we launch our ethical value campaign. We will educate and engage consumers on the value of ethical consumption, turning a peace increase into a shared mission. By combining ethics with a strategic action, Daytopia will not only survive market pressure, but also emerge stronger, much trusted, and future ready. In conclusion, we've reviewed the data, the surge cost, and the internal fracture. We've seen how 30% increase in materials can become a monument to corporate fragility if not handled with precision. But as we conclude, we must ask ourselves, what kind of legacy do we want Daytopia apparel to build? We can continue with the short-term fixes that compromise our soul for a temporary margin, or we embrace a balanced approach that implements real changes, creating economic resilience and ethical opportunity for all. By focusing on our recommendation, and as the lesson learned from Patagonia and Unilever show, ethical consistency is not a cost. It is an investment in credibility and brand equity and enduring growth. In lieu of this, let me leave you with the golden words of an American economist, Peter Drucker, which captured the essence of our strategy. He says, and I quote, "Management is doing things right. Leadership is doing the right thing." And today, Daytopia chooses both. We are Team Momentum. We don't just solve problems. We divide the future of Daytopia apparel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done, guys. Okay, so I'm going to allow the next team to present their work, and then the mentors will give feedback to both teams together again so that we can manage the time today. So can we have Team Zenith start presenting? Thank you, Team Momentum. Well done. You can stop sharing your slides. Team Zenith, the floor is
Yes,
yours,
ma'am.
or the platform is yours.
Yeah, we're ready to continue the momentum.
Well done. That's cool. That's cool. All right, you can start sharing your slides.
Good day, everyone. I'm sure at some point we've all faced tough choices. As students, for example, we often have to decide between focusing on our studies or making money while in school. If you chase the bag, your grades might suffer. If you focus only on books, you'll probably go hungry. And the option of books only can affect everything else. I mean, how do you calculate the mass of an object when the only thing occupying space in your stomach is hair? Choices like this aren't just personal, they happen to businesses too. Daytopia Apparel is facing its own set of tough decisions. Today, Zenith Consulting, comprising David Odukoya, myself, Olushola Adeshino, Fadumoye Ayodeji, and Owati Shemilore, will walk you through this dilemma and propose a clear path forward. Who knows, by the end, you might even pick up a strategy to solve your own dilemmas. Let's start by looking at the company. Daytopia Apparel is a sustainable fashion brand serving ethically conscious millennials. The company differentiates itself through the use of recycled materials and a strong commitment to fair labor practices. Its value proposition is built around circular fashion, aligning environmental responsibility with modern consumer values. But this model exposes the firm to higher input costs and margin pressure. Let's take a look at the problem facing the company.
Daytopia Apparels is currently doing the right thing. They make clothes from recycled materials, they treat workers fairly, they sell to people who care about sustainability. But because of global supply chain issues, the cost of raw materials has gone up by 35%. And before this, Daytopia Apparel was already making very small profits, smaller than most fashion brands. So the pressure is real. If they raise prices, customers may complain. Yes, customers love the brand, but they are also price sensitive. If they switch to cheaper materials, costs will drop, but they stand to lose their identity and the people's trust. But if they decide to absorb the cost and do nothing, that sounds kind, but it is dangerous. Cash flow problems could follow, and a brand cannot change the world if it cannot survive. So Daytopia Apparel is stuck in the middle, between ethics and survival, between values and numbers. This is the problem Daytopia Apparel must solve. Ayodeji, can you take us through our SWOT analysis?
Thank you, Olushola. Let me quickly ground us in a SWOT analysis to frame where Daytopia Apparel stands today, because the right strategy only makes sense when it is anchored in reality. Starting with strength, Daytopia has something many brands are still trying to buy: genuine brand loyalty. Even in a highly price-sensitive market, customers trust the brand and repeatedly choose it because it reflects who they are. This matters because brand identity and customer values are aligned: ethics, sustainability, and conscious consumption. Crucially, Daytopia Apparel is also positioned early in circular fashion, resale, reuse, and longevity. This isn't a trend, it's a structural shift in how consumers want to engage with fashion. Now the weaknesses. Sustainable fabrics are expensive, and Daytopia Apparel's margins are already below industry averages. That creates fragility. The brand also operates in a naturally limited market, as ethical fashion doesn't scale like fast fashion. And finally, there is a strategic rigidity, as Daytopia Apparel cannot cut corners on materials without undermining the very reason customers trust the brand. Turning to opportunities, the same circular fashion trend that defines Daytopia Apparel's identity is also a growth lever. Demand for resale, repair, and reuse is accelerating, offering revenue without proportional cost increases. In parallel, government grants and green manufacturing subsidies present a non-dilutive way to relieve cost pressures, capital source that aligns with the mission. Finally, the threat. Price sensitivity is high, and the increased resistance to price hikes raises the risk of customer churn and can effectively eliminate demand. So what did the takeaway? Daytopia Apparel's strengths and opportunities are value-led, while its weaknesses and threats punish any deviation from their identity. This makes one thing clear: strategies that dilute the brand increases risk, while strategies that deepen trust create resilience. That insight would guide our analysis of the three options Daytopia Apparel are faced with. Shemilori, let's have the first option.
Patagonia, the iconic outdoor brand built on environmental values, faced a tough spot. Switching from the use of conventional cotton to organic cotton in 1996, which increased their costs 2 to 3 times more, and a surge in raw material costs in 2022 due to global supply chain disruptions, which pressured their margins, as stated by ResearchGate. Patagonia then made the bold call of raising the prices on core products, nano puff and down sweater, in 2022, according to Reddit. So they raised the price of nano puff from $149 to $179, and down sweater from $179 to $229, approximately 20% and 28% increases respectively. Now, let us take a look at the sweet spot analysis, the FCBOS breakdown. Financial impact. Raising prices protected margins estimated as a 10 to 15% boost, as stated by Medium, and stabilized cash flow for reinvestment sustainability initiatives. Talking of the customer and market impact, they suffered minimal backlash as core customers value sustainability angles, and some volume impact was offset by improved unit economics. In view of the sustainability impact, it reinforced commitment to environmental sustainability and maintained focus on sustainable sourcing. Looking operationally, it leveraged existing supply chain partnerships and maintained focus on sustainable sourcing. Fitting the model, they aligned with their mission of environmental responsibility, transparency, and long-term working, as their raise in prices aligned with their ethical positioning. They continue to use preferred sustainable material even at a premium cost, reinforcing their commitment to their mission. We are in business to save our home planet, as stated by ResearchGate. Why then did it work? Patagonia's loyal customer base bought into the sustainability story, allowing price increases to support both business health and environmental goals.
Let's turn to our attention to option 2, the idea of lowering material standards to cut costs. To illustrate why this is a perilous path, we need to take a look at Coach between 2011 and 2016. According to reports from Forbes and the Business of Fashion, as well as Retail Boss, Coach attempted exactly this. They introduced a made-for-outlet line, swapping their signature full-grain leather for cheaper coated leathers, downgraded hardware, and eliminated internal linings, all while keeping the illusion of premium pricing. Initially, it seemed brilliant. Revenue soared and margins expanded. Coach became the #1 luxury handbag brand by volume in the US, and the finance teams were thrilled. By 2014, customers recognized the difference, that the $150 bag wasn't a discounted $400 bag. It was a fundamentally cheaper product. The trust evaporated. Reports from the fully analysis of Coach's Q3 report shows that the same store sales plummeted nearly 20% in a single year. Stores closed, stock prices halved from their 2012 high, as seen from Investopedia. The very brand equity Coach had painstakingly built over decades was compromised almost overnight. The lesson here is clear. Option 2 doesn't just cut costs, it erodes the emotional connection customers have with the brand. It allows them to question quality and see it as a lower tier option. And unlike Coach, Daytopia Apparel may not have billions in capital to recover from that kind of strategic mistake. So as we consider option 2, let's be clear, the precedent is stark. Short-term wins feels good, but the long-term consequences can be catastrophic. Coach shows us that once customer trust is lost, it is almost impossible to buy back. And the price isn't just monetary, it's emotional and reputational.
The third option is the most value-driven choice. Daytopia decides not to raise prices. They also refuse to compromise on sustainability or fair labor. Everything stays the same for the customer. On the positive side, this protects trust. Customers continue to see Daytopia Apparel as honest and ethical. They stay true to their mission and their reputation remains strong. But here is the problem. Raw material cost has increased by 35% and their profits were already low. By absorbing this cost, the company takes a heavy financial hit. So what happens next? Cash flow becomes very tight. They may experience prolonged losses, and without enough money coming in, even the most ethical brand will struggle to survive. And we've seen this before. Allbirds, a well-known sustainable footwear brand, Try to absorb rising costs while staying affordable and ethical. Instead of protecting the business, this decision of theirs squeeze their margins dry. According to CSI Market, their net margin is sitting at about negative 60%, which is way below the industry average of 10%. Naturally, this was followed by weakened financial performance, and all of this forced a difficult restructuring later on. In the short run, this is a morally good option. In the long run, it is dangerous financially. So option 3 is noble and consistent with Daytopia Apparel's values, but without a recovery plan, it could quietly crush the company's reputation and push them towards their demise. When one gets lost, a compass is all they need to find the right path. David, could you kindly review the Zenith compass?
We've walked you through all three options presented by the management, and we've shown that each option, when used on its own, carries significant downside risk. But the question is, who says Daytopia has to choose just one option? This is why, as Zenith Consulting, we are recommending a phased hybrid strategy, one that combines a partial price increase, temporary cost absorption, and long-term supply chain resilience investments. Our recommendation is structured across three phases. Phase 1 focuses on stabilizing cash flow while protecting customer trust. Here, we propose a calibrated price increase starting at 10%, representing a partial pass-through of rising costs. This mirrors the management's first option, but with a critical adjustment. We are not just recommending a price increase, we are recommending radical price transparency alongside it. Research published in Marketing Science shows that when firms clearly explain the reasons behind price increases, purchase interest can increase by roughly 20%. In other words, customers are far more willing to accept higher prices when they understand why those prices are rising. For Daytopia, this means clearly communicating why input costs have increased and why sustainability standards make production more expensive. This is a strategy successfully used by Patagonia, where price increases were paired with transparency. Phase 2 shifts the focus to absorbing the remaining cost pressures without damaging the balance sheet. Here, we recommend securing non-dilutive funding, particularly ESG-focused grants and sustainability innovation funds. Some of these funds will be used to absorb short-term cost pressure, allowing Daytopia to avoid further price increases and protect liquidity during this transition period. Now, you might be thinking, if some of these funds is used to absorb costs, what happens to the rest? That brings us to phase 3. Phase 3 addresses the long term. We recognize that supply chain disruptions are not one-off events, they are structural risks. So the goal here is to reduce Daytopia's exposure to future shocks. We recommend investing grant funding into selective backward integration and strategic supplier partnerships. This could include partially insourcing critical materials or entering long-term partnerships with sustainable suppliers. Over time, this would reduce cost volatility and improve supply reliability. So rather than forcing a trade-off between profitability and principles, our approach allows Daytopia to protect its brand, stabilize cash flow, and reduce vulnerability to future disruptions. But of course, no strategy is without risk. And that's why we've also identified the key risks and the practical mitigations to address them.
Shifting gears to risk management, let us explore the key challenges ahead and how we plan to tackle them. Demand elasticity risk. A 10% price increase may reduce volumes due to customer price sensitivity. First up, managing price sensitivity. We suggest implementing selective price adjustments, prioritizing premium segments, and the continuous monitoring of churn rates as it will inform dynamic pricing decisions. Their customers' trust may be affected if price increases is perceived as profit-driven, which may erode brand loyalty. On the trust front, we suggest launching a transparency campaign highlighting cost pressures, sustainability initiatives, and value trade-offs, leveraging Patagonia's environmental advocacy. The timelines may create cash flow gaps. Preparing for grant delays, we suggest treating grants as upsides, exploring contingency funds like sustainability-linked loans or impact financing. The liquidity and cash flow risk, as margin recovery delays may pressure cash flows. To keep up cash flow steady, we suggest setting clear margins and cash runway targets by adjusting pricing or absorption strategies if not met within 12 to 18 months. And lastly, the execution risk. Backward integration poses operational and capital complexities. We suggest mitigating supply chain risk associated with full vertical integration via selective partnerships, long-term contracts, or minority co-investments. In short, managing this risk is not just about protecting margins, it's about fueling sustainable growth. Patagonia's strategy shows that transparency plus strategic pricing equals a win-win for business and the planet. For Daytopia Apparel, This balance is crucial for appealing to environmentally conscious consumers while maintaining long-term access.
So just like the student choosing between books and food, Daytopia Apparel doesn't need to choose between ethics and survival. Our analysis shows that extremes fail, but balance works. By applying our proposed strategy, Daytopia Apparel can protect trust, stabilize cash flows, and stay true to its mission, delivering both value and viability. This is the path we, Zenith Consulting team, recommend. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Well done, well done, well done. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to call on the mentors to me. I'm just going to shut up because yeah, I have nothing to say. Okay, can we have the mentors please give them feedback? We're gonna when we're giving the feedback, let's give both the first team that first presented team Momentum, and then we're gonna give team Zenith their feedback. All right, Mentor Ridwan, you have your hands raised.
Thank you, Dr. Jimmy. What a case, what a presentation. It's not, I mean, to be honest, it's not an easy case to really solve, because you have to balance two very important things to that kind of business. So I understand, but from what I heard today, I mean, this is so starting with the first team, they had very, very good slide, and I like their line of thought. And then the explanation too was very meaningful from what they did. The only thing that I wanted them to do was a couple of things that I noted were, so first of all, they had a slide where they had a rating for each of their options. There was 12, 9, and 10. But how they got those rating, wasn't clear how you arrived at the numbers and how you eventually chose the one that was the best option. Then from the financial assumption, just to also mention to them, when you had the charts and you were talking about revenue and cost, revenues are measured in values, in not in units. So I saw where you had revenue of 100 units, cost of 90 units, profit of 10 units. You don't measure revenue and cost and things like that in units. You measure them in values, in currency. If it's 100 naira, $100, 100 pounds, or whatever it is, not 100 units. Revenue cannot be in units. So it's something to take note of. Then also in the financial, when they were proposing their solution was increase price, find a way to reduce costs, but there was still a net loss. And what they were saying is that it's okay to maintain this net loss into the foreseeable future. But that strategy is obviously going to fail. You can absorb it for a while, but after a long time, when you keep running into losses, the business is going to collapse. So at the end of the day, you will not achieve your financial objectives, neither will you achieve your operational objective as well. So then one more thing, which is why I wrote this down, because the major problem in that case, beyond everything that was said, was lack of supply. Lack of supply, that was the major problem with that case, because if there was constant supply, we won't be having this conversation about increasing price. It was lack of supply, and there was no real attempt to solve that problem, because that was the major issue. And the problem was there was no supply of raw materials. And then the companies are thinking, should we relax our sustainability practice, or should we? So the problem was lack of raw material. So how do we solve that problem? Because if we can solve that problem, we won't be talking about increasing prices, and no, it will be that they have enough supplies and they can continue running their business. So these were my takeaways from the first presentation. I think the team could have done a lot better with regards to how they presented uh, their solutions. So going to the other team, I don't know, Team Zenith, right? They had very good slides, of course, lovely slides from beginning to end. And what I really liked about their, it was very thoughtful from beginning to the end. And I liked the SWOT analysis. It was clear, concise, and straightforward. But the evaluation was even, that was even more mind blowing for me because they did very good analysis, giving us three different options, and um, even spoke about the risk associated with those options. The major takeaway for me was even the recommendation. I thought they were going to pick one of those options, and then they were like, no, you didn't even have to stick to one. We can do three, and then we can do it in phases. One major thing that I liked from the recommendation is the fact that in a lot of countries, when you do businesses that are sustainable, you can actually get grants, which differentiated their presentation. In the first 3 months, and the solution was very logical and clear. In the first 3 months, you can increase prices, then the next one you can absorb some of the costs, and then try to raise funds, because when you absorb costs, you are going to be running into losses, but the operations have to continue. So you need more money to run operations. And while you need to run that operations, you need to go and get non-dilutive funding from somewhere. Very fantastic idea, which was that stood out for me as well. And the way they were able to, the flow, it was just very good, I must say. So well done to both teams. Well done to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mentor Ridwan. Well done, guys. Any final comments from other mentors? Yes, Aditayo.
Thank you, Dr. Jimmy. Mentor Ridwan has said most of the things I noted, so I won't repeat that. I just want to pinpoint some of the things from the first group. You guys mentioned the triple bottom line, the Elkitchen triple bottom line. I was expecting a bit of more there, talking about people, planet, and profit. So you could have explored a bit more on that part, because it was briefly stated, and it's a very powerful model when it comes to sustainability. You could have explored more. You guys also talked about the stakeholder mapping. You were Mentor Ridwan already said something I wanted to say on that, about you not talking about the power of the suppliers in this case. So when you're talking about the stakeholder having loggerhead in the boardroom, I was expecting something in that aspect. So telling us the power of all these stakeholders as it leads to the sustainability issue. Very good job with the critical evaluation, the price. You talked about how your price could be a limit and why you couldn't increase price to 20% and all that, which is very good. And as Mentor Ridwan had said, you made mention of minus 7% loss of your assumptions, and there was no clarity as to when will that end. So you could do a bit on that. For the second presenter, the Zenith group, well done, guys. I enjoyed your analysis. I enjoy your critical evaluation, which you gave with examples. I love your good chain of thought about the backward vertical integration that is needed for the company to move forward. I love that part a lot. Your SWOT analysis is very, very good, but you could have stated the limitation of SWOT analysis, that it could not be used as a singular model. And I was hoping you adopt maybe Carroll's pyramid of CSR to add to that, or many other business model to check to give that SWOT analysis a bit of a lift. So far, so good. You guys did amazingly well, and I'm really proud of what you guys have come up with. Well done. Well done.
Dr. Yusuf.
Well, thank you very much. These two teams, they're really good presenters, confident presenters from the beginning to the end. I really enjoyed both presentations. However, this is a case study where you have to think about, okay, I'm presenting it to a client, right? And when you're doing that, you have to imagine what the client is thinking about. Okay, let's see what they want to present to us. So I think Mentor Giwa already said it. When you were using the scorecard, you assumed that we knew what the scorecard was about and the calculations around it. But next time when you're presenting, try as much as possible to ensure that when you're using something that you need to explain a little bit how those calculations, sorry for the background noise, how those calculations come to play, right? So that we can understand them a bit better. Also, great slides for the first momentum, but I think we've mentioned this a couple of times. When you're using a green background, it's a bit because green is a strong color. So you were using green, black text on green, and it was difficult for me to really see a lot of the text on the green background. So it's something you can work on as well. And the last one I put down as well was you mentioned the ethical value campaign, but I think something that I've noticed is that a company like Primark, the apparel industry is very tight, and it's, in fact, price sensitivity is key. So Primark tried it as well, and it didn't work out for them because people knew that, okay, this is a low cost company, apparel company, but when they started increasing price, obviously it started affecting their cash flow and started affecting their business. So if that does not work, what are you suggesting? And I didn't find that in that presentation. Okay, that this is the risk around it, that this one we're recommending might not work, or if it's not going to work, then this is the plan B. For the Zenith team, well done. What I found from the Zenith team is, I mean, they've said everything, great transition, practical examples for all the options, mentors have said everything, but that financial assumption that Momentum use, I wish I could see it in yours as well, like putting, because there are figures around it, 20% price raise, 35% raw material cost. So I wish you used a bit more financial assumptions that, okay, based on what we recommended, just assume some numbers around it so that the client you're presenting to that can look at it from a financial point of view and say that, okay, this looks like this is the perfect, this is the good option, or this. So they also, as they are listening to it, as they're listening to everything you provide, every idea, every recommendation, they're like, okay, great. But it would have rounded up the whole thing if you had put the numbers in it, just the way Momentum did, which we were able to see the numbers, like put the numbers in it and say, this is what it will look like for your business if you use our strategy. But well done to both. I mean, two strong teams. Well done to you guys both.
Well done, well done, well done. Okay, thank you very much, guys. We're going to go because we're behind schedule. Great. Do we have you guys there? Joshua, are you guys ready for us now? And Joshua, are you here? And Redeemers, are you guys here? Redeemers, Joshua, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Joshua, are you here? I can't hear you. So Joshua, I'm going to allow Team Redeemers go now. They're going to start, and then you'd present after them. I'm hoping that by then your mic would have been sorted. Are you the only one here? Where are your team members? Joshua, are you the only one here? It's still low. It's very low. I don't know what's going on. Like, it's very, very low. I have to strain my ears to actually hear you.
Maybe you should turn off your phone and
maybe try and turn your phone off and turn it back on. While you are doing that, Michael, is your team ready and ready to go? Are they set and ready to go? Michael, redeemers. Michael.
Yes, ma, we are, ma.
Okay, all right. You can start presenting your slides now.
Yes, ma. Ma, can you see our slide?
No, it's not up yet. It's coming up now. Yeah, but yeah, excellent. Excellent.
Okay. So, ma, we are ready to start.
Yeah, you can start.
Imagine walking into Daytopia stores, two Daytopia stores, same logo, same brand promise, but two completely different experiences. In one, your coffee arrives fast, tastes perfect, and the staff knows exactly what they are doing. In the other, you wait, the taste is off, the price is different, and the barista looks exhausted. That inconsistency is the story of Daytopia's growth, and it is what we, Team Redeemers, are here to examine today. Good day, distinguished judges, respected mentors, and fellow Daytopians. I am Busto Michael, team lead for Team Redeemers, and with me are Alabi Oluwadamilola, Akinola Folua, and Ubochi Blossom. We aren't here to merely critique a case. We are here as seasoned consultants to present a 750 million naira roadmap to reclaim a 2.15 billion market. For decades, coffee in Nigeria meant a red mug and a sachet of instant powder. It was functional and it was fast. But around 2015, a cultural shift occurred. A new generation of urban professionals emerged, connoisseurs who wanted aroma, craft, and a third space. Daytopia was one of the early pioneers of this movement, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Cafe Neo and Vector to build the culture we see today. But since those pioneering days, the industry has changed and exploded. We are no longer in a niche market. We are in a $2.15 billion behemoth. And this massive upward trajectory explains Daytopia's rapid expansion to 12 locations, presumably across Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. On paper, it looks like a victory. But look close. While the market grew at 10% annually, Daytopia stalled at 4%. In a high inflation economy, that isn't just slow growth, it is a slow death. And this is the number that should worry you the most. Revenue growth fell from 22 to 4%. In real terms, if we're actually adjusting for inflation, that is actually negative growth. Simply put, we are in a success trap. 12 stores, 3 states, and 12 different ways to lose money. And as McKinsey notes, slow growth during expansion often signals operational breakdown, not even market saturation. Customer noticed it first. Complaints increased, long wait times, and uneven quality. Employees then followed. Turnover hit 48% annually, nearly double industry norms. That means every 6 months, our staff list changes. When people leave at that rate, knowledge walks out of the door with them. And to understand why, we applied Greiner's growth model. Daytopia has slammed into the crisis of autonomy. We are in the founder's trap. Our founders are trying to personally direct an empire that has grown too large for two people to micromanage. This bottleneck has caused a strategic drift where the business is moving, but the systems are failing. Look at this diagnosis. From our management bottleneck at the bottom to our fragmented material procurement at the top, these are the leaks that have caused our 18% margin on profit to collapse to 9%. So now we are buying like a corner shop instead of a 12-store chain. We are earning in naira, but we are bleeding dollars through inefficient imports. We are flying a jet with a broken dashboard. We have diagnosed the patients now. The leaks are clear. Management, material, and manpower. But as your consultants, we don't just point out the holes. We show you how to plug them. And to show you how exactly our unique framework will turn these failures into a 233 million naira annual recovery and move from buying retail to roasting results, I hand you over to Dami. Dami, please show them the receipts.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Judges, Michael has brilliantly laid down the structural fractures in Daytopia's operation. But as the strategist looking at the P&L, I need to translate those fractures into financial reality. We are not currently facing a market crisis. We are facing an efficiency crisis. And 9% margin isn't just low. It's a symptom of massive internal bleeding. We have conducted a forensic audit for our operation, and the cost of our current strategic drift is staggering. We have assumed that for a lucrative business like ours, there is a leakage of 313 million annually. Let me be precise about this, where exactly this money goes. We are losing 147 million annually by buying raw materials like retail consumers instead of wholesale players. We are bleeding 45 million because our founders are bottlenecked, delaying critical decisions. We are losing 42 million to data blindness, inventory shrinkage, and wastage that we currently cannot see, let alone stop. We are spending 15 million just to replace the 48% of our staff who walk out of the door every year because we lack professional structure. Judges, a business with 12 locations cannot operate like 12 loosely connected startups. We cannot save our way out of this by cutting costs. We must structure our way out of this particular situation. To recapture this margin, we are proposing a foundational reset. We are asking this board to authorize the transition of Daytopia from a founder-led startup to a system-led enterprise. Our recovery plan is built on 5 decisive strategic actions. First, we must professionalize the core. The founder's trap is real and it is expensive. We cannot scale if every decision must root through our founders. We recommend the immediate hiring of a director of operation and 3 regional managers across our state of operation. This isn't just about adding head count, it's about creating a professional delegation framework. This move will reduce decision-making delays by an estimated 60% and, crucially, provide the career structure needed to stabilize our workforce and slash that crippling 48% turnover rate. Second, we must reform the supply chain. We need to escape this retail trap. It is unsustainable for 12 stores to buy coffee beans independently at 28,000 naira per kg. We would establish what we call a centralized procurement hub. We'll transition to direct sourcing, negotiating bulk contracts for everything from milk down to packaging. This simple action yields an immediate annual savings of 147 million, drastically lowering our cost of goods sold. The next thing we need to do is to end the data blindness. We cannot manage what we cannot see. We will deploy a unified cloud POS and ERM system across all locations. This will give our new head office real-time visibility into inventory levels, sales trend, and shrinkage in every city simultaneously. The target here is simple: the elimination of the 42 million annual loss currently attributed to unrecorded wastage and theft. Fourth, we move to vertical integration. To truly protect our margin and secure our brand's future, we must control our primary product. We will invest in industrial grade roasting equipment and source green beans directly from Nigerian farmers by bypassing expensive middlemen. By roasting in-house, we will capture the manufacturing margin we have been giving away. This ensures 100% quality consistency and provides a massive permanent boost to our unit level profitability. Finally, we would standardize the Daytopia model. We must end this quality lottery. A customer in Abuja should taste the exact same excellence as a customer in Lagos or any other state. We'll codify a comprehensive standard operating procedure for every aspect of the business, from brewing, precise gram to water ratios, to customer service scripts. This is how we will build brand equity and ensure that we do not resume expanding. We are scaling excellence and not chaos. The ask and the promise. Judges, to execute this foundational reset, we are asking for a 750 million capital injection. I want to be absolutely clear. This is not for growth capital to open up more struggling stores that we've done in the past, but this is for efficiency capital designed to buy back our margin. We are allocating 250 million to technology to fix the blindness, 200 million to vertical integration to own our product, 150 million to human capital to professionalize our management, and 150 million to standardize our operations and brand. The return on this investment is clear. By executing these 5 actions, we stop the 313 million annual leakage, we stabilize the business, and within 18 months, we return Daytopia to a sustainable, industry-leading 18.5% net profit margin. We are no longer just brewing coffee. We are building a high-performance machine ready for the future. I'll call on my colleague, Mushope Oluwa, to take you on this journey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dami. Judges, we have shown you a business at a crossroad. We have shown you a brand that is physically expanding but financially contracting. As it has been detailed, we aren't just asking for a check. We are asking for authority to re-engineer Daytopia's DNA. To ensure this recovery is disciplined and measurable, we have synthesized our 5 reforms into one high-impact strategic framework, which is the ROAST, R-O-A-S-T. Each letter represents a specific lever that systematically buys back our margin. The first one is the R, which means to restructure. We fix the human capital erosion and the founder's trap. By professionalizing our management layer, we stop the revolving door of talent, contributing a 1.7% to our net margin. Now, up next, we have optimize, which is the O. This is in fact our heaviest hitter. By ending the retail trap through centralized direct-to-farmer sourcing, we instantly recover 147 million naira in leakage. This single move provides a 4.5% to our bottom line. And up next, we have the A, which stands for automate. We clear the digital fog. By implementing a unified ERP and cloud POS, we stop the invisible bleeding of inventory shrinkage, thereby recapturing a 1.3% margin gain. Then we have the S, which stands for standardize. By codifying the Daytopia method, we build the consistency that earns more customers and higher transactions, eventually driving a 2% increase in margin. And finally, we have the targets, which is the T. We pause to fix the foundation so that our next 5 stores aren't just new locations, but high-yield system-ready assets. Judges, the math is undeniable. By executing the ROAST framework, we move Daytopia from its current 9% margin back to a sustainable industry-leading 18.5%. We are not just suggesting a better way to brew coffee. We are proposing a better way to build a coffee empire. Today, we are asking for 750 million in efficiency capital. In return, we are delivering a business that is no longer dependent on the heroics of its founders, but on strength of its system. It is time to stop the drift. To conclude our presentation and summarize our path forward, I would now hand over to Blossom Ubochi.
All right, thank you very much, Moshokwe. Moving on, judges, we have laid out a forensic case for change. We've shown you that Daytopia current 9% profit margin is not a reflection of weak market, but of a structure that has been outpaced by its own success. What we have proposed today is more than a list of fixes. It's a foundational reset. We are asking you to support the evolution of Daytopia from a founders lead startup into a system lead enterprise. By implementing this ROAST framework, we aren't just spending 750 million, we are buying back the future. We are buying back 147 million naira in supply chain waste. We are buying back 48% of our talent currently walking out the door. We are buying back the 42 million lost to operational blindness. The final bottom line is basically the math is clear and the path is disciplined. Our 750 million ask is efficiency capacity. It is the fuel that takes us from struggling 9% margin back to a robust, sustainable 18.5% net profit margin within the next 18 months. We are no longer leaving Daytopia's success to chances or the heroics of its founder. We are leaving it to the strength of our system, the consistency of our products, and the professionalization of our people. Judges, Daytopia has the footprint, it has the brand. Now, with your support, it will have its profitability margin to match. We are ready to stop the drift and get back to roast. Thank you for your time. We now welcome questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation. Okay, I'm just going to quickly say this. It's not a feedback. It's just my thoughts. As somebody that has done a lot of research in mental health and particularly interested in learning disability and neurodevelopmental research, I personally do not encourage slides that have a lot going on at the same time. Because if you are presenting on a global platform or an international platform where you can have diverse people with who are autistic or who have different neurodevelopmental disability, this is very disturbing. It's very, very hard for them to focus. And when you have a lot going on in your slides, it could be through the use of pictures, it could be through the use of words. It's again disturbing. And particularly in campaign of neurodiversity. So it's important that we all accept that we are neurodiverse in nature, and it's not like we need to take people like that into consideration when developing slides like this. So again, it's just my comment. Somebody else might find the slides really good, but for me, I personally just feel that it's important that we are sensitive to people that have issues with focusing on things. All right, that being said, well done. So we'll have all the feedbacks at the end of the presentation. Team Greets, are you guys ready now? If we don't have Team Greets here, that would be, okay, I don't think we have. Joshua, are you here? All right, Dr. Yusuf, what do we do in this case?
Okay. Yeah, we'll discuss it. But unfortunately, if they are not, then we'll move on to the next. Move on to the next group of people.
Okay, so which means that because if they are not here, there's nothing to compare them against. So it means that does that mean that the whole point goes to team momentum because they can't present later on? It won't be a fair comparison.
No, they can't. No. So yeah. So if Team Greet are not presenting, yes, the point will go to Redeemers either way.
Oh, okay.
Since they had no competition, but we'll still give them feedback.
Yes.
And they will still have the points that they should have. Which will still go into the accumulator score. But I guess they were just lucky.
All right. Do you want to give them feedback, please, Dr. Yusuf?
Yes. So well done to Redeemers. I can see the structure, the approach you used, which was taking us as the investors. However, it seems like you were not quite consistent with it. So at some point, you called us judges. Another presenter said board members. Another one said investor, client. So at some point, I was not sure: am I a client? Am I a judge? Am I trying to invest 750 million? But if you are going to use an approach, try to start from the beginning. So they use the same thing from the beginning to the end, like the previous phase 2, where they used I think they used sailor and ship scenario, and they used it from the beginning to the end, which is good. It's just something to note. I put it down as good slides, but I also put down that it had a lot going on, and I was just going from one point to the other, and it was so modeled kind of like too close to each other. So I was like, okay, I'm trying to figure out the information I needed. Also, I think the last presenter, Ugochi, it was again, I know I keep mentioning this, but again, it looked like you were reading from the slide. So try as much as possible to make sure that it's not obvious that you're reading from the slides. But it was a good presentation, and you've approached the problem that the investment of 750 would address the problems there. Uh, well, the issue with putting money in it is that, first of all, I think it's explained that the company uh, they are already growing. They have, so it means that if a company, they have, I think they've expanded to 12 um, they've expanded to 12 locations in three cities in Nigeria. So rather than putting money in, as an investor, I'll probably think, okay, there are some things you need to resolve before even thinking about trying to source for funds. And the first thing is, okay, there are still a lot of funds that can be used within the company rather than sourcing for funds. So the first one is, the main part was that because they are expanding rapidly, now they are having difficulties, because this happened to was it Burger King, or what was the other burger? McDonald's as well. They were expanding rapidly, and the quality of the burgers from one company into the other was declining, because obviously they need to obviously, so they have different management and everything. The franchise also, they had different people that owned it, so it was becoming difficult for them to manage. So the first thing is probably internally. So before even thinking of raising funds, I'm not sure that funding would actually solve the issue. I think the first thing is probably to, first of all, looking internally and put some internal strategies in place to, first of all, make sure that they monitor. So the way they monitor franchises is that they make sure that they have the same kind of like templates for the way they are prepared. So things like that are the first things, to make sure that the quality is the same across all the local cafes. Also, the fact that they have individual different store managers that are now putting different prices is something that is internal as well, not particularly something that you throw money at. So it would have been nice to see more focus on how they can resolve it internally first before pitching for investment. That's what I was thinking. And I would have loved to see some really good examples as well, just like the previous group. Really good examples of, I've just put examples like McDonald's or something. So I would have loved to see like really good examples of, okay, if you are proposing that the 750 million is going to work, has it worked for other companies that maybe a couple of companies? And then I would love to see like the risk around it. That, okay, what if that doesn't work? Is there another plan B? Just like we've seen from the previous things. But well done to you guys. Confident presenters as well. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mentor Ridwan, you have your answers.
Yeah. So I think Dr. Yusuf has already spoken about the major thing. The solution, and I'm not really sure. It appears that this is not a financial problem, and trying to use money to solve a non-financial problem is, they're not tackling the issue here. So when you throw money at solving, how does money solve the problem of, say, you have inconsistent pricing, or you have training standards, different standards? So I think their problem are more non-financial. If they're able to refine their corporate strategies regarding the operations across all their franchises, the training standard has to be the same. The pricing standard, the food quality, and all of those things have to be the same, and these have to be implemented. So if these are done, the bottleneck of having to go back to the owners would not even be there, because there are standards to follow, and you don't need to get a confirmation from any manager or any owner from wherever they are. So if we say these ingredients, you have to use them in this proportion, You don't need to call me again to ask me because it's a standard already. So that reduces the bottleneck of, because one of the problems too is that they have delays in making decisions because they have to reach out to the owners. But when there are standards in place, you don't even need to call the owner again because you already know what to do. So it's more of a corporate strategy problem than a financial problem. And if you're throwing money at it, my other question to you would be, how did you come across those figures, and how are you even sure those figures would be enough to solve the problem you're trying to solve? So I don't think it's a financial one. I think it's more of a strategy problem. Then the slides were, if I can't remember the name of the first presenter. Is it, sorry, the first presenter, what's the name again? Damlola, right?
No,
No,
it
sir,
was Michael's.
Michael, okay, I mean, any one of you. So if you look at from all the other slides that we've seen today, and look at your slides on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your slides?
Sir, I don't answer.
What?
Sir, please, can you
I
ask
said
again,
if,
sir?
if you were if you were to rate your slides based on what you've seen from other groups today, how would you rate your slides?
I would say a 7, sir.
1/10. A 7. That is you being generous. I would say a 3. So the slides were too wordy, they were just all over the place. There were so many things to look at the same time. So you don't want your slides to be like that. Let it be simple, clear, straight to the point. There was so many things happening at the same time. I know Dr. Yusuf also mentioned it. I couldn't really follow your slides. I was just listening to you guys because it was too much information to follow at the time. And that's not what you expect from slides. So you guys can go back and then see what others have done. You can do your research as well and try to make your slides better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mentor Ridwan. Okay, all right. So since Team Great, I don't know what happened to their network. They've not been able to join back. They have lost that spot to compete against Team Redeemers. So it means that the 3 points goes to Team Redeemers. However, you're still going to get your scores for each categories or criteria that we have graded you on, which again would accumulate to your final score. All right, thank you very much, guys. Well done. All right, we're going to go to the next team. Team Sustainable Restorative Biro. Are you guys here? Team Biro, are you guys here? Team SR Biro. Where are they? This is another no show team. Team Lautech, are you guys here?
Yes, ma'am. We are here.
Okay. All right. We'll have you go first. Again, if nobody from Sustainable Restorative shows up, might be the same fate with the previous team. All right. So you guys should start. You can start presenting your slides.
All right, ma'am. Give us a few seconds to present our screen.
That's fine.
All right. Good day, everyone. Every great innovation stands on the shoulders of countless attempts, some of which never see the light of the day, or worse, they are met with resounding indifference. This presentation explores the anatomy of products that nobody wants, uncovering the critical lessons hidden within their commercial failures and the surprising opportunities they can reveal. Everyone, mentors, mentees, Daytopians, my name is Olakwesola Oluwafidelis and I am the team lead for Team Valor. With me, I have Olagbinde Emmanuel Mayowa, Fadia Esther Bisola, and Ajao Tejumola Precious. And with you say apologies, we want to apologize because two of our team members are actually not here. One is presently indisposed and one will not be able to join us presently for this presentation. So it will mainly be myself and Olagbinde Emmanuel Mayowa. Now, we're going to, before we move into the case study, we're going to give a brief story of a real life example that is similar to the case study given to us by Daytopia. We're going to be talking about Quibi. Now, Quibi made a bold promise to the world: Netflix for your phone. When Quibi launched in April 2020, it promised to revolutionize mobile video streaming. The idea was to deliver quick bites of premium content of about 5 to 10-minute episodes designed for consumption during idle moments like commuting or waiting in line. Quibi introduced Turnstile, a patented tech that allowed seamless switching between portrait and landscape views. The dream team behind Quibi. Quibi was co-founded by Jeffrey Katzenberg and Meg Whitman. They were both co-founders of successful organizations and successful enterprises. They came with a combined legacy in entertainment and businesses. And together for Quibi, they raised a sum of 1.75 billion from investors, including Disney, NBC Universal, and Alibaba. On paper, Quibi had everything. Vision, they had it. Leadership, they had it. And the capital, they had it. It was as hyped as a sure bet. But unfortunately, there was a financial fallout and a fast failure. Despite the funding and fanfare, Quibi shut down in October 2020, barely 6 months after launch. The platform had only attracted 72,000 subscribers, far below its 7 million target. It had spent 1.75 billion, but at the end, it was only able to return just $350 million to investors. Now, the real question is, why did Quibi fail? Quibi failed because of its timing. It launched during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of the content, users found that the shows underwhelming despite celebrity appeal. The social engagement, there was lack of sharing features that justified viral growth. Many early users didn't convert to paying subscribers after the free trial. Quibi's downfall is a stark reminder: even with capital, credentials, and creativity, if a product doesn't meet real needs in real time, it will struggle. It sets the stage for our core analysis today. Now, I'll hand over to Esther. Esther is here with us.
Thank you so much, Fidelis, for that insightful opening. Ladies and gentlemen, you can now take your seats as we dive further into this presentation. We have been hired as consultants to Daytopia Tech. We stand at the crosspoint of either pivoting, redesigning, or discontinuing their newly developed and highly invested in products. Before we go deeper, let's understand more about our company, the Daytopia Tech. Daytopia Tech is a business-to-business software company. That is, its service and product are offered to other businesses. Its customers are businesses. The product our clients offer our customer are workload automation tools. And workload automation tools are software applications that automatically manage and execute routine businesses process with little or no human intervention. Our clients' main customer are mid-sized manufacturing firms. Along the way, our client decided to develop another product, an AI-driven HR analytics platform that will enable its customer to automate the analysis of their human resources department through the use of artificial intelligence. However, this threw our clients into a deep hole as the traction for this newly developed product was critically low and is straining the investment of different investors. Our job here as consultants, Team Valor, is to present a solution to Daytopia Tech, whether to pivot, that is, to change the course of its action, or to redesign, or perhaps to repackage the product, or even to discount the product production entirely. My teammates, Mayor, will take you from here.
Now, it will be fundamentally or even professionally wrong to jump into making suggestions for our clients, whether to pivot, whether to redesign or discontinue the product without first understanding the reasons for the failure of the product. The question is it the product? Is it the company? Is it a particular team in the company? Let's analyze this cause. This will take us to understand what we know as the halo effect trap. The halo effect trap refers to a cognitive bias where one positive trait, or in this case, one product that boomed, causes people to assume other positive qualities without evidence. Now, there was a situation of overconfidence by Daytopian leaders. So, as a result of the initial success of the workload automation tools that Daytopia Tech has been involved in, has been producing, and then there was a boom. This led to a situation of overconfidence. So the leadership believed that as a result of that initial boom, then whatever product they push out will also be a success. This led them to make unvalidated assumptions. They assumed that user behavior would align with their vision without real world validation. So in our case study, we saw that there was no real customer interview that had taken place before the product was actually pushed out into the market. So Daytopia Tech leaders, they ignored the evidences. They failed to carry out visibility studies, and there was no strong user validation. We believe that this is one of the causes of the problem in this case study. As a result of the initial success of the workflow automation tools, the company leadership then decided to go into the production of another product, expecting the same results without the critical analysis of its targeted audience, the market for the product, and the need for the customers. I'll be handing over to Mayor now.
All right, thank you, Fidelis. So I will be taking it from here. Now, I want to have a broad view, I want to have a view about the Daytopia Tech. So we'll be examining every other component that forms the business or the organization called the Daytopia Tech. According to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, the ninth edition, an organization is defined as a group of people who form a business or a club together in order to achieve a particular goal. That is, for an organization to be created or a business to be formed, there has to be a particular goal which they seek to achieve. Now, we also understand that an organization is made up of different organs. Is made up of different organs which must function perfectly for the organization to perform optimally. From this knowledge, draw a serialization of the different learning and different organs, different threads that form or that build that come together to form the whole the organization. Now, we'll be presenting or we'll be talking about teams or units one by one. Now, we have and the leadership, which what we live at the top level management. These teams are charged with responsibility of setting the company vision and strategy, and also they are charged with allocating budget and resources because the resources are limited in nature. These resources have to be allocated optimally to ensure that their goal in their particular unit is achieved. Next, we have the product and management team. Their role is to define the use of the product and translate customer needs into product requirements. So these teams come together to understand the product, then they will try to communicate the use of the product to the customers. Next, we have the engineering, software, and development team. This team are charged with the responsibility of building the software and ensuring optimal performance of every software or every website or every app that has been designed or that has been majorly built for the purpose of what of the business. Also, we have the UI/UX design team. They are charged with the responsibility of designing user interface and also creating a memorable experience for every user. This team are charged with the responsibility of creating a interface that user can easily relate with. They are charged with the responsibility of bringing a user experience that will be memorable, or that would serve as a form of remembrance for every time a customer visits the website. Also, building on that, we also have the marketing team. Their major aim or their major responsibility is to create launch campaigns, product education, and also market segmentation. As we all know that the market is wide, they have to be specific about the target audience or their target customers. Also, we have the sales team. This sales team convert leads into what? Into paying customers. Their work is to majorly convert those customers that show intention of buying into what? Into paying customers. Next, we also have the finance team. As we all know that for every business, there has to be a particular team that is in charge with what they are running, their expenses and their income. So the finance team is charged with management of what? Of budget. They are charged with pricing and financial forecast. They are also charged with the responsibility of looking for every forms of business finance, be it short term, be it long term, be it medium term as well. We also have the data and the AI team. We are not trying to bore you with the responsibility of each and everything, but we are trying to identify the niche of each team so that we would be able to solely identify where the problem is coming from. So moving on, we have the data and the AI team. Their function is to develop analytics, AI models, and data pipelines. Also, we have the customer care team. Their major aim is to ensure customer satisfaction and retention and collect feedback for improvement. And lastly, we have the operation and the IT team. Their major aim is to manage internal systems and infrastructure and ensure security and reliability. So from here, I would be handing over to Esther. Esther, you can come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Daytopians and my fellow audience, I would like you to pay attention to the slide that Mayor is going to display now as I explain. I would like to highlight the other key mistakes that were made by our clients. Why was the traction so slow? The traction was so slow because of one, lack of customer discovery. You will agree with me if I tell you that customer is the soul of a business, and sometimes they say a business exists to cater for the needs of customer. You can say the customer and the business exist in a relationship where there is transaction. The customer get advantage from the business, and the business get advantage from the business. Now we have technology-driven and not problem-driven strategy. Our point was so focused on technology-driven strategy rather than taking the problem-driven strategy. Also, for number 3, we have the engineering-led product decision. If you should focus on our presentation, you will understand that the production was made based on the engineer's decision rather than focusing on research in order to understand our customers' needs. We also have poor value propositions and position. Misalignment with existing customer base. I will move further by explaining the consequence that was suffered as a result of this. We have very low adoption with 17 customers in 6 months. We have sales team that were unable to clearly explain value with no interaction between the customer and the HR department. The products that were made were not in accordance with the customer's need, which led to the marketing teams sugarcoating product, which they could not explain to the customer very well. We also have increase in burnout rates, as well as reduced in the financial runway with 11 months left. Loss of investor confidence and strategic pressure. Opportunity cost of diverting resources from core successful products. Thank you, and I would like to hand over to Mayor to continue.
All right, thank you, Esther. So I'll take it up from here, using the SWOT analysis that we are all familiar with to explain the strengths, the weakness, the opportunities, and the threat that stands against Daytopia Tech. So I'll be starting with the S, which stands for strength. Now, the number one strength of the Daytopian Tech is the strong reputation in the business-to-business workflow automation. This means that Daytopia Tech is already trusted by business clients to automate process, which gives credibility when introducing new solutions. Also, they also have the strength which states experienced engineering and technical talent. That is, the company has skilled engineers capable of building complex and scalable technology solutions. Also, existing customer base and industry relationship. That is, Daytopia Tech already has clients and partnerships it can leverage for feedbacks, pilot, and early adoption. Also, they also have the strength prior product market success in enterprise software. That is, the company has previously built products that fit enterprise needs, showing it understands corporate customers. Now we'll be moving on to the weakness. Next. Now to the weaknesses. Number one, no customer discovery before development. That is, products were built before deeply understanding customers' needs, according to the case study that was given on us. Now we also have engineering-driven product decisions. That is, technical teams dominate decision making instead of market demand. Also, we have weak value proposition. The product does not clearly communicate why customers should choose it over alternatives. Also, we have sales team unable to articulate benefits. That is, the sales people or the sales team struggle to clearly explain product value, which have convinced the customers. Also, we have high development cost and burnout risk. That is, developing the product was very, very expensive. As a matter of fact, they spent $3.2 million on the development of the product. Also, we have misalignment of core customers' needs. That is, the product does not fully match what customers actually need. Now, we'll be moving on to the opportunities. Number one, integrate AI into existing workflow products. That is, the integration of AI can enhance current solutions without building from scratch. Also, redesign around validated human resource pain points. That is, we're focusing on confirmed human resources challenges, increasing the relevance of it. Also, use of existing customers for pilot testing. That is, the current client can test new solutions and provide feedback. This reduces launch risk and improves product refinement. Number four, we have the reposition as a targeted solution. Instead of serving everyone, the company can specialize. That is, they can have a particular specialization, which focused positioning strengthens branding and market differentiation. Now, let's explore the threats that stands against Daytopia Tech. Number one, limited financial runway, 11 months. The company has limited time before funds run out. This creates urgency and pressure to achieve quick results. Also, investor pressure and funding risk. Investors may lose confidence if performance does not improve. This can affect future funding rounds or company valuation. Number three, strong competition from HR software firms. That is, established competitors already dominate the human resource tech space. Competitors may have stronger branding and larger budgets. Number four, we have customers distraught due to unclear value because the product was not adequately communicated to the people. Trust is critical in enterprise software purchasing decision. Then also we have risk of sunk cost loss. Money and effort already invested may not be recoverable. This can actually lead to emotional decision making instead of strategic choice. So I will be handing over to Fidelis to continue from here.
Thank you, Mayowa. Now, to evaluate our options, we've invented a particular matrix to evaluate our strategic options so as to know which option is best for our clients. So we have the decision matrix, and what the decision matrix does is that it evaluates each of the options that we're given, whether to pivot, whether to redesign, or whether to discontinue the product entirely. So if we are going to pivot, if our client is going to pivot, so the cost to pivot is actually matrix, and the risk is a medium risk. That is, the risk is not too much and is not too small. The time to impact, that is the time at which the changes will start start to be seen is short to medium term. That is, they are going to realize changes, they are going to see changes within a short time. The strategic fit is also strong. Now, the rationale behind this, behind engaging, behind pivoting, is it uses existing technology while aligning it with real customer needs and Daytopia's core market. Best balance between risk and reward. The second option is to redesign. If our client is to redesign, the cost is high, the risk is high, the time to impact is a very long term, and the strategic fit is medium. The rationale behind this is that it may save the product, but it is very, very expensive and dangerous given the short financial runway of 11 months. The third option is to either repackage and reposition. Actually, the cost is low, the risk is medium, the time to impact is short term, the strategic fit is medium, but the rationale is that it only works only if customers already have a latent need that was poorly communicated. That is, the product was actually useful, but the communication to the customers was actually the problem. And the last option that we are presented with is to discontinue the product. Now, let us check our options. If we discontinue the product, the cost to discontinue is actually low. It is going to save future cost. The risk is also very low. The time to impact is going to be immediate. That is, it's going to save the company, it's going to save the organization of future endless spending. The strategic fit is high financially. The rationale behind this is to preserve cash and investor confidence if customer research confirms weak demand. I'll hand over back to Mayor for him to show us what our recommendation is to our clients.
All right, thank you, Fidelis. Now, the end result of us being conducted by our clients is so that we can give our recommendation. Now, our recommendation goes thus. Number one, operational pivot. From our deep analysis into the cause and the effects of Daytopia's problem, we saw that the problem is not the product, but what strategic or internal problems, because the product was not adequately communicated before it was developed. So, number one, operational pivot, not product pivot. We advise that they pursue an operational pivot rather than discontinuation, as the core AI-driven human resource analytic products remains viable and relevant to the market. Also, leadership role realignment. We saw that the product was actually developed by the leadership team. So we are advising that they should redefine leadership roles to focus on energy and oversight, while empowering operational and technical teams to handle execution independently. Also, operational structure and performance metrics. That is, they should introduce clear operational structures and performance metrics to improve coordination, accountability, and timely delivery across teams. Also, lastly, investor confidence and turnaround communication. That is, they should focus relentlessly on addressing a significant challenge for their target audience. Products that ease genuine burdens always find users. So from here, I'll be handing over to Esther to give the conclusion.
The one. Now, there was not much financial details given in the case study other than the amount invested in the development of the AI-driven HR analytics tool. This points us to conclude that the root cause of Daytopia's tech problem is actually not the finances. Although if actions aren't taken immediately, finance will also become a problem as investors are already pressured and there is a short runway of 11 months. But the main cause of our client's problem is the neglect of operations by individual teams in the company. Leadership is trying to do the work of the research and development team, engineering team working in isolation of the UI and UX design team, and the sales team is also being completely clueless of the product that is developed. Even without a financial crisis, this alone puts the whole operation of Daytopia Tech in jeopardy as it is presently. Matthew chapter 12 verse 25 says, "And every city or house divided against itself shall not stand." This is the case of Daytopia Tech. Thank you very much.
All right, well done, guys. Well done, team Valor, as from Lautech. All right, team Sustainable Restorative, are they here?
Sorry, you guys didn't send your slides, or is it me that cannot find it? Did you guys send your slides?
Oh, sir?
Did you submit your slides? I can't find it.
Oh, we didn't, sir.
Why didn't you submit your slides? You need to submit your slides before the deadline was yesterday.
Oh my God.
The thing there is that I don't think you guys understand why we asked for your slide. We asked for your slide to protect ourselves and also to protect you. Usually we check the slides that there are no content that we don't want to be shared on live streaming while you guys are sharing. We need to protect ourselves as a company and also other people listening to it as well. So that's why we asked for the slides. And in some cases where you have things that are not right, we will reach out to you and ask you to edit it. That's why we asked for the slides. So please try as much as possible. If you're unable to send it at the deadline, just let us know, and then we can extend this for you. You can send it in the morning again after you've gotten permission for the extension. So please don't forget that.
Okay, all right. We are very, very sorry, man. What actually happened was that this week our school closed, so some of our team members are presently not with us. So that caused a delay in we creating everything and coming together with
No,
everything.
I understand because some schools are actually writing their exams at the moment. So I do understand.
All right, thank you very much. We
No
apologize for that.
problem. No problems. Team Sustainable Restorative, I don't think they are here. Again, I'm going to ask the mentors to give you feedback on your presentation. But since SR Bayero is not here to present, it again means that you will be having the 3 points go to you. But however, you still have the marks, your actual marks allocated for each of the criteria that you have presented on. All right, Dr. Yusuf, do you want to give them some feedback, please?
Oh, Team Bayero is not here. All right. Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you for that. Thank you for the great presentation. I think I put the person's name down. Was it the library? Who was the person using library? So yeah, so Mayor. Okay, so when Mayor started, the energy dropped a little bit. I don't know why, but eventually was able to pick up. So try as much as possible to make sure that you keep some sort of consistency. So the level of energy you guys put in there, and the confidence as well. Make sure you keep it sustained. But well done to the team. Good. I love the slides. Good slides. Good presentation and good well, it was confident. So with the case study, so a lot of tech guys now, what they do is they invest in, or they put their money into things that they are not even sure that is going to fly off, but they still go ahead anyway. So with this one, they've spent the 3.2 million, and it's like putting the, what do you put? Is it the bull before the horn or something? So they've put the product out before actually now going back to say, okay, wait, we need to do a market research. So one thing I would have loved to see is, yes, I think you guys focused on the solution and with regards to the 11 months that they have before before they run out of cash. But I would have loved to see as well, I think you started with a good example too, which was great. I would have loved to see more emphasis on the issue around how to actually launch a product in a way that first of all, these are the steps that you should have followed. So the first thing is the market research. Have you carried out a market research? And from that, if they had carried out a market research on this one, they'll probably have known that this is a product that maybe people do not need or people would not understand how to use it. So from that, market research helps a lot, and also testing out the market. So even though the market research says that yes, a lot of people need it, you need to also, before you even do the 3.2 million product, you need to put out some prototypes out there to see if people understand it. There are a lot of problems that people have that they don't even know they have. So you providing a solution to something that they are not even sure how to, place your product, it becomes a problem for yourself, because now you are forcing yourself to explain why they need it instead of them chasing after the product. Now you are forcing the sales team to explain. Even the sales team did not even know how to explain. So the one thing I would have, like I said, I would have loved to see like the process from point A to point B, or probably a company that did exactly what did it the right way, in the sense that, okay, this was in 2023, they launched this prototype, and this number of people they downloaded the app, and then you go from there. So I would have loved to see that, but it was a good one. And you were engaging as well, so I really enjoyed it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Mentor Ridwan, do you have any quick thing you want to add before we go to the next thing?
Yes. So to add to what Dr. Yusuf said, I think there was too much emphasis on the problem. The problem was already stated in the case. We know what the problem was, but it was too much talking about what the problem was, and the recommendation. You didn't even spend so much time talking about recommendation. You spend more time talking about the problem, about talking about that they didn't get clients, they spend money, and you're giving us implication of those problems. You didn't need to spend too much time on what the problem was. I expected that they'll spend a lot more time with the recommendation. Then even for the recommendation, it's still, so when you say operational pivot, I'm still struggling to understand what the solution really is, given that they might actually have, so the operational pivot, if you say product pivot, I can get that, but the operational pivot recommendation, I'm not sure I understand that, except if someone can quickly summarize what that is again. I just don't see how that really solves the problem of this kind of product.
Should I give an answer to that, sir?
Please go.
Okay, so what we mean by operational pivot is after discovering that the problem was mainly not even the product, the problem was mainly not the finances, but the problem was the coordination within the organization. That is the way the organization conducted its operation. Now, according to the case study, it was the leadership team that came up with the idea of creating an AI-driven HR analytics platform to so initially that should not mainly come from the leadership. Yes, the leadership have the right to say, okay, this is the path we are going, but they did not engage the other necessary departments. In the case study, it says that sales did not even understand what the value of the product was. That is, not all the departments that were supposed to be involved in the production of everything were actually involved. And if they were actually involved, then the product will not have gone awry the way it went that way. So what we mean by operational pivot is that the system of operation within the organization has to change, so that each unit, each team must do their assignment, and their assignment must not be shifted to other. For example, the assignment of the research and development team was neglected. The assignment of the even the customer care was neglected, because although it was the cost, one of the benefits of the customer care is that they know what the customers are complaining about, they know what the customers want, they know the preferences of the customers. So with that, they will be able to feed the research and the development, the marketing, the sales, the production team, the UI UX design team, even the engineering team, and with that they'll be able to come up with a product that is actually problem solving, problem solving rather than just technology driven. So that's what we mean by operational pivot, sir.
Okay, yes. Thanks for the attempts. That's great. So again, from the case study, right? Um, it also looks like the potential buyers did not understand how the product will solve their problem. So
Yes,
even
sir.
if you're able to put together your operations team, I mean, there's a problem already. We didn't do market research, blah blah blah, and that's already a problem on its own. But the final consumer, the people that are going to pay for the product, they don't even see how that product will solve their problem. So how does the operational pivot thing solve that? How do you get consumers to pay for to see the value and pay for that product?
Okay, now if there was the operational pivot, that is, if the different teams in the organization, in the company, had actually done their due assignments, the research and development actually research to know, okay, what do the customers want, and even after the creation of the product, how does this apply to the customers? So that will now guide how sales and marketing we present it to the customer, because we, from our analysis, we discovered that actually in the case, the product might not actually be the problem, but the understanding that was communicated to the customers. So when there is not when the adequate understanding is not communicated to the customers, then that creates a gap between the company and customers. So to answer your question, I would say if the different department, the different team in the company had done their due assignment, then that would not have happened. And
Okay. So you're saying it's not a product problem, it's the marketing problem.
sir,
You're saying it's not a product problem, it's a marketing problem.
yes, sir.
Well, I don't think so. Yes, the marketing struggle to explain, but when you have a product that can solve a challenge, you probably would know too as a customer. You can tell if that product can provide value to you or not. But I don't, Dr. Yusuf.
Oh yeah, go on. I was going to ask Fidelis, what was the final recommendation again? Was it to what did you now recommend? I know you've explained what the problem is, or what did you recommend at the end of the day? Sorry.
So our recommendation was that there should be an operational pivot. And what we mean by that is that there should be a change in the structure of the operation of the organization. That is, we talked about um a redefined leadership position to focus on different strategies, that is strategies to match the assignments, the different roles of each team in the organization, that there should be clear operational structures. Okay, this team, this is the assignments, this team, this is the assignments, this team, this is the assignment, and that way there will be improved coordination, accountability, and also timely delivery
Okay.
across the
So I
teams.
have so I have at the moment, let's say, okay, I'm part of the management team. I have this 3.2 million product at the moment that nobody is buying. So you've explained to me as my consultant that I need to pivot. How does that? So I'm running out of cash in the next 11 months. You are telling me to adjust some things in my leadership, but what am I doing to the product? How exactly does this affect the product at the moment and the problem, the 3.2 million problem at the moment?
All right, Mayo will answer you on that, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir, for the question. From the case study, we actually identified that the product was not the problem, and we stated that earlier. So, since the product was not the problem, it was communication that was the problem. And we recommend the operational pivot is that the operational pivoting here is not the end point. It is just a way to reach the end. So, if they start by restructuring the lines of communication, restructuring the method and the way by which product had been developed and all other things that need to be adjusted. The product would, because when we checked the case study made us understand that even the sales team does not understand the reason for the product. There would have actually been an idea that was generated by the leadership team. There would be a problem that was identified. There was a problem that was identified which the AI analytic tool was going to solve. So once they can make the lines of communication clear down to the sales team would be able to create proper communication, because once the customer understands the value for which they are paying for the product, then definitely they can bring it or incorporate it into their systems. Thank you.
Okay. So I think maybe the case understanding is a challenge here. If you ask me, I think it's a product problem. There's a product that they've spent money on, but consumers don't see the value in that product, and that's why they're not paying for it. It's yes, there's a problem of explaining the value proposition of that product, but even for the existing client that they pitch this product to, nobody's interested in the product because they can't see how it solves their problem. The operational pivot you're talking about, it's not a bad idea, but the it cannot be that you can't spend $3.2 million on a product and struggle to explain it if it truly is a grab. Because when they were marketing it, they marketed the product as a cutting edge product. So marketing is not even they marketed it properly and they say it's a cutting edge product, but the buyer just can't understand the value in that product. You are saying this is a cutting edge technology, but I can't see the value in this technology. Maybe the current solutions that I have are already offering me what you're telling me your cutting edge product will do. So something has to be wrong with that product. And that's why your investors are saying, do you want to repackage or redesign this product, or do you want to discontinue it? So it's very likely a product problem. But anyway, beyond that, so we don't spend too much time on this. The Your slides too could also be a lot better. If you can take a cue from the other slides that have been presented, you can improve a lot on your slides. Then the mayor guy. So one thing you need to also be careful of is when you were doing your presentation, you were multiple times you said, and it will do what? It will help them to do, and it will say what? And so you kept saying what in your presentation. You probably are not aware, but it's something for you to be aware of. When you are doing you don't need to be saying, and then the product will do what, and it will help us, and it will say what. It's like it's a very it's it's not what you use in a professional setting, right? It's very casual when you do presentation that way. So just be aware and then avoid make a presentation by saying, "Oh, it's a what," yeah, we will do what, and they will say what, and they will just avoid things like that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mentor Ridwan. All right. Well done, guys. Good job. Well done. Well done. Well done. I understand that phase 3 is a very hard one, again, because it's not just about providing solutions. It's about first understanding the case and interpreting it right in the right way. So well done, guys. Okay, quickly, we're going to go to the next team, Team Crest and Vanguard. So do we have Team Crest here?
Yes, ma'am, we're here.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Sorry, is Tim Bayero still not here?
Sustainable restorative, Bayero. No, don't think so.
Because
I
it
don't
sent
think so.
slides. Okay.
They are not here. Yep. I know here. The team leader actually, I saw that they read my message, but they didn't respond. So all right, so we're going to go on to the next team. Team Crest, Team Vanguard. Are you guys here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. And Vanguard. Is Team Vanguard here? Oh, all right, all right. Excellent. All right, we'll start with Team Crest. Team Crest, you can present your slides, and once you start talking, your time will start counting.
All right. In a fast-paced world with teeming populations commanding large demand for goods, companies are under pressure to produce more, do more, and be the best. A game, A team, A list, always. The pressure reaches fury levels for manufacturing companies that make heavy equipment where faults may result in catastrophic injuries and even death. As the saying goes, heavy lies the head that wears the crown. Or, as the most iconic superhero would say, with great power comes great responsibility. By most iconic, I mean Spider-Man, of course, because, well, good afternoon, respected judges, ladies and gentlemen. We are Crest Consulting, a consultancy and advisory team. With Rodiat, Kozim, and Tini, we'll be analyzing the market situation of our clients, Daytopia Manufacturing, and based on market practices, professional business recommendations, and critical thinking, we'll be offering solutions that will revolutionize Daytopia's operations and solidify their position in the industry. Let's get into it.
But why is Daytopia manufacturing facing all these problems? Daytopia's talent shortage can be said to have been influenced by the interaction of three factors: a rural location, outdated training, and limited salary flexibility. According to the Manpower Group's 2025 Talent Shortage Survey, 74% of global employers report difficulty finding skilled talent, and rural manufacturers like Daytopia face intensified talent shortage, while 73% of the employers in industrial and materials report they can't find workers with the necessary skills. Moving on, it is important to examine the impact of this problem on the organization. One of the immediate impacts of the aging workforce on Daytopia manufacturing is on its production capacity. As a significant portion of skilled workers approach retirement, the company risks losing employees who possess deep hands-on knowledge of complex machinery and production processes. The financial implications of this lost capacity and the cost of recruiting and training new workers are bound to be severe. The aging workforce crisis also affects Ethiopia's long-term competitive ability to adapt to changing industry standards, technologies, and customer expectations. Beyond the organization itself, the challenges facing Ethiopia have wider social and economic implications. These effects are felt not only by the workers, but also by their families, the surrounding communities, and the broader economy. Couple of years back, my dad told me the story of one of his area brother who works in a mini manufacturing company in our hometown. This man is a skilled factory worker who spent decades mastering a specific machine production process. His experience remained valuable, but guess what? As the age, the organization gradually phased them out. Despite his years of service, he left without opportunity to pass on his expertise, and the company lost valuable insights. The workforce crisis faced by Daytopia is not just a business problem, but a deeply personal one that affects real people. If not addressed, these challenges can slow economic development, particularly in rural regions that already face limited investment opportunities.
Looking at the global perspective on workforce aging, it has become a central concern for policymakers and employers, particularly in advanced and middle income economies. Data from the US Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that manufacturing employment in the US has steadily aged over the past several decades. Manufacturing constantly has a higher proportion of mid-career and old workers, especially in technical and okay, looking at the global perspective on workforce aging, it has become an essential concern. Sorry, the network is is going up. Evidence from Nigeria manufacturing firms shows a younger workforce profile. A study from the National Library of Medicine showed that approximately 80% of manufacturing workers fall between the ages of 21 and 40, with less than 6% aged 51 and above. This comparison highlights a striking divergence. While Nigerian manufacturing as a whole benefits from a useful labor supply, Ethiopia's workforce is significantly older than the manufacturing sector within Nigeria. This suggests that Ethiopia's aging workforce challenge is not driven by demographic scarcity alone, but also by firm-specific factors such as location, training systems, and recruitment practices. Now let's dive into the analysis using a SWOT approach to evaluate the company. SWOT analysis is a strategic tool used to identify business strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Now let's talk about the strengths. First, one of Ethiopia's manufacturing key strengths lies in the depth of experience within its workforce. Many of its employees possess years of hands-on knowledge related to machinery operation, production processes, and problem solving on the factory floor. In addition, long-serving employees often have trusted relationships with suppliers, supervisors, and colleagues, which support coordination and efficiency. However, while these strengths have supported Ethiopia's past success, they also interact with the firm's weaknesses. Talking about the weaknesses, the most important weakness identified is the condition of employees within similar age ranges. With a large share of workers approaching retirement, Ethiopia faces the risk of losing a substantial portion of its skilled labor in a short period. The lack of formal knowledge documentation and structured training system is also another weakness. Most of the company's operational knowledge exists only in the experience of senior employees and is transferred informally, if at all. However, Ethiopia can turn this weakness to opportunities. Now, talking about the opportunities, there is significant opportunity for structured learning, knowledge transfer initiatives. This could allow the Ethiopia to capture the experience of senior workers before retirement. Selective automation and digitization present another opportunity. Technology can be used to reduce fiscal strain on older workers and improve productivity. For Ethiopia, this will help balance its aging workforce while making manufacturing more attractive to younger workers. Now let's talk about the threat. With the available opportunities, several external threats increase the urgency of action. A large retirement wave could distort production if replacements are not adequately prepared. Competition for skilled labor may become more intense as other firms also respond to aging workforce pressures, making recruitment more difficult and costly. In all, Ethiopia's current workforce structure exposes it to significant risks. Addressing weaknesses and threats by leveraging available opportunities is essential for ensuring long-term operational continuity and competitiveness.
Now, how exactly can Daytopia manufacturing safeguard long-term operational continuity and competitiveness? Caterpillar Incorporated is the world's largest manufacturer of construction equipment. We've all seen them. Their excavators set on signature tracks, building a road, and constructing bridges. In order to address the pressing problems of Daytopia, we analyze the operations and strategies adopted by the top global manufacturers. Funds are default to any business operation and initiative, and Ethiopia's tight profit margins are already affecting smooth operations. A look through Caterpillar's history revealed a number of strategies employed by the company dating back to its origins in 1925. According to business model analysts, the company's commitment to innovation and technological advancements played a significant role in its success, and it continuously developed new and improved machinery to meet evolving needs of its customers. While funds to sponsor new R&D research is limited due to limited profitability, Ethiopia can invest in acquiring existing R&D and hiring development professionals. Through strategic partnerships, Caterpillar blossomed to become the largest manufacturer of construction equipment. In the words of American industrialist Henry Ford, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. By adopting this ideology, Ethiopia can begin to expand operations while reducing the full weight of expansion costs. By switching to a modified customer-centric business model backed by a strong support network, Ethiopia can begin offering more than just products and actually address customer issues throughout the life cycle of the product. According to a 2018 report by the Population Division of the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, over half of the global population now lives in urban areas, with projections showing this rising to 68% by 2050. With the global phenomenon of youth migrating from rural to urban areas, Daytopia's location in a rural area causes difficulty in attracting young talent. And we came up with a two-step approach that Daytopia can adopt to combat this. In the short run, we recommend that Daytopia open new branches or dealerships in more urban locations and will take advantage of tax holidays and benefits offered by industrial estates. And in the longer run, when more capital has been acquired, Daytopia can then begin to consider a change in location, such as Caterpillar's relocation to Texas in 2022, which was geared towards attracting new talent and improving global access to its employees, its customers, and its dealer network. And in the event that Ethiopia is unable to open new dealerships or relocate headquarters, it can maximize its rural presence by properly integrating with the community. While it's uncommon for company headquarters to be based in rural areas, it is not impossible. For example, we have Fisher Price. It's now one of the world's biggest infant and preschool brands, and it finds its origin in a rural community. By adopting expansion and operation strategies used by Fisher Price, for example, Ethiopia can contribute to community development, build lasting trust, and find more success in rural areas. Outreach programs such as talent fairs can also serve to attract young talent.
You may have heard the saying that information is the new currency, especially in the digital world. Even in the non-digital world, this saying still holds true. Unfortunately, due to improper documentation, information and knowledge within Daytopia is at risk of extinction. Daytopia needs to aggressively adopt proper documentation systems, such as digital knowledge management software and comprehensive onboarding procedures. Daytopia Manufacturing can make training and onboarding procedure either a company-wide effort or delegate that task to managers to encourage new employees to take ownership of their learning, actively participate, and seek feedback. Like Caterpillar Incorporated, John Deere is an American equipment manufacturing company. The John Deere Tech program is a 2-year associate's degree offering hands-on experience, specialized tools, and internship to interested individuals. Daytopia can begin such initiatives on a smaller scale and appeal to youth through offerings such as competitions, workshops, and degree programs. In order to address the resistance of management to changes and modernize operations, manager needs to be persuaded to initiatives that benefit the welfare and profitability of the company, regardless of personal opinion. Shareholders, CEOs, and relevant stakeholders should lay out company guidelines detailing operations, monthly and annual profit targets, and utilize key performance indicators for tracking. Any manager resistant to change can be transitioned to less hands-on programs such as advisory roles.
In conclusion, the case of the Ethiopian manufacturing highlights a critical challenge facing many skill-intensive organizations today, and that is managing the impact of an aging workforce in a changing labor environment. Our analysis has demonstrated that the workforce aging is not merely a business issue, but a broader social and economic concern because of how it affects the workers, the employees, and the economy. As Peter Drucker famously stated, the best way to predict the future is to create it. For Daytopia manufacturing, this means taking deliberate action to preserve institutional knowledge, modernize training, and manage workforce transitions effectively. By doing so, the company can transform its aging workforce from a potential liability into a strategic asset. If Daytopia fails to act now, it will not just lose workers, it will lose the knowledge, the efficiency, and the competitive edge that previously defined its success. We don't want to see Daytopia manufacturing become the next abandoned Ajaokuta steel mill or crumble into nothingness like the decrepit oil refineries across Nigeria. Instead, with our recommendations, Ethiopia can change trajectory and become a cornerstone in its country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. So we'll quickly go into Vanguard and then we can give both feedbacks. Thank you very much, guys. It's in Vanguard. Are you guys ready?
Yes, I'm ready, sir.
All right, you can go on.
Right, so I give us a few minutes to present our screen, sir.
No problem.
distinguished mentors, our fellow Daytopians, good evening, everyone. In today's highly competitive manufacturing environment, technology alone is not enough to guarantee success. People remain the most critical asset of any organization. However, when the workforce that sustains productivity, quality, and innovations begin to disappear, the very survival of the organization is most likely threatened. Today, Team Vanguard will be presenting a case analysis on Daytopia Manufacturing Company, which is facing a critical aging workforce crisis. We will examine how workforce demographics, knowledge concentration, and resistance to change have created significant operational risk, and will also propose practical and then sustainable strategies to ensure long-term continuity and competitiveness. Our presentation is going to follow this format. We'll be having the company background, the workforce demographics, the problem, potential risk, and our recommendation. I am Amzat Adedayo Abdullahi by name, the team lead for Team Vanguard from the University of Ilorin, and with me are Salahuddin Arafat and Akintola Alice. My apologies on behalf of Ibrahim Koribat because she's not going to be able to join us as she's not feeling too well at the moment. Now, I'll be giving a very quick overview on the company's environment. Daytopia Manufacturing Company is a company that specializes in the production of heavy machinery components. Now, the success of this organization has been built over the years on highly skilled and experienced workforce, let's say technicians and operators that possess deep practical knowledge on manufacturing process. However, Daytopia relies heavily on traditional method of operations with limited modernization in its training and workforce management system. As a result of this, the company workforce is largely made up of older employees, many of whom have spent decades acquiring specialized skills and requirements. While this experience has been a strength for this company, it has now become a vulnerability as the company depends strongly on an aging workforce to maintain its operation. Now, when you look at this our slide, you're going to see a diagram. Now, this diagram illustrates the workforce demographics at the Daytopia Manufacturing, and it highlights a clear imbalance between the skilled and unskilled workers. As shown in our diagram, 40% of the workforce, that is the entire population in the Daytopia Manufacturing Company, consists of skilled workers, while about 60% are maybe unskilled or semi-skilled. Now, this imbalance becomes even more critical when we consider that the average employee age is 52, and 40%, which represent a significant portion of the Daytopia population, are approaching retirement. Now, these skilled workers are fewer in number and hold most of the Daytopia Manufacturing Company technical knowledge. If they are leaving, their exit is going to create a major skill gap. Therefore, Daytopia is not only facing an aging workforce crisis, but also a shrinking pool of skilled employees. Now, this shrinking pool of skilled employees creates a pressing need to recruit, train, and upskill younger workers in order to restore balance, continuity, and prevent knowledge loss.
Now, despite the pressing need to recruit new employees, Daytopia Manufacturing struggles to attract young talents. As seen in this slide, at the center is an image of a young man who represents a typical young job seeker. The young man came across an advert from Daytopia Manufacturing, but immediately he Googled about them. He lost interest. His thoughts bubbles with questions as he questioned the small salary provided. He questioned the ruralness of the company location and even the outdated training programs that might stunt its career development. This young man has helped to review the problem that Daytopia Manufacturing is facing, as they find it difficult to recruit young talent because, one, the young professionals perceive the financial incentives as too little, and also the location of the company is less desirable, and it also lacks modern training program. Together, this highlights the gap between what the company offers and what the young professionals expect from the company. And now this difficulty poses a risk for Daytopia manufacturing if not circumvented. And one of these risks is that once these soon to retire skilled workers are unable to get successors before their retirement, there will be a severe talent shortages because the people that possess this knowledge would no longer be around, and the talent that is needed to run the operations of the company would dwindle. Another thing is that it will lead to severe knowledge loss because these retirees possess the main technical knowledge for operation. Once they leave, there will be a high knowledge loss and there will not be efficient operation. And the overall aftermath of this whole thing is that there will be a decline in the company's productivity, and even the operational efficiency would also diminish because these trained workers are aging already, and once they retire, the skill needed to continue the operations of the company would no longer be present.
So far, we've seen who Daytopia manufacturing is, the structure of its workforce, and the major challenges it faces. This cycle shows what will likely happen if no action is taken in the next 5 years. Daytopia's skilled workers are aging, and many are close to retirement. The young man running away in the cycle represents old young talents avoiding Daytopia. Because of the rural location, salary limitations, and outdated training programs, Daytopia struggles to replace aging skilled workers with young talents. In the next 5 years, there will be no skilled workers as the senior workers leave with their undocumented knowledge. Productivity declines, operations slow down, quality drops, and efficiency reduces. In the worst case scenario, production may stop temporarily or permanently. So this is not just an HR problem, it's a business survival problem. Imagine Daytopia as a relay race. The senior workers are holding the baton of knowledge, but the next runners, the young employees, are running away. If the baton isn't passed on time, the race is lost and the company cannot keep running smoothly. Daytopia does not have decades. It has about 5 years to act before this cycle becomes irreversible. This brings us to the big question. What can Daytopia manufacturing do before this happens in the next 5 years? The first recommendation is based on the principle of efficiency wage theory. The theory says paying workers more than the standard market rate can increase their productivity and profitability for the employer, reducing costs like turnover and shrinking, leading to a more motivated, loyal, and higher quality workforce. For Daytopia, increasing base pay above the local rural market average creates a premium for staying with the company. This is important because the rural location already discourages younger workers. The hidden success behind every industrial efficiency is an attractive salary, and this would attract young talents. According to IZA World of Labour, companies that apply this approach experience a 20 to 30% reduction in employee turnover. The second recommendation is age management practices. According to Christopher, age management helps organizations extend employees' working life and maintain their contribution to the organization. For Daytopia, age management means adjusting roles, workload, and responsibilities so other skilled workers can continue contributing, while younger workers gradually take over technical tasks. At the same time, implementing different age skills ensures a balanced workforce of the old, the mid-career, and the younger employees, which in future would prevent age working crisis. This approach kills two birds with one stone. It keeps senior employees productive and engaged, while preparing younger workers to take over, ensuring smooth knowledge transfer and long-term operational stability.
Now, while it has been explicitly stated that Daytopia Manufacturing conducts training programs, the main problem is that these training programs are outdated. To ameliorate the problem caused by this, the company can consider partnering with experts to come train its remaining workers. However, this training should not be done without a proper documentation, because we can see that one of the problems they are facing is that the knowledge of the company, the technical knowledge needed for the operation of the company is not documented. So when this training is taking place, when they have invited experts from different countries for training, the training should not just take place without a documentation. The knowledge passed should be documented in form of manuals, videos, and so on. But even at that, Daytopia manufacturing should be flexible enough to complement their initial traditional methods of operation with a modern one. The company should be willing to integrate technology into its operations by digitizing this knowledge and storing it in a database, so that the employees, whenever they come, they will be able to access it on the database using the search engine. Also, for cases whereby they are stuck on a non-regular tax, they are faced with a non-regular tax they've not encountered before, there should be room for technology. They should use collaborative tools like Microsoft Teams, Slack, so that they can communicate with experts who might be based remotely. When these collaborative tools are in place, employees can easily navigate their gadgets to communicate with these employees from wherever they are in the world. Now, to conclude our review, according to Cloud NC, the factory of the future, the factory of the future represents one that will be flexible enough to combine traditional approaches with cutting-edge digital possibilities. If Daytopia manufacturing desires to survive into the nearest future, flexibility becomes an important tool they must be willing to embrace. Else, it will remain behind its competitors, and the possibility of winding up completely is very high. Thank you for listening. References duly provided.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Team Crest. Thank you, Team Vanguard. So I'm just going to make a comment, and I'll start with Team Crest. I think the only concern I have is that your slides, they seem like you did them in a rush, because oh, Dr. Yusuf, you have your hands raised.
No. Continue once you're done.
Yeah. So your slides, they kind of feel like you did them in a rush, because you spend so much time on one particular slide, and the slide is not particularly carrying me along with what you're saying. In as much as we don't encourage you to bombard your slides, but the slides as well needs to be pointers to what you're saying. So when what you're saying is not depicting what is in the slide, then it's a problem. And I could see several gaps in your slide and your discussion, which shouldn't happen. With Team Vanguard, slightly better slide, just slightly. However, I don't know. I feel like generally the energy was very low with Team Vanguard. And also in some cases, I could see that you guys were reading from a script as well. So that's my own feedback. Dr. Yusuf, you have your answers.
Yes, thank you very much. So let me make a comment. Let me make one comment about both presentation. I think both presentation. I think you see when you have a business case study, when you are presenting it, the first thing you need to think about is the approach. So how do we approach this, right? What structure do we use? So you need to use the most effective structure that would really provide that impact or that resonates with the audience. And what I mean is this. So if you are presenting something like this, you could use an approach around, okay, you are pitching to investors, just like we did, just like one of the teams did, or pitching to judges, like I think that's the general template that everyone uses, judges or the mentors, or come up with something else, maybe a TV podcast or this or that. So there are a lot of things you can like think of. But in this approach, it would have been the most effective one to me would have been pitching to the management. The main issue is about the management. The management are resistant to major changes. They don't want to change anything about their the workforce. They feel like the people they have, the employees they have at the moment, even though most of them are old, they feel like that's what they want. They don't want to increase the salaries because of the tight margins they already have. So the main issue is with the management. They are the ones that need convincing, right? And both of you, to be honest, if I'm sitting down and listening to both presentations, I don't feel like you've been able to convince anybody of the recommendations. And I felt like you guys spent too much time as well with regards to explaining what the problem is. We know the problem. We can see the problem. Yes, it's okay for you to introduce the problem. So introduce means that you are quickly summarizing the problem and then diving deeper into the critical analysis of how the problem affects, and then going deep into the recommendation. And the recommendation needs to be backed up by theories, it could be backed up by a lot of examples, and like we've seen, a lot of frameworks like we've seen with other teams. But Team Crest, they had a good start with the storytelling. I enjoyed it. But the research they use, I saw Wikipedia, but you need to use proper research, right? Wikipedia is not a proper research. Also, I love the examples, but I feel like when you're saying when you're proposing relocation, you're proposing moving to another location, you know that we have a tight margin. Is there a solution to it? You've not really explained to me how you are going to convince me with our tight margin. We are managing money at the moment. You are telling me to relocate. How now? So you need to address the reason. Okay, Ibrahim, you want to say something?
Yes, regarding the relocation part, what we mean by relocating, you don't have to necessarily relocate to total headquarters. You can just have the headquarters still in the rural areas while we have a branch in urban centers. That's what we mean by it. So to also manage some time.
Sorry, your voice is really low. Can you say it again?
Okay, what I'm saying is by relocating, it means you can still keep the headquarters in the rural areas
Okay.
while you have a branch in urban centers. That's what we mean by relocating.
Okay, but if you say that, understandably, around 40% of the skilled workforce are going to retire. So if you have branch in other areas, but you are still based in the local area, it means that have you solved the problem like that? Because one of the main issues that young people don't want to come to your company, to Daytopia Manufacturing, is because they feel like it's a rural area. It's a location that they don't want to come to. So if you're having maybe one or two branches there, the main production or the main company, the main headquarter will still be at at whatever location that they are at the moment. So is it going to solve the problem in the next 5 years?
Yes, sir. While we open a branch at urban centers, what we do is we have some old quality workers here in the rural location, in the headquarters. So we can just send some over to the urban centers while we also use the urban centers to recruit young workers that is willing to work, but due to incentives and rural locations were discouraged. So we can use the urban centers to entice them and make them come work for the company. So while they work of course, the very experienced workers that sent to the urban sector is going to train them, and of course, in less than 5 years, they should be very good by the time, and also it's going to also reduce cost. Yeah.
Okay. So these are the things that probably should have gone into your presentation. And also, not only just saying it, maybe give examples of companies that have done it, right? So that it's easy for us to follow the flow. Rather than me asking now, the presentation would have explained it. But Well done to you guys. But Team Vanguard, I love the use of theory. I love the use of references. I love the transition. But again, the energy was missing. Um, Alice, you need to start better. I think you were a bit the when you started, you were not even sure it was your time to start or something. So you were like trying to gather yourself. You eventually picked up, but you need to work on how you start. So once you know that your path is coming, you are prepared. The way Burna Boy is always preparing for his presentation. Presentation. The way Burna Boy is always preparing for his concert. He'll be jumping and all ready to go. You need to be prepared rather than when it's your turn. You are now gathering things together and then trying to know. You need to. It's because it's the transition needs to be there from one person to the other to the other to the other. So you when there's a drop or when there's a drop in energy or when the next person is not even sure of so it affects your the synergy. So you need to try as much as possible to also be ready when it's your time. You just go in straight. But I mean, good presentation from both parties, from Pressed and Vanguard. But I would have loved to see a bit more critical analysis of the solutions. While you are giving those solutions, also you need to consider the resistance, the couple of things that the management have mentioned, why they are being resistant to those changes, and how you are going to convince them that is the right solution. Thank you, guys.
Shokwe. You're welcome. You have your hands raised.
Hey, is that Dr. Adijumoke?
Yes, that's
Oh
me.
my God, that's why I raised my hand. Oh my God, wow. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry for being so dramatic. No way.
Yes,
No
way.
way.
It's nice to have you around. Really nice
Wow.
to have you around.
So I joined the call very randomly. I saw it on Dr. Yusuf status or something. And I wanted to say something. By the way, I'm sorry for I'm a show crasher. I'm sorry. My name is Shoko Okuno, and I work in London, and I was literally in this seats about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to say was every single thing Dr. Adejumoke is telling you, right? That's why I raised my hand. I'm not joking. I write it down, like hold it as a Bible. Because when she was saying, for the team that just presented, to be honest, I didn't listen to your presentation, but she said something around energy. She said something around reading from the slide. Like write it down because those are the same thing she told me. Her book has not changed. She's just using it for the same people. Like she's just recycling everything that is in her head. So for it to work for us in 2018,
Yeah.
right? That means it still works. So thank you, Dr. Adijumoke. And I want to say another thing that I can't believe that these people are still doing this thing because I'm in my house after a long week. I had flights and everything. I'm back home and I can't do anything. I'm just at home. I'm just so if these people are doing these things, it means they are machines or they have one God-given strength and these people should take the opportunity because I can't imagine. Well, lastly, Dr. Adijumoke's book has not changed. She's recycling everything, but she's just refining it, right? So if she tells you something, please write it down. Hold it as a Bible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are very right. To be honest, this competition actually started while I was on the road. I was coming from somewhere. I had to rush and it's every week, because I have a early morning meeting that I need to go for. And I have to rush down here to be here. So yes, it takes a lot of sacrifice. The same thing, Mentor Giwa, the same thing, Dr. Yusuf, every of the mentors here. It takes a lot of sacrifice for us to be here. So the fact that you have us is just, what's the word now? Squeeze us, get the best and all that you can get from us. Yes. Thank you very much, Shokwe. And Shokwe is a testimony or a testament of if you put in the work, you would definitely, the sky is the starting point if you put in the work. And we have a lot of Daytopias in the US. We have a lot of Daytopias in the UK that are doing really, really and amazingly well. So if you take it really serious, you would fly. That's just it. Thank you very much, Shokwe, for coming
Yeah, I
in.
totally agree. I'll drop off now because I have a
That's
life. Because
fine.
these mentors, it looks like they just, I don't know. Thank you. God bless you.
That's fine.
Bye-bye.
No wahala. Take care. Yeah. Okay. Well done. Well done. Well done to all the teams. You guys, to be honest, did an amazing job. Okay, quickly, we're going to, because we're running late and I really want us to finish on time. We're going to go to the next team, which is Team Elevator. Can I do a roll call? Team Elevator, are you guys here? Team Elevator.
Yes, ma.
Excellent. Team Quest, are you guys here?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so I want you guys to pump up the energy. Pump up the energy. Yeah. I know it's late in the evening, but I want the energy. So understanding that the truth about life is that, do you know that you can bullshit your way through anything if you have the right energy? Like, energy actually opens door for you, and confidence. People with confidence and they have that right energy, even if they are not saying what they're saying doesn't make sense. Sometimes the fact that they have that confidence, it helps them get doors opened. So it's important that you put in the energy, put in that confidence, deliver your work as seamless as you can. And to be honest, you would seem like you have done much more than you have done. It really works. All right, so we'll start with Team Elevator. You can share your slides and then you would your timing will start. So our mentors, don't worry, we're almost there. After this team, we have just 2 teams left, and that will be a wrap. So I know it's a lot for us to be here, but we're almost there. All right, let me know once you're ready. Who's sharing their slides from Team Elevator?
Sorry, please. The person to share our slide, she's facing network issues. Just like 1 minute, we'll get it fixed.
No problem. Okay, while she's trying to sort that out, should Team Quest go first? Elevator.
Yes, ma, they can.
All right, Team Quest, are you guys ready to go?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can start sharing your slides.
Sorry, we're also facing network issues here.
You're also facing network issues. Let me see. Do you need me to help you with the slides? I don't have any of the slides. That's funny. That's funny. And this is one of the reasons why we always ask that you send the slides. Okay, so if you guys are facing network issues, do we have Team Next Generation here and Alpha UI? because I don't want us to waste time. Team Next Generation, are you guys here?
She's back on from Team Vanguard. From Team Elevator.
Elevator. So you are ready,
Yes.
Abby?
Yes, she's back
Okay,
on.
all right.
Is there a way we can our team? Okay, yes, we'll do it.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, ma'am. Ma, please, can you share our slide for us?
I don't have your slides. You guys didn't send it. You didn't send it. See, when we say send your slides, you think it's for our own good. It's for your own good. You did not send your slides. Let me see. Yeah, you did not send your slides. Yeah, Bakari. You have your hands raised, Bakari. Is it Fetia? Am I pronouncing your name right? Your hands are raised. Elevator, are you guys going?
Can our phones be used for sharing the slide?
Wait, so far it works well. That's fine. If it works well, if you had sent me the slides, let me see. Did you send it to me? Did you send the slides to me?
I'm not the team leader. I think
Where's the
my
team
team
leader?
leader did that. She's not feeling well, so she will not be presenting today.
Right.
Thank you.
I can't see the slides. I can't find any slides from her. Trying to check my WhatsApp now to see maybe she sent it there. Yeah, I think she sent it to my WhatsApp. Oh God. Okay. Give me a minute.
Is Faithia Bakari trying to say something?
Yeah, okay. Is Team Quest ready or they are still having network issues?
Yeah, ready, ma'am.
Oh, okay, all right. You can start. Let Team Quest start while I get elevator slides ready.
All right, ma'am.
Are you guys sharing? Yep, good job. Once you start talking out, start your timer.
Imagine this scenario. A customer places an urgent order, expecting it to arrive within hours, but the order doesn't arrive on time. The company's driver are overworked and frustrated. Operation staff are scrambling to fix scheduling issues. Management debates whether the solution is simply hiring more drivers or whether there is a deeper issue at play. This is not a hypothetical situation. It is the reality of the Daytopia logistics. Good day, distinguished judges and fellow participants. My name is Ayeni Olumide, and here with me are Awowole Oluwatosin, Olaniyi Olabanji, and Bakari Fatia. We are Team Quest, and together we've explored the operational challenges of a company that many of its customers rely on daily for speed and reliability. Daytopia Logistics. A company operating in major urban centers where demand has surged dramatically post-pandemic. Consumers now expect near instant deliveries, and every delay can result in dissatisfied customers. But behind the scene, the company is facing significant operational bottlenecks. Orders are piling up, deliveries are being delayed, and the cost of operations are increasing faster than revenue. Drivers are complaining about unrealistic schedules, and customer satisfaction is declining. Management first instinct is to hire more drivers, assuming the issue is simply insufficient capacity. Meanwhile, the operations staff argue that the real problem lies in manual routine, outdated fleets, and unclear performance metrics. This tension raises a critical question. When a logistics company faces rising demand and operational pressure, how do you determine the real cause of inefficiency? Is it a shortage of resources, or are the systems themselves failing? Over the next few minutes, we will take you through our analysis of the Daytopia operational challenges. I will call on Tosin to take us through the stakeholder perspective of these challenges in which the Daytopia logistics faces. Let's dive in and explore.
From our understanding of the case, the challenges at Daytopia Logistics have created two different perspectives from the stakeholders, the management and the operations team. The management believe that the problem has to do with capacity, while the operations teams believe the problem lies in system and processes of operation. While the management is only seeing the rising demands, increasing delays, and the overloaded drivers, which from their point, the most visible solution is to increase capacity by hiring more drivers. But note, they are only focusing on the symptoms rather than addressing the underlying causes of inefficiency that the logistic company is currently facing. The operation staffs, on the other hand, are those who work directly with the routing systems and drivers. So they see the inefficiencies in the activities, in the manual route planning, the use of outdated softwares, poor coordination, and their perspective therefore focuses on fixing the root cause of the problem instead of adding more resources to an inefficient system, which might not yield any results. But by fixing, the processes can improve performance even with the current workforce. Now, I'll be diving into the core bottlenecks at Daytopia Logistics. The bottlenecks at Daytopia Logistics is not caused by demand or surge in demand itself, but by how operations are designed and managed. Firstly, the manual route planning. Daytopia Logistics plan delivery routes manually, which means that the routes are created by people instead of the use of automated systems, which results in longer routes, poor coordinations, and delay, and which is also time consuming, prone to error, and also cannot easily adjust to traffic in real time, and also leads to wastage of resources, which is fuel for the vehicles. Daytopia Logistics also faces the use of outdated softwares. The company uses outdated softwares that does not provide real-time tracking, does not track real-time traffic updates or performance evaluation. And with the use of these outdated softwares, managers cannot monitor vehicles live, and these problems are not detected early, and which also leads to increase in cost. Another major bottleneck faced by Daytopia Logistics is the lack of KPIs and accountability, which is key performance indicator. Daytopia Logistics lacks clear performance metrics. So these drivers and managers are not held accountable for the delivery outcomes. There are no clear structures and standards for measuring efficiencies in the organization. No standard systems on driver efficiency, like specific targets for on-time delivery rate and expected delivery time. Such things are not in existence. And in a situation where performance is not measured, it is difficult to reward good performance or correct poor performances. And analysis of work to evidence to walk us through the references we'll be using in preparing a solution to the together.
Thank you so much, Tosin. Before we dive Before we give our proposed solution, to address the operational challenges in details of Daytopia Logistics, let's take a brief journey to UPS, the United Parcel Service, a global logistic giant that handles billions of packages each year. We looked at UPS not for theory, but because their story is very real. And all the data I will share comes directly from the UPS annual report from 2012 to 2016. UPS faced a surge in e-commerce orders, with volumes growing year by year. Between 2012 and 2016, total packages delivered increased from $4.11 billion to $4.9 billion. Revenue climbed alongside this surge from $54.1 billion to nearly $61 billion. At first glance, growth looks good, but here's the catch. Operating expenses were rising even faster. The company realized that simply hiring more drivers was not solving the problem because delays persisted. Drivers are overworked, and network strain became a serious operational headache. The leadership at UPS understood something crucial. The problem wasn't just capacity, it was how work flowed through the system. So what did they do? From our research, they introduced Orion, a sophisticated route optimization system. By 2014, it was deployed to over 23,000 drivers. Orion didn't just pick routes, it calculates the most efficient sequence for deliveries, balance the workload, reduce unnecessary miles, and ultimately reduce overtime. Alongside Orion, UPS integrated a telematic and real-time vehicle monitoring across the 82,000 vehicles. Every vehicle reported hundreds of performance variables, allowing UPS to cut idling, improve fuel efficiency, and monitor driver behavior in real time. On top of that, UPS automated hub operations and redesigned workflow. So package moved faster and more predictable through the network. The results were tangible and measurable. Even during this rollout, UPS projected $300 to $400 million. We got this information from their annual report. And we also discovered that they were able to reduce their fuel consumption over time. And delivery routes became more efficient. Operational margins improved, and while handling increasing volumes. So what's remarkable? One thing that is remarkable is that UPS didn't just solve the problem by throwing more people or vehicle at it. They redesigned the system, used technology to make data-driven decisions, and track performance carefully. And all of this is fully documented in their annual report, providing us with credible real-world evidences, which we use as an industry benchmark for Daytopia Logistics. That's the story of UPS. They faced rising volumes, high cost, and operational stress, which Daytopia Logistics faces. They didn't just hire more drivers, they reimagined how deliveries were done. And that insight sets the stage for our comparison to Daytopia Logistics. But to better understand how to address this issue, we looked at a global benchmark, which is UPS, a company that faced similar high demand pressure and found solutions through operational redesign rather than just expanding capacity. Their experience provides clear lessons for Daytopia and help us to evaluate the path forward. So Olabanji will be taking us on the proposed solutions.
Thank you very much, Olumide, for taking us through the industry benchmark. Here today, as a member of the Daytopia Logistic Consultants, after a thorough analysis of Daytopia Logistic operations, we've identified critical structural bottlenecks, and today I'll outline three focused, research-informed solutions that will transform Daytopia into a more efficient, scalable, and consumer-centric logistics leader. But before I dive into the proposed solutions, I would like to emphasize that Daytopia operational problems are structural rather than capacity based. The company is experiencing delays, rising costs, and driver dissatisfaction, not because it lacks drivers, but because its system and processes are no longer suited to the scale of demand it is facing. Let's begin. The first proposed solution is to eliminate manual route planning and replace it with an automated routing system. Systems like Route Excel, WorkWave, or Google Maps API are automated routing systems that Daytopia Logistics can make use of. Manual planning becomes inefficient as delivery volumes increases, often resulting in longer routes, poor sequencing, and unrealistic schedules. An automated system will allow routes to be planned more logically and consistently, reducing unnecessary delays and pressures on drivers. The second solution is to upgrade Daytopia's fleet management software. The case highlights that the current system is outdated, which limits real-time visibility into delivery progress and driver performance. A modern fleet management system like Fleetio, Keep Trucking, or OmniTracks would improve coordination, allow quicker responses to disruptions, and enable more realistic scheduling of deliveries throughout the day. The third solution is the introduction of clear performance metrics for drivers. At present, the absence of defined metrics means performance issues are difficult to identify and address. Establishing clear operational metrics such as delivery timelines and schedules adherence would create accountability, support fair performance evaluation, and guide better operational decision making. Together, these solutions focus on improving how the operation functions at its core rather than adding more drivers to an inefficient system. Moving on to the expected outcomes. If these solutions are implemented, several important outcomes are expected across Daytopia's operation. Firstly, delivery operations will become more efficient with better route planning and improved condition. Delivery delays will reduce, and this will make same-day delivery more reliable. This directly addresses one of the main causes of the declining customer satisfaction highlighted in the Daytopia logistics case. Secondly, operational costs will become more controlled. By reducing inefficiency in routing and scheduling, the reliance on overtime will decrease, allowing costs to grow more in the line which in line with revenue rather than outpacing it. This improves the company's overall financial sustainability. Thirdly, drivers' dissatisfaction will significantly reduce. More realistic routes, clearer expectations, and improved scheduling would ease workload pressure on drivers. This would lead to better morale, fewer complaints, and improved retention. Most importantly, Daytopia will transform from a reactive operational model to a structured and scalable one instead of constantly responding to problems as they arise. Management would gain better visibility and control over operations, enabling the company to support high demand without repeating the same bottlenecks. In essence, these outcomes would position Daytopia Logistics as a more efficient, cost-effective, and sustainable logistic provider. With these solutions in place, the path forward is clear. I will now pass to Bakari Fetia to walk us through the implementation plan.
Solution and expected outcome. I want us to be recommended step forward. It is a three approach. We have the foundation approach, the focus process and system upgrade approach, and continuous monitoring improvements approach. Second approach, foundation approach. When the efficiency are feasible, the people when the efficiency are feasible, people must understand where the inefficiency exists. When it is, we talk about the implementation of advanced optimization software to plan the most efficient daily delivery routes. The logistics should introduce basic fleet tracking and routing tools, establish clear logistic KPIs such as on-time delivery rate, average delivery time, and cost per delivery. When these matters, without data, management needs advanced rather than decision. KPI stands patient instrument performance. Introduction of program routing system before changing driver numbers. Miles, and even work rates and FFGX spends, allow optimization without hiring more drivers. The people can apply this by adopting simple license software and dashboards. The people can quickly identify which routes, drivers, or region causes delay and excess cost. This is pure condition for improvements. The second case is the quick improvements process and system upgrade. The second phase focused on fixing the processes specific for KPI performance. The disease at the phase. We design the schedule to match realistic capacity. Update operations with better sourcing and dispatch sequence. Implement and reduce idle time. Then, the problems if underlying processes remain inefficient. Critical logistics that data insights into operational improvements because it takes a parallel. Amazon continuously updates warehouse workflows and dispatch systems to reduce package handling time before delivery, which before delivery record delay. The people can also apply these. Delays before dispatch. The can be designed close to ensure faster loading and accurate package to driver allocation. Reducing fast adding drivers. And the last one is the continuous monitoring and improvement piece. This final piece ensures more time for sustainability by making improvements and ongoing processes rather than one time fixed. What happens in this case? Continuous monitoring KPI through the dashboard, complete performance across driver routes and regions, introduce corrective actions based on data and data trends. This environment can change to traffic, supply, and demand patterns. There's also to adjust quickly. When you PS and DHL regularly and performance benchmarks based on live data rather than relying on fixed evaluation. KPI reviews to adjust routes, reward high performing drivers, between other performing teams, and planning to capacity expansion. The Ethiopian logistics challenge are primarily faced by insufficient drivers, but by weakness in routing processes and performance limits. By adopting a KPI-driven optimization and data feasibility system, followed by set and system updates and sustained through continuous monitoring and improvements, the country improve the reliability, reduce operational costs, and enhance driver productivity. Most importantly, this is priority without customer satisfaction. Customers expect faster deliveries, and ongoing consistent services. Also, more consistent services ultimately increase customer satisfaction, trust, and long-term loyalty while supporting sustainability. In conclusion, the total logistics should make use of the KPI rather than the total logistics should work through the KPI data rather than making their assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'll project Team Elevator's slides and then you have feedbacks at the end of the presentation. Thank you, Team Quest. Okay, Team Elevators, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Good evening, everybody. We are so sorry for every inconvenience and for wasting the time. Presenting this evening is two of our presenters will not be able to present due to unforeseeable reasons. Today, the two people presenting are Adipito Oluwatofun and Oluwatamila Erioluwa. And we'll be talking on building scalable operations at Daytopia Logistics. So our Our talk will be on building stable logistics. So today we'll be going through the agenda. We are going to be talking about the introduction, the company overview, the symptoms and implications, the Daytopia's bottlenecks, root cause analysis, proposed solution, expected outcome, risk and mitigations. So to dive into it, I'll introduce to you what a bottleneck is. A bottleneck refers to any point in a system or process where there is a delay, inefficiency, or reduced output. So when we are talking of bottleneck, that means we are talking of things that cause your operation not to go as smoothly as it ought to.
All right, continuing with the company's overview. The Topia Logistics is a key player in the logistics supply chain industry. They provide a couple of essential services that keeps goods moving. They specialize in transportation, specialize in deliveries, specialize in satisfying customers' orders, specialize in helping business get their products quickly to customers efficiently and in due time. When moving the goods from suppliers to the warehouse or moving the goods from delivery straight to the customer doors, the Ethiopia Logistics is perfect for the job. They're in charge of connecting businesses and people across business locations. So, what are the services the Ethiopia Logistics offer? They offer transportation management, they offer order fulfillment, and they also offer delivery management. The Ethiopia Logistics is grappling with significant operational orders despite experiencing a surge in demand. A surge in demand naturally should be believed that it means progress in the business. It means the business will have lots of revenue. It means the business will achieve more of their shareholders' wealth. But that's not the case in this situation. They are facing a lot of surge. The typical operations are characterized by heavy reliance on manual route planning. They do not use the automated one. They use manual processes. They utilize outdated fleet management software, and there's an absence of clear, actionable performance metrics. Now, we say that there are bottlenecks in the Ethiopia logistics. How then do we say there are bottlenecks? How do we know and how do we determine that there are bottlenecks? There are some certain symptoms that have shown that there is bottlenecks, or there are bottlenecks in the Ethiopia logistics, which are delivery delays. Delays now take longer than expected. Delay now takes far longer than it should. There's declining customer satisfactions. Reviews have gone bad. Customers are not really satisfied. Drivers complain a lot about the schedule not being realistic, and there's escalating costs. With these symptoms, it is evident that the Ethiopia logistics face a couple of bottlenecks. Now, what are the implications of these bottlenecks? They are facing a couple of bottlenecks, and how has this adversely affected the company? Firstly, revenue risks. One major thing about business is satisfying the customer. And when customers are not satisfied, your revenue is at risk because it will mean your customers will not keep on with the patronage. And another implication is declining customer the cost structure. With this surge, the cost will increase rapidly. We have to spend more cost because we are facing delivery issues. We have to spend more costs on satisfying the drivers. We have to spend a whole lot of costs and human capital and strategic directions. These are a couple of implications of these symptoms. Now, moving on to the Daytopia bottleneck. The primary operational bottleneck appears to be deeply rooted in inefficiencies of the Daytopia existing systems and processes, rather than a simple issue of insufficient capacity. From the case study, we are to compare two different solutions. It is suggested that should they hire more, believing the management believes this will solve the issues. But looking at it on a deeper level, will this really solve the issues? Or it is due to the fact that there is problems in the operational systems. So the lack of sophisticated planning tools that is coupled with a lot of inadequate performance monitoring, untimely, which has led to a cascade of operational problems. It is clear that from the narrative, the critical problems are delivery delays, declining customer satisfaction, increasing driver complaints about unrealistic schedules, and cost rising faster than revenue. Now let's do a root cause analysis. What is the major cause of these issues? Let's go down and deep to the roots. So we're going to be using three modules, which is the people, the process, and the technology. Now I'm going to be talking about the people. The people are the art of operations. Like a saying will always be, customers are the art of businesses. Without customer satisfaction, business are not going to thrive. So when we say the people, we don't only mean customers. The people are human resource, which comprises both the customers and the workers, which are the drivers. All right. So the people are the heart of the operations, and their behaviors and challenges unravel so much, just as the drivers have started complaining, the management have a perspective of the business, operational staff perspective, and lack of clear performance metrics. These are more like the root cause of this analysis. Then we also have the process. Aside from the people, there's a process that's done. The people go through a process to get this thing done. What are the issues we also face based on on the processes? This highlights the steps for how work gets done by Daytopia Logistics. These are where many system flaws seem to occur. So first, we have manual route planning. This is a technological age. Why plan the routes manually when you can plan them automatically? That's one of the major issues we face in the process. Then we have inefficiencies in systems and procedures. The systems and procedures we use to do these deliveries are not sufficient enough. We use a couple of systems, but they are not efficient. They are not giving us the best. We have lack of clear performance metrics for drivers. The drivers are not even certain and clear enough on what they need to do, which is making them complain about unrealistic plans. And the third root cause analysis will be the technology. The tools and systems by Daytopia Logistics plays a very, very crucial role hindering the effective and efficient performance of operations. So we have outdated fleet management software. The system and the management software they use is what's outdated, and this will cause a lot of issues. This is part of the root of these issues. Then there's lack of technological support for key functions. All right. Now we've spoken about the problems, we've spoken about the bottlenecks, we've spoken about the roots. Then we're not just here to speak about that without providing a solution. Now, what do we think will be the solution to this? They should automate the route planning and scheduling. Making it manual makes it more stressful, making it manual makes it more inefficient, and it doesn't make it fast enough. For instance, let's take Google on steroids. What do I mean by Google on steroids? I mean Google with extra more features. Google Map, I mean, on extra more features. Features like tracking locations, features like automatically updating what's it called? Automatically updating routes and delivery processes and all. So it's very essential they upgrade this tech. They implement modern route optimization software instead of using the outdated software. We're just thinking of it like upgrading from a bicycle to a Tesla. It's faster, it's slicker, it is more dynamic, and it saves a whole lot. Then they should redesign delivery workflow. The delivery workflow has proven to be inefficient and proven to be bad. Because due to the delivery workflow, customers are complaining, those deliveries are slow, drivers too are complaining. Solutions should be done regarding that. Then they should introduce performance dashboard. Performance dashboards in what sense? Let there be a platform where the main issues that customers face can be set. A place where they can make reviews, not just a place where they click stars, 4 stars, 3 stars. Let there be a dashboard where they can be specific on the problems faced. So this will help them have and know what is basically causing the issues and preferring solutions to them. Then drivers training and workload balances. Now drivers should be more trained and should be more equipped and familiar with the ways they do the delivery, with the processes, the schedules, so that it won't be something they feel is unrealistic. Actually going to be quite unrealistic when you're just telling a driver about a route just like minutes before it. But if drivers are more equipped and they understand their work well, it would make it much more better. Then strategic hiring, not mass hiring. The management suggested that should we hire more drivers? Now, I would ask the question, and I would like us to look at this practically and realistically. How do we fix the problem of a leaky bucket? We first patch the holes before you pour more water into it. So let's first solve the inefficiencies before hiring new workers. Hiring new workers, hiring new drivers will still not solve the issues. Just like I said in an illustration, the scenario I made, we need to patch the leaky bucket before we pour more water into it. Because pouring more water into it will still make there be leaks and still will not solve or bring solution to the problems. Now, implementation plan. We group this implementation plan into three categories: the short term, the medium term, and the long term. So on the short term, we have introduced route optimization software. The short term is taking 0 to 3 months to implement. We know solving a problem is not a day thing. Like I said, Rome is not built in one day. But at the same time, a brick was laid each day. So it's not something that will be done in one day, but there are processes to it. A short term process, then medium term, then to the long term. So the short term, we define the delivery KPIs. KPIs means the key performance indicators. Let's know what are our strengths, what are the key performance indicators, and let's use this. We used to have the medium term. You upgrade your fleet management system, launch the performance dashboard, and redesign the delivery workflow. This is one that will take effect and will be efficient between 3 to 6 months. Then finally, we have the long-term plan, which is from 6 to 12 months. This is now the one that after, or this we can say is the concluding and the crucial part of solving these issues. So there should be data-driven capacity extension, continuous processing improvement, and customer experience optimization. With my time taking TikTok, let's cut the chase. Let's go to the expected outcome. What do we expect to happen after this? What are our expectations? Now we've spoken about the problems, we've prepared a solution to tackle those problems. Now, what do we expect to see to happen? So the expected outcomes will be reduced delivery delays. We've targeted and we've known what is causing the delay in deliveries. We've seen that it's about the routes not being well automated. We've seen it's about the lack of training or the lack of understanding about the inefficiencies. After fixing this, there should be reduced delivery delays. That should be lower overtime and fuel costs. The more time you spend on the road, the more fuel you burn. So your revenue might be increasing, but if the cost is also increasing alongside, you will see there's no increase in profit. So it's just like I'm growing. I know my company is growing. We're getting more orders, but why are we not generating more wealth for our shareholders? We expect improved customer satisfaction, higher drivers morale, sustainable operational growth, and a couple more. So these are the expected outcomes, and with this, Daytopia Logistics will become a much more better place. There are some sayings which I will quote. One from Jen Frederick Franks. It says, "Forget logistics and you lose." So we have taken it that logistics is a crucial aspect of it, and we must solve the solutions. Another saying by General Nathaniel Green is, "Logistics is that stuff. If you don't have enough, the war will not be won as soon as it should." Now, what are the risks and mitigations? We have risks to this. We spoke about expected outcomes. What are risks? Risks is the chances that the outcome we expect is not eventually what we are going to meet. So what are those risks we could face? Resistance to new technology. We've made plans and we've made a couple of solutions, and we could be happy about it that, yeah, with these plans and solutions, we would actually become a better company. But what if there is resistance to that new technology? What if the customers are resistant to it? What if the drivers are resistant to it? Those are the risks we could face. And what are the mitigations? We have training and phased implementation. Do not just implement it and do not just bring it to them straight up. Let it be phased. This is the first phase. Let them adopt and adapt to it time after time. Another risk we have is high initial technology costs. We are looking at cutting costs, and yet we are thinking of bringing up a new technology. That technology is going to cost a lot. So we're going to have it. That is part of the risk. That is part of what is going to reduce the expected outcome. So how do we mitigate this? There should be pilot testing before full rollout. Then we also have risks of short-term productivity disruption. The mitigation is parallel use of old and new systems initially. So don't just throw out the old systems. We use it alongside new system. The Topia's challenge is operational design failure, not capacity storage. Fixing systems and processes unlocks existing capacity and makes future growth sustainable. So with this, it's not just growth that we're going to experience. I know we grouped it into 3 months, 3 to 6, 0 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months. But this growth will not just happen only during that period. It will be a long-term growth. The success of any logistic network hinges on feasibility and real-time data. I leave you with that from Dale S. Rogers. Thanks for listening. We are Team Elevators.
Ariola, just say you are team elevators.
We are so sorry. Network, but so sorry. The other person network just suddenly went off. She just had to text me, and we're very sorry. But I think we could do a bit. Thank you very much for listening.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I don't know, you did a good job. In the sense of you are able to cover up for your entire team, which means that you had to have knowledge of everything in the slide. And for that one, I do commend you for that. However, I did not like your slide. I don't know if it's just me. I like the colors. The colors are good. I think the colors is the only interesting thing in your slide, but I did not like your slide as a whole. Yeah. Dr. Yusuf, you have your answers.
Yes, thank you very much. Have you finished? I wanted to just add some.
Oh, yeah, that's
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to say well done to Team Elevator and Team Quest. I'll keep it short because of time as well. I'll start with Team Quest. Well done. I love the fact that you used examples, and I love the UPS analysis. That was really good. And then you did not just analyze, you also brought about the lessons from it to the Daytopia logistics, which is great. You also used KPIs. You gave examples of, although I could not really hear, but I was training my ear to hear to listen to I think it was the last presenter that was mentioning the KPIs, which I noticed. So well done. However, when you need to know again, business case studies, you need to understand that you are not just saying, okay, use this and this will happen. No, that's not what we want. We want you to make sure that you are either using a framework, using some theoretical backings, and framework was missing from your solutions and recommendation. It wasn't just you, it was also the team elevator. Even though they started with, I think the scenario analysis, they used some models, but Dr. Dadejimoke said slide could be better, but they were also missing like a strong framework. So when you're presenting, you go to Daytopia Logistics as a consultant to present a solution to their problem. You need to definitely use a framework. It's what consulting firms do, right? You need to use theories. You need to use good references, not just random ones like Wikipedia. Team Elevator, you guys used a lot of quotes that were not really adding much quality to your presentation. I don't know, but I would have preferred if you used references, statistics, practical examples. I didn't see enough of that. Yes, you mentioned the examples here, but I didn't see enough of that with Team Elevator. Just the way Quest analyzed the UPS as a proper example. Also, when you were mentioning the recommendation, you said, "Oh well, we have to talk about the KPIs to use," but this is a problem. You are coming to Daytopia Logistics. If it was my complaint, I expect you to come to me and say, this is the KPI we are going to use, this to measure the performance of the drivers. But you didn't mention any KPI. You just said we are going to use key performance indicators, but you didn't mention which ones you are going to use, right? I love the fact that you also mentioned the risk and mitigation part, because when you are recommending a solution, you also have to tell me, okay, what are the risks of it not working and how are we going to mitigate it, which was missing in some of the presentations we've had today. But generally, I mean, well done to you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. so much. Okay, so I am going to, again, because we don't have time, I'm going to move on to the next team. Thank you to both teams for presenting that wonderful presentation. Although there's a lot that could have been done better, but particularly well done, Erioluwa, for standing up and representing your team. I always respect people that do that. Right. So we have Team Next Generation and Team Alpha. Are you guys here?
Yes, ma'am, we're here. Good evening.
Good evening. Are you're Next Generation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Alima is next tech, yeah. All right. What about Team Alpha UI? I think that's Adepoju Akim. Yeah.
Yes, Adekoju Akim. We are here.
Excellent. All right. So we'll start with Next Generation, and then Alpha UI can go immediately after. Then we'll give the feedbacks together.
I'll be sharing my screen now.
Excellent.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, but make sure it's in full screen.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, before we start, I would like to inform you guys that we're going to be starting with a video. So sit back, relax, and let's get into it.
The story behind the numbers.
If it's a video, you need to share audio as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a video. Okay, go on.
The story behind the numbers. Another tab opens in the glow of a laptop. A promotion filled of which a new skill is needed. Young professional Maya types slowly. Best digital marketing certification. Daytopia appears clean, modern, promising. She clicks. For 12 minutes, she scrolls. A timeline shows career transformation in 6 months. Maya leans in. This could be the one. Akusa, over view pricing. A breath, a click. Numbers appear higher than expected. But maybe it's worth it, she thinks. Yet nowhere does it say why it's worth it. No comparison, no bold guarantee, no story of someone like her. She clicks enroll now. Before asks for her name, email, then her job title, her goals. Why do they need all this? Another page loads. Payment details. Times check boxes. A faint link to the fund policy. She hesitates. On this page, no friendly reminder of what she'll gain, just fields, buttons, and fine print. Her finger rests on the trackpad. A question rises, unspoken but heavy. What if I pay and nothing changes? The moment stretches and collapses. The screen goes dark. Maya's receipt is logged in Daytopia's analytics as pricing page bounce. I doubt is not. She's one of 217,800 visitors this month who left without buying. Daytopia can see that. Right?
Halima Yusuf speaking. It happened once. It happens thousands of times every month. There was a problem every step of a journey that almost but doesn't quite become a story of transformation. And today, she structured the review top network that explores invisible the interests, falters, and decisions dissolve. Have and turn almost into always. The network in Daytopia networks does not mean internet cables, telecom masts, or Wi-Fi providers. Rather, here network is like a website. Daytopia Network is an education technology company that delivers professional certification courses through a fully online platform. And just like companies like Coursera, Udemy, and LinkedIn Learning, the company operates within the digital learning professional development industry, targeting individuals seeking career advancement through accredited and skill-based certifications. To attract users, Daytopia Network relies heavily on aggressive social media marketing campaigns, which have been successful in generating awareness and website visits. As a result, the platform records an average of approximately 220,000 monthly website visitors, indicating strong market interest and effective top-of-funnel marketing performance. Despite the high level of traffic, Daytopia Network has struggled to translate users' interest into revenue-generating outcomes. The platform's core challenges rise in converting visitors into paying customers. Daytopia network is faced with a problem statement: high traffic, low conversion. With this, the company faces the following key highlights. Currently, only 0.9% of Daytopia network's website visitors complete a purchase, a conversion rate that falls significantly below the edtech industry benchmark 3 to 5%. This performance gap suggests inefficiencies within the company's conversion rather than a lack of market demand. Why these numbers matter? At 0.5%, Daytopia converts 1,000 of 200,000 visitors, and at 3%, it would convert 6,000. That's a 6 times increase. This gap shows the opportunity. Further analysis of website analytics shows a notably high bounce rate on the pricing page. Potential customers are disengaging points decisions are made. Several factors have been identified. Daytopia's courses are priced higher than those of key competitors, creating potential price sensitivity among prospective learners. The checkout process is lengthy, increasing friction and abandonment rates. Limited customer testimonials reduce social proof and weaken users' trust. And clear policy introduces perceived risk, discourages users completing transactions. You see, there is a funnel which typically moves from 1, awareness, where the user sees the social media ad or post; 2, where the user visits the website and explores courses; 3, consideration, where the user views course details and pricing; 4, decision, where the user starts the checkout process; and finally, 5, convert, where the user completes payments and enrolls. So the user sees the company and visits the website just fine. But the main problem begins to reflect in step 3, where the user sees the courses with no assurance and high prices, and as doubt clouds his mind, he never makes it to the 5th step. Internally, there is a disagreement regarding the root cause of this problem. The marketing team contends that increased advertising expenditure would eventually drive growth through high traffic volumes. In contrast, the product team argues that the underlying issue lies in poor user experience and conversion funnel design. Leadership at Daytopia Network now a strategic decision. How can the company improve conversion performance and revenue generation without inefficiently increasing market spend? I will now hand over to my teammate, Patrick Phillip, to give a comprehensive marketing team's view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anima. I'm walking us through a comparison between the marketing view and the project view.
What's going on? We can't hear anything.
Oh,
so
I thought my
had
network was not
issues. The
working
marketing
well.
team,
Seems my teammate seems to be.
sorry, I had network issues. The marketing team, who is responsible for attracting potential and sorry, I'm back. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Please. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I'm walking us through a comparison between the marketing team perspective and the product team perspective. The marketing team, who is responsible for attracting potential customers and creating awareness about the company's products,
believes that increasing advertising spending will bring more visitors and that a larger audience would naturally produce more sales. This position reflects traditional marketing logic, where success is measured by reach, impressions, and traffic, as cited by Kotler and Keller. Although marketing efforts are demonstrably effective in driving awareness, as the brand is already visible and competitive in digital spaces, and the top of the funnel is healthy and active. But despite its surface appeal, this approach has serious limitations. One, ignoring funnel efficiency. Driving more traffic into a weak conversion system increases waste rather than revenue. Two, escalating customer acquisition cost. More advertising without improved conversion reduces profitability. Three, over-reliance on vanity metrics. Traffic and clicks create the illusion of growth without delivering financial results. As Peter Drucker observed, efficiency without effectiveness leads to failure. In this case, scaling markets before fixing conversion is strategically unsound. Now let's look at the product team perspective. The product team is responsible for what users experience once they arrive on the platform. The product team identifies the problem as one of users' experience and trust, and this view covers the fact that users drop off due to pricing shock. The checkout process is too complex, trust signals are insufficient, and risk is not adequately reduced. This position is not strongly supported by this position is strongly supported by research and practice, showing that limited testimonials weaken social proof, high pricing page bounce rates, signal value misalignment, unclear refund policies increase perceived risks, complex checkouts increases abandonment, and behavioral economics shows that users are loss averse and highly sensitive to friction, especially when money is involved. However, this view is not complete on its own. Product improvements without strategic traffic growth may slow down expansion. Thus, while the product team correctly diagnoses the core problem, long-term success requires strategic integration. From this, we can deduce that the product team is right because evidence from analytics supports team product claim more ads at the moment would waste resources, thereby increasing traffic without fixing conversion, leading to higher customer acquisition cost, lower return on ad spending, diminishing returns. But marketing is not wrong, although Daytopia's problem is conversion efficiency, not traffic generation. However, the correct strategic solution is alignment, not choosing. While Daytopia's marketing team has successfully generated awareness and traffic, the core constraints to growth lies within the product experience. Addressing conversion friction before increasing advertisement spending will improve marketing efficiency, reduce wasted resources, and enable sustainable growth. Now, the best recommendation is to pause major spend increases, fix conversion bottlenecks, scale markets once conversion reaches benchmark levels. This is in line with top edutech companies.
This is in line with top edutech companies like Coursera and Udemy, who optimize user experience and trust signals before increasing ad
And Udemy, who optimize user experience and control aspect and improving. We do that? Well, now that we understand the structure and nature of Daytopia's network challenges, I will now hand over to my teammate Mary to enlighten us on how we can solve these challenges.
Thank you very much, Philip. Now let's get into the strategic objective. The primary goal of what we are trying to achieve for the Daytopia network is to increase conversion rate from 0.9% towards the industry benchmark of 3 to 5% using existing traffic before scaling marketing spend. Based on our comparative analysis, we identified that Daytopia's primary growth constraint lies within its pricing perception, checkout friction, and trust mechanism. As a result, our solutions focus on optimizing the conversion funnel by embarking on 3 strategic pillars. Solution framework include 1. fix the pricing and value perception. 2, reduce checkout and friction. And lastly, build trust and reduce perceived risks. And with this, I will back up with the use of global performing edtech company like Coursera, Udemy, LinkedIn Learning, edX, and Masterclass. Now let's get into it. Pillar 1, fix pricing and value perception. To do this, we have to A, introduce tiered pricing, which is spread across basic, standard, and premium options. With this allows price-sensitive users to enter at a lower cost. According to Porter's differentiation strategy, premium pricing succeeds when value is explicit. Companies like Coursera and edX offer free or low-cost entry options before premium certificates. B, reframe pricing and around outcomes. By laying emphasis on career benefits, certificate value, and employability, highlight on return on investment of the consumer instead of cost. And lastly, offering free trials. This will lower bounce rates on pricing page and increase consideration as potential customers now understand that quality and advantages of the product they are purchasing. Companies like LinkedIn Learning tie certificate directly to career advancement. Pillar 2, reduce checkout friction. To do this, we have to A, simplify checkout flow. Under this, we will be reducing number of steps, allowing guest checkout, and removing unnecessary form fills before payment. This will allow guests exploit the website where signing in is initiated when payments and free trial attempts are made. Other non-crucial forms could also be moved to after payment or during the course of free trial. Companies like Udemy uses a fast minimal checkout process to reduce abandonment. As Berman institution said, reducing friction directly increase completion rate. Next, we'll be looking at the second point under pillar 2, add progress indicators to show users how many steps remain and to reduce psychological friction. Using statements like let's get started and you are almost there, we instigate higher completion rates at the end of the funnel. This is proven by some companies. I will leave you with this. According to Coursera 2023, the introduction of progress tracking features increased learner completion rates by over 10%. Even the non-edutech network companies like Amazon and LinkedIn shows that introduction of progress trackers reduce user uncertainty and friction during multi-step processes, directly contributing to improved conversion rates. I will now call on our last speaker, Ibrahim Israel, to take us on our final pillar and the conclusion.
Well, thank you, Mary. Pillar 3, build trust and reduce perceived risks. To do this, we would have to first strengthen social proof by adding student testimonial, displaying completion numbers and ratings, and including recognizable certification partners. This strategy will boost customer confidence because, as Shardini said, social proof reduces uncertainty and increases confidence. It could be used to boost premium enrollment, similar to companies like Masterclass that heavily leverages testimonies to justify premium pricing. Secondly, clarify refund and guarantee policies. By this, we initiate a simple visible refund statement and risk reversal message. For example, 14 days money back guarantee. This is expected to increase customer trust, thereby leading to higher conversion rates. Companies like edX communicate refund terms upfront, reducing hesitation. As Kuhneman and Tversky said, loss aversion heavily influences consumer decision making. Other perspectives exist, such as consumer support, data analytics, partnership, content experience, and pricing, that focuses on enhancing user guidance, personalizing experiences, building trust, improving learning value, and optimizing revenue models. But while they offer useful insights, their impact is maximized only when aligned with marketing, which drives traffic, and product, which ensures smooth conversions. So in conclusion, as Peter Drucker observed, efficiency without effectiveness leads to failure. In this case, scaling marketing before fixing conversion is strategically unsound. Ultimately, the path to sustainable growth lies in aligning marketing and product strategies. Maintaining healthy traffic while ensuring that every user interaction builds confidence, reduces friction, and demonstrates clear value. By implementing this, the Daytopia network is polished with not only increasing revenue but also strengthening its brand credibility, long-term customer loyalty, without wasting marketing resources. Reviewed by Next Generation Team, Federal University, Lokoja.
Thank you very much. Well done. Okay. Quickly, we're going to have the next team present their work and then we'll give you both feedback. Team UI Alpha.
Good evening, everybody. Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we
Yes, we
can.
can.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine selling in a busy marketplace. People are walking in, stopping at your stall, looking at your product, asking questions, and then walking away without buying. Not because they are not interested, but because something makes them hesitate. That, in simple terms, is the situation our client, Daytopia Network, finds itself in today. Daytopia Network is an education technology company that offers professional career-focused certification courses through an online platform. Through strong digital and social media marketing, Daytopia attracts about 220,000 visitors every month to its website. That level of traffic signals demand, awareness, and relevance in the market. But here is the critical question. What happens after people arrive? Despite this impressive traffic, only 0.9% of visitors become paying customers. To put that into perspective, industry benchmarks for online education platforms typically range from 3 and 5%, as given in the case study, and as confirmed in a digital performance study by the CXL Institute. In simple terms, while the market average converts roughly 3 to 5 out of every 100 visitors, Daytopia converts less than 1 out of 100 visitors. This signals that the platform is underperforming against the industry benchmark. But why does this happen? The case study parameters give us important clues. Daytopia's courses are priced at a premium compared to competitors. The checkout process takes too many steps. Testimonials are limited, and refund terms are not clearly explained. Think of it like a customer ready to pay at a supermarket, only to face a long queue, unclear pricing, and no receipt policy. Many simply leave. At this point, the organization stands at a strategic crossroads. The marketing team believes spending more on ads will eventually solve the problem. The product team believes the real issue lies in the user experience and conversion funnel. To prevent a leadership tussle, our firm, Alpha Consult & Co., was consulted to provide clarity and direction. Alpha Consult & Co. is a strategy consulting firm that works with technology and education-focused companies facing growth inefficiencies. I am Praise Adewumi Obisheson, the lead consultant at Alpha Consult & Co. for today. Working with me is our data and analytics partner, Akim Adepoju, our strategy partner, Kehinde Leshi, and our operations and implementation partner, Jacob Chidi. Our team will diagnose where value is leaking, why customers hesitate, and how performance numbers to this shows that the average cost price is around $137. Now, to remain conservative, we assume the network earns about $120 if conversion to approximately $6.68 million annually. Is revenue currently being left on the table? And this poses a major financial problem for our clients. Having established this financial loss, the next question is simple but critical. Why are visitors not buying? To answer this question, we conducted a short survey of 50 University of Ibadan students, all of whom have either bought a course online or are familiar with learning platforms such as Coursera and Udemy. The responses closely confirm the patterns already evident in Daytopia's data. First is the pricing justification. Daytopia charges a premium price, but many visitors struggle to justify the premium price with the information provided. 63% of our survey respondents admitted that they will very likely or likely abandon course pages where they are unable to justify the price. This aligns directly with the high bounce rates observed with our clients. The second root cause is the lack of trust signals. Online learners want reassurance before committing money. Our survey showed that 80% of respondents actively look for reviews, ratings, certificates, or clear refund policies before buying a course. When these signals are weak or unclear, hesitation increases. The third cause is user experience and checkout friction. Even when interest exists, Complexity drives people away. In our survey, 40% of respondents identified too many steps before payment or a complicated checkout process as the main reason they abandoned cost purchases. This supports the case study insight that Daytopia's checkout process is long and discouraging. Finally, there is poor traffic quality. Not all visitors arrive with buying intent. From our responses, only approximately 5% said they visit learning platforms with the intention to buy immediately, while the majority, 75% of respondents, come to compare options or look for free resources. This means that even strong traffic volumes will convert poorly if intent is mismatched. Now, I'll be handing over to our data and analytics partner, Akim Adequadri, to take it up from here.
Thank you very much for that, Adewumi. Audience, after identifying the root causes of our client's problem, it is natural at this point to proceed to understand the market and industry they operate in. Doing this better inform the options available to take. And it is important to note that the online education industry is no longer an emerging space. It is a fast-moving global market space. According to Grand View Research, the global e-learning market was valued at about, wait for it, $300 billion in 2024, and is projected to exceed $840 billion by the year 2030. The MOC segment alone is expected to grow at over 27% annually, showing that people are not just learning online, they are increasingly willing to pay for it. So the question is not, is there demand? The question is, who captures it? At the top of this market, we have platforms like Coursera and Udemy. Coursera reported about 168 million registered learners globally and generated roughly $695 million in revenue in 2024 alone. Udemy serves over 80 million learners with more than 250,000 courses, generating close to $787 million in revenue in 2024 alone. These numbers matter for one key reason. The Daytopia network is not competing with this platform on scale. They are not competitors. With 220,000 monthly visitors, our clients operate in a different lane, more like a specialized store than a global supermarket. So how do these giants perform in such a crowded market? The answer lies in the fact that they focus less on traffic and more on conversion. Coursera increases people's willingness to pay through certificates, university partnerships, clear learning pathway. Udemy shows ratings, reviews, clear pricing, and a fast checkout, much like someone choosing a restaurant based on review before ordering. Yet, even with all these advantages, industry research shows that the average cost conversion rate is still between 3 and 5%. What does all this mean? It tells us that low conversion is not unusual, but ignoring it is very expensive. The leaders in this industry succeed not because everyone buys, but because they have strategies that they are using to optimize their conversion. Now that we've seen the market, the natural thing to do is to look at the options available to our clients, given the causes of the problem. Market and industry parameters. Alpha Consult and Co. explored 4 main options, and here we discuss these options, then their benefits, and the risk attached to each options. The first one, the marketing team suggested spending more on ads to bring in more visitors. Sounds easy, right? More people, more sales. But here is the catch. Doubling down on marketing doesn't automatically improve the conversion rate. At the current conversion rate of 0.9%, doubling traffic will not only increase paying customers, but also increases the number of not paying customers. Increasing traffic is not the same as increasing conversion. Besides, more advertising could end up costing more than the extra revenue they get without fixing the real issue. The second option, suggested by the product team, is to optimize the website UX and redesign the checkout process. This includes improving cost landing page to clearly communicate benefits and also simplify the checkout flow to reduce friction. This approach directly addresses the identified root causes. However, it requires significant upfront investment. It may also temporarily confuse some users, and it does not fully resolve trust issues such as pricing, page bounce rate, and lack of cost reviews. Some might think lower the price and people will buy more, but economics tells us otherwise. According to the law of demand and price elasticity, if a good is priced inelastic, like the product of our clients, reducing its price by a percentage does not necessarily lead to a proportional increase in quantity sold. Daytopia courses are a good example. Lowering the price might actually attract more buyers, but the lost revenue per course is unlikely to be fully recovered from the extra purchases. Simply put, the total revenue could go down even with more sales. Cutting price there is risky and unlikely to solve the problem of low conversion. Going to number 4, retargeting strategy. Retargeting focuses on visitors who left without purchasing. This includes sending personalized email reminders about courses they viewed, highlighting key benefits or limited time offers. Our survey evidence shows 86% of users said emails after signing up rarely made them to return to buy a course. Besides, this option might be ineffective if the core website experience that drove them away remains broken. Having given the options available, it's logical to now present our recommendations. Our strategy partner, Ken Leshi, will take it up from here.
Thank you so much, Akim, for that. Now on to the recommendations. As a consulting company, we recommend the LEAP system: learn, engage, acquire, and promote. This recommendation is a blend of the option 2 that we have assessed, combined with the results and recommendations from the survey we conducted. The first part of the system is L, that is meaning learn. Many visitors leave because they are unsure if courses are worth the price. To address this, Daytopia should make the visitors learn the various benefits that come with the course. Our clients should rewrite course descriptions to clearly highlight the skills, certifications, and career benefits that each course offers. Additionally, learners should be able to download documents that explain all these. If visitors should download this guide from under each course, they can immediately understand the value of paying for the course. This update should be completed within the first 3 weeks of the program. Next is the e-recommendation to engage. This is to make visitor engagement smoother. Many visitors leave because the purchase process is too long or it's confusing. To fix this, Daytopia should streamline checkouts by reducing form fields, enabling one-click guest checkouts, and supporting multiple payment options, including cards, wallets, and mobile payments. Weekly monitoring of traffic and conversion data from this simplified checkout should begin in week 1. The third part is A, which is acquire. The plan here is to acquire trust and social proof from existing buyers. A special incentive should be given that when a customer completes one course, they can get a one-time access to a complimentary course if they leave a well-detailed review or a testimonial. This feature should be implemented in the 3rd week with continuous collection of reviews and testimonials every week after that. Finally, the last part of the LEAP system, promotes. This involves continuously promoting improvements. Daytopia should run A/B test, which compares 2 versions of a page or a headline to see which one performs better. From the customer's perspective, each visitor randomly sees either version A or version B when they visit the site, allowing Daytopia to observe which version drives more engagement and purchases. Analytics tools will track visitor behavior and conversions, and each week, the team should review the results, identify patterns, and make small adjustments for the following week. By week 6, these insights will reveal which changes most effectively increase conversions. Now, after Consult & Co consulted non-code Embassy Tech, a freelance bubble developer firm, to estimate the cost and timelines for implementing our recommendation. The invoice for this was $40,000, which is approximately 1.7% of the revenue our clients already rakes in every month. This phased approach ensures that all updates are fully rolled out and operational by week 12, with measurable impacts on conversions. Now, you might ask, why would the LEAP system work for Daytopia? To answer that, we can look at it through the SWOT lens: its strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. For the strengths, the recommendations improve the value perception, reduce purchase friction, and build customer trust. For its weakness, however, successful execution requires close coordination across products and technical teams, which might not be okay. Opportunities is that and unlock additional revenue from the existing traffic. Competitors may adopt similar strategies, which may then reduce Daytopia's competitive edge. Now, even the best strategy comes with risk. For Daytopia, the LEAP system has several areas to watch, but all are manageable with practical steps. Customer revenue volatility is a potential risk and could happen as users adapt to the redesigned checkout or as minor technical issues arise. Mitigation for this is a gradual rollout. A/B testing should start out with small portions of the traffic first. Then, our clients should monitor results quickly and keep the ability to revert changes quickly if needed. Also, trying to make management include supervision in their routine can slow progress down because the strategy involves product and technical teams. We recommend assigning a dedicated project manager who is going to create a clear timeline for each phase and hold weekly cross-functional progress meetings. Technical risks include slow load times, site errors, or payment failures that can accompany website updates, which can temporarily reduce conversions. To mitigate this, all changes should be made in staging environment first, and updates should be scheduled during off-peak hours, and a rapid response contingency plan will be in place for any critical issues. By addressing this risk systematically, our implementation partner will take it from here. Jacob, truly up to you now.
Thank you very much for that. Now, let's dive into the numbers. Looking at the expected outcome of our lead system, with a current monthly traffic of 220,000 visitors and an average online cost price of $120, we model the expected result of implementing our recommendation under 3 different scenarios. Firstly, the base case scenarios where the conversion rate improves from 0.9% to 3%. Daytopia would gain 6,600 paying customers per month, translating to 792,000 in monthly revenue and an annual revenue of $9.5 million. Given the estimated implementation cost and compared to the current revenue of $2.8 million, Daytopia could see a first-year revenue increase by $6.5 million. Now, to the best case scenario, where the conversion rate improves to 4%. This will bring about 8,800 paying customers per month, which translates to over 1 million monthly revenue and about 12.6 million annually, giving a potential first-year revenue increase of roughly $9.6 million over the current baseline. Now, to the worst-case scenario, where the conversion rate improves to 2%. The first-year revenue will still increase by about $3.3 million, and we are only asking our client to just spend 1.7% of their current monthly revenue to achieve all of this. Beyond revenue, the system brings other strategic benefits, which includes maximizing revenue per customer. This reduces their customer acquisition cost, improving value communication and social proof, strengthening brand credibility, while smoother checkout and better engagement increases customer retention and lifetime value. In conclusion, we have established that the Daytopia network faces a critical challenge. We have quantified this challenge. We have established the root causes and to conceptualize these causes within the market survey, within the market and industry analysis, and consider several options. While looking at their merits, they fail to address the core problems, which is why visitors left without buying. After careful analysis and survey outcome, Alpha Consult & Co. recommended the LEAP system, which is a hybrid strategy that focuses on optimizing the conversion funnel before scaling traffic. This strategy attacks the main bottleneck, which are pricing and value alignment, checkout simplification, trust and social proof enhancement, and data-driven experimentation. Implementing this system is projected to significantly increase revenue, reducing customer acquisition costs, and strengthening Daytopia's brand credibility. All potential risks can be effectively mitigated through structured planning, phased rollout, and continuous monitoring. In essence, by prioritizing this conversion efficiency, Daytopia can maximize the value of its existing traffic, unlocking substantial revenue, and positioning itself for a sustainable and profitable growth in the highly competitive edtech market. Once again, we are consulting partners from Alpha Consult & Co. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. So I'm going to tell you what I saw from the presentation from both Team Next Generation and Team UI Alpha. I feel like, Akim, I need to ask your team members if it feels like you bullied them, like you told them that if any of you mess up, I'm going to mess you guys up. Because the truth there is that everyone in that team brought their A game, and I can't even say that this is the person that didn't. Everybody in the team did absolutely well, fantastic. You guys, you knew what you were doing, and that was really, really good. Next Generation, Alima, you are a fantastic presenter. You have great skills in terms of presentation, and you remember that I told you as well, when we were having that conversation, that when you are having a group competition, it's, yes, you might be good, you might hand titles like the best presenter because you are good, but then again, it's not an individual presentation, it's a team effort, and it's important that I know it's a lot of work, but it's important that you get your team up to speed, so you are not the only one shining, but everybody else shined within the team. And I think that's what Akim did. Akim was able to ensure that every of his team members shined, and individually they shined. Like, I could distinguish their voices in their presentation, and I could see the uniqueness that each member of that team brought into the presentation. However, my only feedback that I would give to Akim is you guys as a team need to generally work on your diction and your enunciation. I feel like that was something that let the team down. You guys had some I had some issues with your diction and your enunciation when pronouncing some words. Again, this is just something that you guys need to have at the back of your mind. But aside that, you had a good presentation. I'm not going to talk about the analysis part because I enjoyed it from both teams. I'm going to allow Dr. Yusuf to talk about that. The only other thing I wanted to say is that Team Next Generation, you still have a lot of work to do on your slides. At some point, I was struggling to view your slides. Like I couldn't even see some of the words well. I don't know, maybe it could be because maybe you are sharing from your phone. I don't know if that was what impacted on it. But yeah, your slides also had some very dull moments, some dull colors as well. So again, I know it's a lot it's a lot of requests to ask for, but yeah, your final stage, I think that you guys need to like go all out on your slides. I like the slides from team UI Alpha. Okay, I'll let Dr. Yusuf give comment on your analysis and the business aspect of your work.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ikumoke. First of all, well done to both teams again. Like I said, these two teams have been very good from the beginning. So it takes a lot to remain consistent from phase 1 to phase 4, and I understand.
Yeah.
So well done to both teams. So now looking deeper into it, first of all, why is Alpha still showing us? They just want to show us that they've done the Daytopia network website. We've seen it. Daytopia, I'll start with Next Gen. I love the start. The video idea was really good, but honestly, I think the network didn't help you guys at all today. I think, first of all, maybe the network affected the video, so we didn't get to really enjoy the video. But obviously, for the idea, it makes sense. It was really good that I started with the video idea. The slides as well, I'm not sure if it was the network that Ejimaka spoke about it, but it was really blurry I thought it was my eyes. So I thought maybe I needed to put on my glasses, but after putting on my glasses, it was still blurry. So I was like, I must be the network, or maybe because we're projecting from your phone. So, and these are things that you probably might have been able to resolve if you tested it out, maybe checked. All of you jump on a Google Meet call to make sure that everything was okay with the slides. But trust me, it was really blurry. I could not read a lot of the slides. Because the last phase, you had issues with the slides as well. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so also that network part, it affected Alima's presentation because at some point I was training my ears to hear. I could not really hear her, but I could get some part of some points that she was trying to make. And I think the network passed on to Patrick. Patrick, when she passed on to Patrick, I think he paused for a while. I was even thinking, is Patrick not ready? Because it felt like he was not ready but I eventually realized it was the network again. So that start wasn't really great. And then the last presenter, I think Ibrahim, his network was okay, but I could hear him flipping pages as well. So I think as a collective, you guys have done better than this in the last 2 weeks. So network was a great issue, but it's something you guys need to work on. But the good part about your presentation is, again, confidence presentation, very confident presenters, good use of framework. I love the differentiation strategy that you used. I love the example with the Udemy, which is great. I love the recommendation as well. That's probably the recommendation I'll be expecting. Nothing outside of what I was expecting, but overall, the content and structure was good from beginning to end. So well done to Next Gen. For Alpha, I love the slides a lot. I love the slide much more. Very clear slides. It is not. I love the idea. Two ideas that I really love. I love the fact that you created something around the Daytopia network website because I was able to, when you were explaining, I was able to go back to the picture of the Daytopia network website to see how that can be implemented on the website. So it's great visuals, really nice. You guys used a lot of research, which is really, this is something that I've loved over the course of your presentations. You guys use a lot of research, and then you also now use your own surveys, which is good. So while having the research or something that a study that they've done before, you carrying out a primary study to confirm also makes sense, and then you were able to compare yours and this the research, which is amazing. I love the fact that you used a lot of financial assumptions, but make sure that you highlight or emphasize that they are based on assumptions, and you need to put it there as well that these are the assumptions that you're using. Because a lot of times you said the company is earning this, but you need to emphasize that it's based on assumption and it is not in the case study. So when you're presenting a solution to a company, you don't want them to say, oh, these figures are wrong. But if you've explained to them that assuming you are earning this, or these are the financial assumptions we are going to be using for our next slides, then they ignore the actual figures, but they go into what you're trying to explain from the financial assumptions. Do you understand? I've mentioned it again. I mean, confident presenters from the beginning to the end. Well done, honestly. You guys did really well.
Well done, well done, well done, well done. Team Next Generation, well done. Confident presenters. I think this set of presentation is the only presentation where we've had two great teams going against each other. So even if you didn't get a point, or maybe I don't know what the decision of the mentors would be, know that it wasn't because you didn't do well. Just know that it wasn't because you didn't do well. It's two great teams coming together. That's one thing I wanted to take out of here, because you both did well. The confidence level is the same across boards, from both teams. So well done, guys. Akim, well done. And Alima, well done as well. Okay, so quickly we're going to move to the last team. It seems like today I'm thinking. I think today we are on time, hopefully. The last team is Team Biro Alpha and Team Synergy. We have both teams here. Team Biro Alpha, are you guys here? Team Biro Alpha. Excellent, excellent. Team Synergy, are you here?
Yes, we are here.
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to start with Team Biro Alpha, and immediately they are done, we'll have Team Synergy present, and then we'll give you both feedbacks at the end of the day. Team Biro Alpha, do you want to share your slides?
Yes, ma'am. Sharing it now.
Excellent.
Every journey begins long before a plane ever leaves the ground. From the moment a customer searches for a ticket to the tone of a cabin crew's voice at 35,000 feet, experience is what turns an airline from just a means of transport into a trusted brand. Ladies and gentlemen, panel of judges and fellow presenters, team, fasten your seatbelts and enjoy the flight. My name is Garba Gidaro Kasin, and I'll be leading this presentation as we explore a case study on Daytopia Airlines, focusing on how customer experience shapes satisfaction, loyalty, and competitive advantage in the aviation industry. Before we taxi into our key sites, I'd like to introduce the crew behind this presentation, the members of the team Alpha who made this analysis possible.
I'm Hussein Honorable Mahmoud.
And I'm Yakub Munir Ilajo.
Today, I will be presenting an in-depth analysis of a case study titled Daytopia Airlines Customer Experience Breakdown. This case focuses on the strategic challenges faced by Daytopia Airlines as it attempts to balance cost efficiency with service quality in a highly competitive aviation industry. The airline industry is characterized by thin profit margins, high operational costs, and intense price competition. As a result, many airlines adopt cost leadership strategies to remain profitable. Daytopia Airlines followed this approach by positioning itself as a low-cost carrier that is also customer-friendly, aiming to attract price-sensitive travelers without sacrificing positive customer experiences.
Daytopia Airlines' original positioning strategy. To fully understand the challenges faced by Daytopia Airlines, it is important to first examine its original marketing position. Daytopia Airlines positioned itself as a low-cost airline that was also customer-friendly. This positioning was designed to appeal to a broad segment of travelers, particularly those who were price-sensitive but still valued reliability, clear communication, and respectful treatment throughout their journey. Unlike traditional full-service airlines that compete on luxury and extensive in-flight offerings, Daytopia focused on affordability. However, unlike many ultra-low-cost carriers that deliberately minimize customer interaction, Daytopia sought to differentiate itself by maintaining a reputation for approachability and basic service quality. This strategy implied, as promised to customers, that while they may not receive premium services, they will still experience smooth operation, help staff, and adequate support, especially during delays or disruption. In essence, Ethiopia's value proposition was not just about low price, but about delivering acceptable service at an affordable cost. Such a positioning requires strong operational discipline. Cost efficiency must be achieved through smart processes, effective technology, and optimized resource allocation, not through actions that directly degrade customer experience. When executed properly, this balance can create customer trust, repeat patronage, and positive words of mouth. However, this position also created high expectations. Once customers associate a brand with friendliness and reliability, any decline in service quality becomes more noticeable and more damaging. As we will see in the next session, the gap between Daytopia's original promise and its later operational decision became the core source of its customer experience breakdown.
Following its initial success, Daytopia Airlines began to experience a series of operational and customer-related challenges that signaled a decline in service performance. One of the earliest and most visible issues was the increase in flight delays. While delays are not uncommon in the airline industry, the frequency and consistency of these delays at Daytopia became a major concern. Repeatedly, delays disrupt travel plans, create stress for passengers, and reduce confidence in the airline's reliability. Alongside this, customer complaints doubled, indicating that dissatisfaction was no longer isolated to individual incidents but had become systematic. Complaints range from missed connections and unclear rebooking processes to poor handling of baggage and unresolved refund issues. The growing volume of complaints suggested that the airline's internal system were struggling to manage systems. Intensified. Further amplifying the problem, platforms such as X, Instagram, and Facebook became outlets where customers publicly shared negative experiences. Unlike private complaints, social media criticism spreads rapidly and influences potential customers who may never have flown with the airline. The public visibility magnified. These emerging problems revealed a critical mismatch between Daytopia's brand promise and the actual customer experience being delivered. Customers who had chosen the airline based on affordability and friendliness now encountered inconsistency, delays, and poor communication. At this stage, the airline faced a strategic warning sign. The combination of operational disruptions, rising complaints, and online backlash indicated that underlying structural issues were developing. Instead of addressing these root causes, Daytopia responded by prioritizing cost reduction, a decision that would later intensify the customer experience breakdown. This transition sets the foundation for understanding the airline's subsequent cost-cutting measures and their far-reaching consequences.
Like my mentor always says, cost cutting has never been a problem for any business, but cost cutting shouldn't translate to low service delivery. The real question before the Daytopia is not whether cost cutting was necessary, it was actually. The real question is whether a low cost airline can remain customer friendly without destroying trust and long term value. In response to operational challenges and pressure to maintain profitability, Daytopia Airlines implemented aggressive cost cutting measures. While this improved short term finances, industry data highlights the risk of reducing customer facing resources. Wi-Fi Talents 2023 reports that 86% of passengers consider airline experience critical for loyalty, and 78% would switch airlines after poor service delivery. When the Daytopia cut costs, it focused on three critical areas. First, ground staff were reduced, weakening the airline's ability to respond quickly during disruptions. Secondly, cost of accountability and emotional connection. Third, investment in digital service tools was limited, leaving customers without fast, reliable alternatives. Individually, these decisions reduced expenses. Collectively, they created friction, confusion, and frustration. But our analysis revealed something deeper. Beyond cost and service issues, Daytopia has a decision rights problem. The people who see customer problems first, which are the frontline and outsourced staffs, have the least power to fix them. During delays, employees wait for approvals, follow rigid scripts, and escalate issues that should be resolved instantly. And here is the key insight. Customers are not frustrated by only delays. They are frustrated by helplessness. Every minute a frontline employee waits for approval, customer trust is lost. Daytopia reduced ground staff, lowering cost by weakening service delivery. Gitnox Industry Research 2024 shows 61% of passengers link delays to insufficient staff, and 67% say staff interactions shape overall satisfaction. Outsourcing customer service further reduced operational control. Nearly 80% of customers abandon airlines after repeated service failures. This is in accordance with Wi-Fi Talent 2023. Limited investment in digital tools compounded the problem. Only 24% of passengers successfully use automated platforms to resolve disruptions. This is in accordance with another study, Gitnox 2024, while 65% prefer airlines offering efficient digital services, Wi-Fi Talent 2023. In sum, Daytopia's cost-cutting measures saved money in the short term, but weakened operational resilience, customer experience, and loyalty, demonstrating the trade-off between expense reduction and service quality.
Now let's make a comparison between our short-term gains versus the long-term damages. The cost-cutting measures implemented by the Daytopia Airlines initially appeared to achieve their intended objective. In the short term, the airline would experience improved financial performance as reduced staff costs, lower operational expenses, and outsourced service helped stabilize profit margins. From a managerial perspective, these results may have been interpreted as evidence that the strategy was working. Operating costs declined, and the airline was able to remain competitive on ticket pricing. However, these financial gains were largely short-lived and came at a significant hidden cost. Over time, the negative effect of this decision began to outweigh the financial benefits. The reduction in service quality directly impacted on customer satisfaction, leading to frustration, mistrust, and declined brand perception. Customers who once viewed Daytopia as affordable and friendly now would associate the airlines with delay, poor communication, and inadequate support. This shift in perception had serious long-term implications. Dissatisfied customers were less likely to book repeat flights and more likely to share negative experience with others, both privately and on social media. As loyalty declined, Daytopia would be increasingly dependent on low price to attract customers, further squeezing profit margin. Additionally, reputational damage increased indirect costs. The airline would face higher marketing expenses to counter negative publicity, greater pressure from regulators and customer protection bodies, and an increased compensation claim due to service failure. In many cases, this cost exceeded the saving generated by the original cost-cutting measure. This section of the case highlights a critical strategic lesson. Short-term financial improvements do not necessarily indicate long-term success. When cost reduction undermines customer experience, they erode the very foundation of sustainable profits.
At this stage of the case, the Ethiopia Airlines finds itself facing a critical strategic dilemma that will determine its long-term survival and competitiveness. On one hand, the airline operates in a highly competitive industry where controlling costs is essential. Rising fuel prices, maintenance expenses, and competitive fare pressures make cost efficiency unavoidable. From this perspective, management may feel compelled to continue aggressive cost cutting to protect short-term profitability and market share.
We now bring to you the strategic misalignment table, the strategic misalignment triangle. Our findings can be summarized under using the strategic misalignment triangle. At the top is strategy, a low-cost, customer-friendly airline. On one side is lean staffing, is operations, which includes lean staffing, outsourcing, limited digital investment, and centralized control. On the other side is customer experience, meaning delays, poor communication, and dissatisfaction. These three elements no longer reinforce each other. When strategy, operations, and experience stop aligning, every cost saved today creates a future loss in loyalty, reputation, and revenue. Daytopia Airlines finds itself facing a critical strategic dilemma that will determine its long-term survival and competitiveness. Based on our analysis, Daytopia has three strategic paths. Option one is to double down on cost cutting, short-term margin protection while forfeiting their long-term brand erosion. Option two is to pivot to a premium model, which is expensive and unrealistic given current positioning. Then there's option three, our recommendation, which is smart cost leadership, protecting affordability while redesigning authority, systems, and service delivery to restore trust.
Therefore, our comeback strategy, it was divided into three phases. Phase one, immediate service stabilization. The priority here is to stop the bleeding and resolve the service gap that is fueling negative sentiment. We have reshoring key support functions. Reverse the decision to outsource critical customer service tiers. Bring high empathy support roles back in-house to ensure agents have the authority and training to solve problems. Also, the empowerment of rehired staffs, like in the case of Ryan's Air's CEO, who had felt out of touch with his employees. We also have strategic staffing restoration, whereby they rehire essential ground staff at major hubs. Staffing levels should be determined by not average days, but by peak days to ensure that human support is available during inevitable flight delays mentioned in the case. We also have active crisis communication, whereby we implement a radical transparency policy on social media instead of automated replies. Use a dedicated team to provide real-time updates during disruptions. Phase two, operational and digital resilience. Moving from incident response to intelligent orchestration. By investing in digital self-service, as noted in the case, Daytopia under-invested in tech, whereby the airline must now deploy a robust mobile app that allows passengers to rebook themselves, track baggage in real time, and receive push notifications for gate changes. Just like in Delta Airlines, who have set the industry standard here, where it's with its Fly Delta app, where you can proactively notify users and offer self-service rebooking, significantly reducing the load on airport ground staff. We also have predictive maintenance and scheduling, using AI-driven analytics to identify potential mechanical issues before they cause a cancellation. By fixing plates before they break, Daytopia can reduce the frequency of the customer experience breakdowns that currently plagues its schedule. Phase three, brand repositioning and loyalty. By re-establishing the customer-friendly identity, it will employ the service recovery paradox, which will launch a campaign to reward customers who were affected by recent breakdowns, offering meaningful compensation like vouchers, which can actually lead to higher loyalty than if the failure never happened, provided the recovery is handled with empathy. We also have cultural alignment, incentivizing the employees based on Net Promoter Score, NPS, and just on-time performance. This ensures that staff are focused on the quality of the journey, not just the speed of the turnaround.
There are risks to our solution, yes, including cost creep and resistance to change. This can be managed through phased rollouts, pilot routes, and incentives tied to customer experience metrics. I will now take us through real-life scenarios that mirror Daytopia's case. We have Ryanair. Daytopia's situation mirrors Ryanair before its customer experience reset. It was profitable, but increasingly disliked. What happened to Ryanair? Ryanair engaged in aggressive cost cutting, extremely lean staffing, poor handling of cancellation and delays, and customer complaints and brand hostility increased. What went wrong? Same as Daytopia. They focused on cost efficiency, ignored experience efficiency, and also frontline staff had little discretion. Ryanair CEO later admitted they had lost touch with the customers. They went on to improve communication, allowed more flexibility in customer handling, invested in digital service.
Now let's look at other real life scenarios. We're going to be having 4 of them. The first of them is the Southwest airline crisis of 2022. Just like Daytopia, limiting investments in digital service tools, Southwest had prioritized growth and low fares over modernizing their back-end technology. Lesson learned: when Daytopia cuts ground staffs and digital tools, they lose their ability to recover from a single delay, leading to the intensified social media criticism seen in the case study. The second of them is the British Airway crisis of 2017. Daytopia's case study mentions cutting costs by reducing ground staff and outsourcing customer service. The British airline did exactly this, and the result was a reputational breakdown where a premium brand started feeling cheap and unreliable. Our key takeaway: you cannot be customer friendly if your cost cutting removes the people responsible for being friendly. The third one is the Spirit Frontier Airlines, which is currently ongoing. The case study notes that customers increasingly complain about long wait times and lack of support. This is the modern ultra low cost carrier dilemma. Practical implications: the Ethiopia strategy of outsourcing customer service will lead to agents who use scripted responses, which makes customers feel ignored. This is the exact opposite of their original positioning. And then the last of them is the United Airlines of 2017. The case study noted that the social media criticism intensified. In the digital age, a customer experience breakdown at the gate is no longer private. It becomes a global news story in minutes. The implications: the Ethiopia lack of support during cutting strategy means that when staffs do interact with frustrated customers, they are often stressed and unsupported, leading to high conflict situations that end up on social media.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Alpha Flight Crew speaking. We hope you've enjoyed the experience on board. As we prepare for a smooth and safe landing, we thank you for flying with us today. In conclusion, the case of the Daytopia Airlines provides valuable insights into relationship between strategy, operations, and cost management, customer experience, and long-term business stability. Daytopia's challenges did not arise from pursuing a low-cost strategy, oh no, but from how that strategy was implemented. By reducing ground staff, outsourcing customer service, and underinvesting in digital support systems, the airline weakened its ability to deliver reliable and responsive service. This decision may have improved short-term financial performance, but they ultimately eroded customer trust and brand credibility. The case clearly demonstrates that in service-oriented industries, particularly aviation, customers' experience is not a secondary concern, but a strategic asset. When customers feel ignored, uninformed, or unsupported, dissatisfaction spreads quickly and directly impacts demand, loyalty, and reputation. A key lesson from this case is that cost efficiency should focus on eliminating waste and improving processes, not on removing the structures that support service quality. Airlines that succeed in the long term are those that balance operational efficiency with strong communication, adequate staffing during critical moments, and effective use of technology. Ultimately, Daytopia Airlines stands at a crossroad. By realigning its operation with its original value proposition and reinvesting in customer-facing capabilities, the airline has the opportunity to restore trust and regain competitiveness. If it fails to do so, continued customer dissatisfaction and reputational damage may threaten its long-term viability. This case serves as a reminder that sustainable profitability is built not only on low cost, but on consistent, reliable, and customer-centered service delivery. This is Team Alpha, and we hope you won't hesitate to engage our services again. I remain Mahmoud Hussein, the flight coordinator. Thank you very much for listening.
Mohammed, you coordinated the flight well. Well done. Okay, I'm not going to say anything now. Allow the next team have their presentation, and then we'll give feedbacks. Team Synergy. Team Byro Alpha, you can stop sharing your slides.
Sorry, just before.
Okay, we are here. We are here.
Sorry.
Yeah, Dr. Yusuf, want to say something?
Yeah, sorry, hold on, Team Synergy. Just before you go on, Team Byro, can you go back to just one slide, 1 minute, the recommendation slide? I was trying to look for your slides there, but I could not find it. Did you submit? I don't think you submitted your slide. Okay, so can you just 1 minute? Can you just tell me what the comeback strategy is? Just 1 minute. Who presented this slide? Can you just quickly tell me what this part is?
All right, so the comeback strategy was divided into 3 phases, which were phase 1,
immediate service stabilization, phase 2, operational and digital resilience, and phase 3, brand repositioning and loyalty. So for the phase 1, immediate service stabilization, where we are going to re-strategize staffing restoration, active crisis communication, where we employ the use of getting more staffs on ground on peak days instead of just everyday appearance, so that we can use statistical analysis to understand when um, flight seasons are actually high in number. Then for operational and digital resilience, so we noticed that Daytopia Airline failed to invest they failed to invest highly in the digital self-service, whereby passengers cannot even recheck or check whether they have um choose what they are booking or keep track of lost baggage. Sorry. The last phase was phase 3, brand repositioning and loyalty, where they were going to have a cultural realignment where they re, re, reinvent re-incentivize the workers, whereby they reward them by using the next promoter score, not just the just time performance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, we'll continue after the. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get that part. No problem. Team Synergy can continue.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to confirm if you actually got our slides through the mail, because I was unable to send it to the WhatsApp because
Yeah, is that in your
yeah.
last video?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
you
you
have
know,
the
yeah.
slide, the slide.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen now. And please, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. So, cost savings, customer experience, and future of the brand, Daytopia Airlines. Every airline cuts cost, but not every airline survives what happened next. Daytopia Airlines made a rational decision to improve profitability by cutting costs, and in the short term, it worked. But when flights were delayed, phone rang unanswered, service decks were empty, and passengers were left alone, the true cost of savings finally appeared. This is the story of how cost efficiency, when pushed too far, broke the customer experience, and what Daytopia must do next. Oh, we are Team Synergy, and together with me, I have Eniola Wibodi, Emmanuel Adipupo, Ali Amin Abdurazak, and Blessing Adekoya. So let's go through how cost savings has worked over the time.
So let's start here. We see that Daytopia Airlines focus heavily on aggressive cost cutting. They reduce grant staff and even outsource customer service to save money. At first glance, it worked. The numbers look good and finances improved. But the human side of the operation started to crack. Passengers were left waiting at empty service decks. Helpless. Complaints began to rise, and as service quality dropped, customer trust slowly eroded. The lesson here is clear. Cost savings alone cannot sustain a business if customer experience is ignored. Cutting costs might make your balance sheet look healthy in the short term, but it can destroy the very foundation of customer loyalty. So now let's look at who Daytopia Airlines promised to be. Okay, so originally, the airline positioned itself as a low-cost but customer-friendly. It was a hybrid model, that is, affordable tickets without compromising on service. The goal was efficiency paired with care. Customers would feel valued, and operations would be resilient enough to handle disruptions. But over time, the airline drifted from this promise. Instead of delivering a premium service at a low price, they shifted to simply offering low prices with minimal service. The original brand identity. Okay, sorry. The original brand identity, the promise of value and care, was abandoned. So this is a reminder that brand is not just a tagline or a price point. It's a promise. When you break that promise, customers notice. And let me ask you this question. If a brand fails to keep its promise, what happens to customer trust? Let's think about it. So now, this is where everything fractured. So this was the perfect thing. Aggressive cost cutting met operational challenges, and customer service, which should have acted as a buffer, was no longer there. Without this safety net, even small disruptions became major crises. Passengers were stranded, and the airline could no longer manage issues effectively. And this shows that when a company ignores operational resilience and treats assets like customer service as expendable, failure is inevitable. So it's not just about saving money, it's about sustaining trust and capability. So we're moving to what customers actually experience.
So let's step away from systems and focus on one passenger, a typical Daytopia customer. The breakdown starts early. At check-in, long queues and too few kiosks create frustration. Staffs are overwhelmed and what should be routine already feels stressful. Then a delay hits. The passenger needs answers quickly. Instead, call center waits stretch into hours. Updates are slow and fragmented, and ground staff are stressed in, and the passenger feels invisible. Each unanswered question increases anxiety. After the flight, recovery should rebuild trust. Instead, the passenger meets generic automated replies. There is no ownership of the flight delay, no empathy, and no resolution or explanation. The flight may be over, but the damage remains. These small operational failures escalate into emotional breakdowns, steadily breaking the customer's trust and loyalty. As seen in the American airline customer service meltdown in April 2025, where they reduced their frontline customer service hours and shifted the support online, leading to a widespread passenger frustration and long waits for help during delays. And going on to the true cost of broken experiences. At first, the Daytopia cost-cutting techniques appear successful. The expenses falls while profit margins improve and the financial reports look cleaner. But beneath the surface, a hidden cost curve is forming because as service quality declines, loyalty quietly starts declining, and customers do not complain immediately, they disengage. Over time, complaint surges and the airline spends more reacting to failures than it had ever saved from cutting costs. I will term this as a disruption tax. Each delay, unanswered call, and poor interaction compounds the damage. Customer service costs rise not because the airline is doing more, but because it is constantly fixing avoidable problems. The insight is simple. Cost cuts that ignore customer experience do not eliminate costs. They delay them, multiply them, and push them into the future. And looking at the cost curve, the chart shows how the disruption tax grows over time. It begins quietly, staffing and service investments are reduced, and the impact seems manageable. But the disruption increases, complaints are through the roof, while loyalty plummets and the overall performance worsens. Each stage accelerates the next. What starts as an efficiency division becomes a structural weakness. By the time the airline responds, recovery costs far more than prevention ever could have. The takeaway for the Daytopia airline is glaring. The question is not whether cost cutting works. It is whether the airline can afford cutting the wrong cost. Because in the aviation industry, trust is not an expense. It is the asset that determines whether passengers return or we never do. Three parts now diverge for Daytopia airline. The question is simple. Which future will Daytopia choose?
At this point, Daytopia Airlines stands as a defining strategic crossroad based on three distinct paths. The first path is the aggressive cost cutting, which is a full pivot into the ultra low cost carrier model. On the surface, this appears attractive as it has lower unit costs, leaner operations, and improved short-term margins. But history warns us otherwise. This mirrors the trajectory of career like Spirit and Frontier, where relentless cost compression leads to high complex volumes, fragile operations, and elevated regulatory exposure. In this model, cost falls, but volatility rises. And critically, Daytopia's promise of being customer friendly collapses under its own contradiction. The second part is reinvesting in experience, which involves rehiring staffs, reversing outsourcing, and restoring service quality. While this undeniably improves customer outcomes, but it does so at a significant financial cost. Rising CASM compresses margins alongside increasing execution risks, making this approach financially vulnerable and difficult to sustain. And that brings us to the third and the most strategic part, the hybrid model, which also termed as the digital resilience model. This approach fundamentally redefines how service is delivered. Technology becomes the frontline service agent for routine and high volume interaction, while human expertise is preserved for moments that truly matters. It is the only option that simultaneously protects profitability, stabilizes operation, and restores brand credibility. And so the question is no longer which one is the cheapest. The real question is Which option is survivable? Now, moving to the next aspect that covers finding that balance heads and hearts. To ensure this decision was grounded in evidence, not intuition, we applied a weighted decision matrix around 5 determinants of long-term viability. As shown in the table, cost efficiency carried the highest weight at 30%, reflecting industry realities. Customers' experience followed closely at 25% because loyalty stabilizes revenue. Brand alignment, revenue stability, and execution risk completed the framework. The ultra-low cost option scored 4.95, strong on cost but collapsing badly on brand fit and customer trust. The premium reset scored 7.15, reflecting improved service but elevated financial and execution risks. And lastly, the hybrid model achieved the highest score of 7.70, which is approximately 8% higher than the premium reset option. This is not a marginal victory. It is a structurally superior outcome. The data confirms the narrative. The hybrid model is not a compromise, it is an alignment. Now, let's look at the next aspect that follows the protection of cost discipline, but we're investing where failure hurts most. Under the digital resilience model, 70% of routine interaction like check-ins, updates, rebukings are automated through AI and digital platforms. Efficiency is preserved and the cost per 6 miles remained controlled. The remaining 30% that covers cancellations, missed connections, and moments of emotional stress are handled by smaller, highly trained in human team. Because these moments are where trust is either built or permanently lost. The 70-30 rule shows that technology handles scale while humans handle empathy. By redesigning delivery rather than simply cutting costs or spending more, Daytopia restores brand alignment, stability, loyalty-driven revenue, and secures sustainable profitability. When the path is followed, the future of Daytopia is not cheaper, but it is smarter. Now, let's see how to build a bridge back to trust.
Hello.
Is there any law that is closing in
I
time?
thought, sorry, I was muted. I didn't know. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, I did mute you because of some noise I think was coming from your end, so it was distracting the presenter.
Oh,
Okay, you can go on now.
okay, thank you. So, rebuilding trust at Daytopia Airlines is not about a single fix. It requires a disciplined roadmap that balances immediate relief with long-term transformation. For a delayed passenger, there is a difference between frustration and reassurance, and for Daytopia, between loss and trust. Our approach is structured into two phases. Phase one, this focuses on stabilization over the first 6 months. The priority here is restoring credibility during disruptions. This begins with service backsourcing, that is, reinternalizing a core team of experienced leads so that accountability and decision making return inside the airline. At the same time, Daytopia fast tracks digital support through a proactive app that keeps passengers informed before frustration escalates. Finally, we have the AI-enabled turnaround management that reduces delays at the source by 25%, cutting disruption frequency rather than only reacting to it. So phase two actually shifts from stabilization to transformation. And this has to do with self-service skills actually expanding to absorb routine demand. And staffing is actually redesigned into having someone responsible. He can own problem and actually solve them. And also we have the resilience reward that are introduced to acknowledge passengers affected by disruptions. Underpinning this roadmap is the 70-30 rule. That is, automate what is written, 70, and protect human capacity for emotionally charged moments, 30. This is how Daytopia moves from service recovery to service resilience. So now we need to look at the cost of action and the price of waiting. Every strategy carries risk, and it is important to be explicit about that. As we can see, that the cost of action is execution risk. That is, what do I mean by this? I mean, during transition, the Ethiopia airline may face short-time operational disruption, increased curtailment, and workforce challenges as roles are actually being restructured. However, these risks are temporary and manageable through phased implementation and clear milestones. However, the price of waiting is far more severe as inaction allows customer loss to continue, operational operational fragility to deepen, and disruption related costs to compound. More critically, it creates permanent brand damage and market share loss. These outcomes directly threaten long-term profitability. The contrast is clear. Action introduces controlled risk, while inaction actually guarantees existential damage. This strategy represents a calculated risk taken to protect Daytopia's future. So let's look at how this strategy actually saves more than cost, as we all know it saves trust. This strategy works because it resolves Daytopia's cost dilemma and it does not force a choice between cost efficiency and customer experience. Instead, it realigns them. By restoring balance between efficiency and humanity, Daytopia rebuilds passengers' confidence while maintaining its low-cost foundation. The strategy directly addresses the conflicts that caused the breakdown, aligns execution with a brand customer-friendly promise, and mitigates the long-term profitability impact of disruption and loss. Technology becomes the service agent for routine needs, supported by a smaller, highly trained empathy team for moments that truly matter. In this model, this is not a marketing claim, it is an operational outcome. Finally, it is important to know the Ethiopia Airlines did not lose its way because it pursued efficiency. It actually lost its way because efficiency was allowed to replace resilience. This case makes one truth unspeakable. In aviation, customer experience is not an add-on. It is a system that either absorbs disruption or amplifies it. In conclusion, when the system fails, every delay becomes a crisis. Every crisis becomes a reputational threat, and every passenger becomes a potential loss. Our recommendation gives Ethiopia Airlines a different future, not a more expensive airline, nor a softer one, but a smarter airline. The airline that knows where technology should replace cost and where human creates value and where trust must be protected before it becomes too costly to build. That is how Daytopia Airlines secures sustainable profitability and earns back the confidence of the passengers it serves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both teams. A confident presentation from both teams. I very much enjoyed the energy that both teams and the delivery that both teams have put into their presentation. However, my comment to Team Biro Alpha is that at some point, this you guys were rushing your discussion. I know that you guys were pressed for time and you were trying to cover a lot of things, but at some point it felt rushed in there somewhere. And I could also see some tension as well. Again, maybe it's trying to meet up with the timing that you guys have set. But aside that, I enjoyed the presentation for Team Synergy. Again, your slides were good, but I felt like some slides could be much more better. As again, some slides were some words in those slides were a bit difficult to read. So maybe, but I really appreciate the use of AI to create some of the pictures that you guys have been put in there. So well done to you guys. Okay, I will allow Dr. Yusuf to comment on the business analysis parts of things.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ejimake. Okay, so Well done to both teams. Again, you guys did really well. From Team Bayero, it was a good transition. Again, your slides could be better, obviously. I think you guys, I'm not sure you guys are aware, but you guys can definitely reach out to other team members for just a quick maybe tutorial on how they, whenever you see a team that has really good slides, you can reach out. It's a community. We are all trying to grow and learn. So you can definitely reach out to any of the team members or the team that has really good slides, and they reach out to them that, okay, could you just give us a few tips on how you guys create your slides so that our slides can be better. So the thing I don't want to see is having consistently poor or not really good slides from phase 1 to phase 3. I expect to see like great improvement, So the task for Team Bayero is make sure that your slides are a lot better for the final phase. If that means reaching out to other teams, please do, so that you guys can. But slides could be better. You guys use some frameworks which are great. I love the fact that you use Ryanair as an example of and use real life scenarios as well. Love the timeline too. However, one thing that was missing was the fact that you didn't emphasize on where they should fall from the recommendation. That's why I went back to it. That let me see if I get if I got that out before. So the main thing about this case study is that they are a low cost airline, right? So first of all, their strategy is cost leadership, right? So they want to make sure that on cost, nobody can beat us. And what is the problem now? The problem is that, well, they've seen very low profitability. The stakeholders are complaining. So as a result of that, they've had to aggressively cut costs to make sure they remain profitable. If not, they go out of business. That's the problem, right? So the strategy they are using is cost leadership. So I wanted to see at the end of the day, what you were now, I know you said, okay, phase 1, do this, phase 2, digital, the things that you mentioned there, but you didn't emphasize and using a good framework as well, like I think the Porter framework that talks about cost leadership or a premium product. Should they stay as should they keep the strategy as cost leadership where they still remain low cost? If so, you can't just say yes, remain a low cost airline and fix this, but the problem is still there, right? So they will still, if you're saying they should invest in digital, go back and try to, I know you said vouchers, try to mend the trust that they've lost, invest in digital self-service tools. Yes, they can do all that, but this problem is still there, which is they are quite unsure where to stay. So low cost doesn't seem like it's helping or is solving the situation at the moment. They are struggling with their profitability. So they can keep being low cost and do all the things you've said in your proposal, in your recommendation, but at the end of the day, the problem will still be there. The problem they were trying to solve will still be there. Moving on to Team Synergy, fantastic slides as well, but there were some parts, like Dr. Ejumoke said, that the words were too tiny. I think that was maybe one of the slides, I can't remember, before the cost of action versus the price weighting, I think. So the one before that, the phase 1, phase 2, yeah, yes, this one building. So under the kiosk, I could not, with my glasses, I could not even see. So if you can make sure that every word you put there, because every word you put there is very important, right? Great slides, but make sure that we can see it clearly. But I mean, it's really good. I love your slides. I love the frameworks you've used as well. I love the examples that you've used. which is good. I love the transition as well. Very confident presenters. Also, you use some numbers. If you go on to slide, the one that you said, AI, slide, building the bridge back to trust. It's the same one, isn't it? Phase one. So what was the what was the reason behind the 25% that you've decided to reduce delays by 25%? Why not 30%? Can someone answer that? And the kiosk revolution, why is it 50%? Why not 60%? Can someone quickly answer that? What was the data, or what exactly is the backup behind the exact number that you've put there? Or was it just random? You can tell me if it's just okay. Go on.
We actually use this based on the industry average. So the numbers you see there is hypothetical, but it's based on the industry average, the aviation industry average.
Oh, okay. So when you are quoting benchmarks or average or research, make sure that you speak about it, because the way you quickly brush through through that part, through the slides, you just say we reduce delay by, if you are presenting it to a client, they'll be like, okay, why 25% exactly? But you need to say, this is based on industry average, this is based on research, or this is the exact amount we feel that would get you to this particular goal. So just note that next time. I love the fact that you use frameworks as well. And the final part was, I love the fact that what was missing in Bairo's team that I discussed was using like, for instance, the Porter framework to let us understand where they fall in terms of strategy. So they are struggling with low cost, but I could see from your own presentation that you said, you know what? Yes, low cost seems like it's been working, but now it's time to move into the hybrid, where you combine the low cost, that's cost leadership. You combine it with, I think there was one of the slides that you explained it. You combine, yes, the finding the path. So you combine it with so you use the hybrid model. So yes, this one. So that was great. That was what I was looking for as well. That okay, you need to also, even though you are proposing this, you need to emphasize on what sort of strategy we are using. We only know low costs. We only know how to cut costs. Anything, especially companies in the airline industry that are based on low costs. If there's any problem, they just want to cut costs. But you are now saying, well, there's also an hybrid model that you can use, that you can combine premium and low cost and still retain the trust of the customers as well as profitability. So that kind of explain how to resolve that problem. So, but generally, I enjoyed the presentation. It was engaging from the beginning to the end. Well done to both teams.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great presentation from both teams. Well done. Well done. And that brings us to the end of today's tournament. I want to thank everybody that came in today, that presented today. Well done to everyone. So next week is the last week, and it's going to be the company analysis. It would have that conversation on the team leaders platform. If you guys need to have a meeting whereby you want us to further explain what this needs to be, you can always let us know. So sorry about that. You can always let us know. Aside that, I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. The grades and the results will be posted on the platform on Daytopia group. And then the best presenter as well would be posted there as well. But everybody here is a winner. If you have presented here today, know that you are a winner. Well done, everyone. And I want to wish you Merry Christmas and an Happy New Year in advance. I know we will still see before the New Year, but at least Merry Christmas in advance. Dr. Yusuf, any final comments?
Well, no, not really. But I want to thank everyone for today. Well done to all the presenters. In fact, this was a really good one. This phase 3 was really good. I really enjoyed it. It was a lot more engaging than phase 2, to be honest. Maybe because it's interesting. The case studies are really interesting, but you guys really tried with this. And it shows a lot of potential in what you are building. So I can't wait to see you guys at the top. Honestly, you guys should be working at the top consulting firms, because the way you've been able to dissect all these case studies, well done to everyone. And I'm wishing you a very Merry Christmas. And looking forward to the final phase 4, and it's tight at the top, but I'm just really looking forward to it. Well done.
Yeah. Everyone brought their A game, and I think that I could sincerely see growth in confidence, growth in presentation skills, growth in engagement with people as well, growth in teamwork, growth in synergy within the teams generally. I could also see growth in slides development. Although yes, not all teams are there yet, but yes, it's not as it used to be at the first stage. Understanding that this is an online presentation, which means that your slide does a lot of appearances for you. It's not like when you go for a physical presentation and your confident look, your appearance does the talking. But this one is an online presentation, which means that your slides does all the appearance talking for you. So it means that no matter what you do, your slide needs to do well. And I said it earlier as well that, see, someone that is very confident, that dresses well, that means they have a good appearance outlook, and then they are confident, will naturally open doors even if they have nothing in their head, because confident people tend to demand respect from people. It's until when you now get close to them, you now realize that, oh God, okay, this person has nothing in their head. Which means that confidence and appearance does a lot for you as a person. It really does a lot. And that's why I always want you to come in here, or wherever you're going after the Daytopia competition, always show up the confidence. Always make sure that you dress your best. And on this online platform, dressing your best means that coming with solid slide. Your slide is like your dressing. So come here with solid slide every week. For the last week, make sure that you work on your slide presentation. I'm sure that all universities are closed now, so nobody is going to say that, oh, we have exams and all that. So you have the whole Christmas holiday to prepare and learn how to have better slides. And I want you guys to come in next week with great slides. And Ella, you have your hands raised.
My OE is not closed. We'll close by December 25.
Are you serious? What's going on?
Yes.
Your school is it that your school just wants to not let you guys have fun? What's going on? Oh God, okay, that's not nice. That's not nice. We need to speak to the VC of your school and check out what's going on. Okay, all right, no problems. That's fine. As much as you can, if you have time, just start working on the slides. Watch YouTube videos on how to create talking slides. So I always call them talking slides. And the honest truth is that I know Dr. Yusuf would bear me witness. I feel like this set is the only set that we even had not so much talking slides. We've had crazy slides in the past, like slides that you're wondering that where did these people create these slides from? And I know that you guys can do more. You can push yourself more and do more. But aside that, if you are still in school, I wish you all the best. I know that it's not where you want to be, because nobody wants to be in school at this time. But if you are still in school, it's understand that it's a sacrifice that you need to do. You have to put in now. And in a couple of years' time, you would have your time to yourself, and you are even trying to, be effective with the time that you have to yourself. All right, I'm not going to keep talking because I don't want to keep wasting our time. I'll speak to you guys on the group chats. If you are not on the group chats, please do join. Have a nice holiday. Bye bye, guys. Bye.